If you really think about it, not everyone understands how you can become an absolute leader and who one is. When he swings his leg to strike, everything turns into debris and falls into small pieces. This man truly considers himself the best in this world because his strength was simply incredibly dangerous. What he did to any person on earth could turn out to be horror, and even the nightmare of your dreams. Mother and destroying absolutely everything for him, it was just an ordinary gesture that he did every day, and nothing made him destroy like the rest of the world. For him, everything was very simple, even when he was fighting, so he calmly dealt with each of them against mutants that were millions of times larger than him. When he jumps, he can reach the very point where it was not. This man really was just God on whom you could always rely. He was able to fight absolutely any enemy he had because he felt that anyone who could do this was God. What he was able to do with the help of his abilities seemed unreal. After all, he really had a chance to defeat every person or every creature in this world. He managed to fight even on those days when he felt very bad, but for him it was simply a duty and discipline that he did. Every person knew that when he swings his sword, a strong wind blows that can demolish absolutely everything around him. He was simply unstoppable, and he felt that now he had achieved the greatest heights in his life and nothing could surprise him anymore. This guy was truly not going to happen, and the power that he fought was equal to the fact that every person envied him. He worked with meteoric speed which moved very quickly, and he also had a powerful sword strike that not everyone would be able to activate. Thanks to his ability, he was able to blow off the head of this man who was a mutant, or rather a monster. This guy was able to break through everything in his path, and he did it all thanks to just one action, which was called the craving for freedom. This man knocked down absolutely everything in his path because he knew that he was the best in the world now, and no one could simply stop him. He said that he had not had such battles for a long time, and he even liked it very much because he had missed this feeling for a very long time. He decided that it was time to quickly finish it all and go to rest, and after all, he, too, is not endless, and that's why he wanted to rest. This monster told him that if he killed him, he would be trapped outside of this place if he decided to die with him. It was just a stupid decision. The man said that he hadn't thought about it yet, and anyway he would die first in front of him, and he wouldn't care what happened next. The master could not understand how he would act further, and why he was starting to behave so stupidly because it was not at all rational. The guy moved as hard as he could with his sword to pierce his head because he didn't care at all about what this mister was feeling now. There was some strange surge of energy that formed a small crack, and this crack means that an explosion is about to occur. The guy stuck his sword into the head of this monster in order to pierce it and knock out absolutely every drop of his life. At that moment, everything around began to become electrolyzed, which seemed like something very stupid. At that moment, it was necessary to understand that now it could all end. The man was confident that he would not die at all and that he was doing this with a cool head and understanding that only good consequences awaited him in the future. He was ready to take absolutely everything to kill this monster because for him he was no problem and he did not count on the future at all. Meanwhile, the imperial palace of one dynasty lived as usual. Initially, the palace was planned as the largest magnificent building in the country, because the emperor is there. But unfortunately, everything was not so. And this palace was a completely different place for other things. This palace was magnificent and more majestic than the other palace. This means that its owner stood in status above the emperor himself of this dynasty, and this means that this person had much more power. This was an absolute warrior with enormous strength who had absolutely everything in this life, but he was already really bored with living like this. He couldn't understand what he should do besides martial arts, because he was already very tired of them, because he does the same thing every day. He said that he should not have been given this position at all, and that he should have generally done something else. At that moment, he also realized that it was not worth it. The guy said that he shouldn't have been born at all. And his slaves said that the servants could hear him now, but he didn't really care what people thought about him. His assistant told him to be able to restrain himself and his body, because in order to control such great power one must be prudent. This gentleman could not understand why he was being reprimanded again, and why he was standing behind his master. The guy said that it was very stupid for a tiger to protect a dragon and believed that all the people in the world were weaker than him since he was one special one who considered himself a very strong narcissist. The guy started asking him if he could fly, but he himself knew how to brag about it otherwise. The servant said that he knows that he is much weaker than him. However, in an emergency, he will be ready to sacrifice his life for the sake of his master. Suddenly, after such words, the gentleman became very indignant and could not believe that some kind of danger now awaited him. The gentleman could not understand why someone would attack him because you were hiding in the darkness and wanting to overthrow. It was one dangerous person or they were strangers. He also understood that betrayal for selfish reasons did not interest him at all. But his assistant said that all the elders who were plotting had been dealt with a long time ago. He understood that if he found out what he had done but was planning something, he would kill that moment, and if the elders were unhappy, he would kill everyone. The guy told his assistant to stop saying such things immediately. After all, it was really a little scary for him, too. He said that then he would block the special surveillance group. The guy understands that from the outside it looked terrible, but he needs to do something so that he always has good information. He understood that if he could not monitor them, then he would feel awkward and everyone would be able to control him, and not he them. The guy started to take out his sword and said that someone is at the exit door, and he already feels this energy, and he really hopes that you are an assassin. After all, he already wants to fight. One person came to them about whom they had known for a long time. He was a good assistant who also helped him in all his affairs. He began to shout that hundreds of millions in life were now lost due to the fact that they did not at all follow these rules that were necessary. It was the advisor of the heavenly court who began to bow to him. And the guy told him to stop doing this. He was completely embarrassed. His advisor didn't understand what happened and why he didn't like it when they gave him a part because he deserved it. After this, the gentleman began to ask why he had the right to be insolent to him at all. And he also asked who allowed him to raise his head when he began to talk to him. The advisor said that he was very sorry, he deserved to die for such an act, and the guy began to ask whether he was really ready to give his life for such a thing. The guy said that then they wouldn't wait at all for a long time to kill him, and so he would now immediately end him. But he said it all as a joke. The gentleman understood that it was time to end these jokes. He wanted to find out how people in the western region were doing, because he wanted to know how his people lived. The advisor said that he heard that administrative weapons were invented in the West, and they are superior to those in the main dynasty itself, and also if martial arts are practiced in the Central Plains, then in the West there are people who consider themselves magicians. The gentleman liked it very much. After all, he had not fought with anyone for a long time, but now he will have a chance to prove to everyone that he is the best. They are afraid. The advisor felt very awkward because he understood that now many people could die because of him. But he served this gentleman, and therefore he wanted to somehow forget this information. The assistant said that the leader wants them to speak informally and clearly on the facts so that there are no problems and everyone understands what they are talking about. The advisor did not understand what they were talking about because he was very stupid and simply retarded for his age. Finally, the advisor understood how he needed to speak, and so he began to swear and said that it was just the most terrible hell, but in completely different words. People were shocked that he began to express himself like that and did not understand how much audacity he had to open his mouth like that. The general tells him that they managed to repair almost 70% of the people from the magic faction, but this is very bad because he doesn't arrange random skirmishes and beautiful things. The advisor said that they were using dark power, and therefore they simply had no choice and they had to do this. He said that as far as possible, they tried to cancel the bloodshed, but unfortunately, they had to do something that could no longer be changed. The advisor said that their abilities were excellent. It turned out that their magic had turned into some kind of skill and not a technique, and something like would cause rain of thunder or communication over long distances. The guy started laughing at this and therefore lay down on his back to take a break from such strange and stupid information. At that moment, someone brought him a special stone and a book so that the general could figure it out himself. He began to ask what it really was because he didn't understand at all why they brought it here. The advisor said that the head of the magic faction of the western region gave this very thing to him, and magic told him that their ultimate goal is alchemy. Alchemy is quite an interesting science, and they say that it is a technique that combines lower-level materials to create higher-level materials such as making gold from stones. The guy began to look at it, and suspected that it was just some kind of scam. After all, scammers on the streets usually do this. But the advisor said that this is really real knowledge. The advisor explained that if the ultimate goal of this is chemistry, then this is a chance to enter a new world, and the book describes the method of using alchemy. The guy understood that this was really a chance to enter a new world, but his assistant said that this was just an ordinary fairy tale in which one did not need to believe so much. The advisor said that another delegation of magicians had arrived with them, so you can ask them, and after that they will definitely understand whether it is a fairy tale or not. One man came to them whose name was Mulder, and he was a representative of magic in the West, and really looked like a fairly confident magician. The general began to ask this guy if something could be done with the help of this book. And this magician looked at him and thought about what to answer him correctly. The new one said that theoretically everything is possible, but in practice it is difficult to implement. But the general did not understand how they were able to learn their language so quickly. Mulder will explain that this is one of the new skills that allows foreigners to quickly learn the language, and with the help of it they can achieve good heights. The general was wondering if they were really ahead of them, and therefore he was very happy that now he had competitors with whom he would have to fight. Mulder understood that this explanation was incredible magical power, and this guy could really do incredible things that it would be better not to encounter. He looked at him and realized that inside this man there really was a very huge amount of powerful power that was not so easy to obtain. The general began to ask him why it would be difficult to implement, and what the actual problem was. Mulder explained that there was no energy to activate the gate. The general began to wonder what kind of new moments these were, based on the type of energy, and the gate was leading completely incorrectly. Most likely he explained the whole situation that he wanted to know. Mulder said that brother in the language of the dynasty means the gate of pleasure, and they can think about the energy of what life force. General, this became very interesting because the energy for the gates is a really interesting topic. He understood that if this energy is there, then most likely there are no problems. The general began to ask his assistant about one woman, but he was already very tired and did not want to do anything. He talked about the very woman who knows men, absorbs their life energy, and with the help of this she becomes very strong and insidious. The general was really in love with her, and thought that he could call her to dinner and talk questions with her, but the assistant told him to concentrate. He realized that he really needed to focus on the questions, and so he said that it had just become a habit for him, and he wanted to see what was going on next. The general began to ask this magician, why transfer equipment that is not guaranteed to work? I heard that it is very valuable to them. The magician said that there is something else, and I agree with the records that were made more than 100 years ago. One can understand that this is not all. It was known that the triplets once tried to open the gate, and they say they combined their magical energy, thanks to which they were able to open the gate halfway. And the total amount of energy necessary for opening could be obtained when several magicians with the same energy came together. The problem was that the nature of strength is different for everyone, and the general asked that it was because they were not ideally combined. Mulder told him that this was true, and if the 5 great magicians existed then it would be possible, and a huge amount of magical power would be needed to open the gate. This interested the general very much because he understood that with the help of such information he could really become one of the most powerful magicians in this world. The general began to ask his assistant, and he was ready to answer any question because he was his most important servant. The general asked his assistant to take the people out and ensure that no one was left in the area, because such an experiment would really require a lot of resources. The guy was ready to use his abilities because he understood that he alone could not open these gates. We needed the power of thought to understand where the others were. The energy that he had in the castle seemed like something unrealistically powerful, because a very large amount of light began to appear in a matter of minutes. People didn't understand what was happening because everything around began to shake, and I felt completely inadequate. Absolutely every person was taken out of there as far as possible. These general now wanted to show what he was really capable of in order to understand how difficult it is to open these gates. He understood that now he needed to look at how difficult it would be for him to open all this, and whether he needed to do it at all. The guy told the magician because now they are just the 2 of them and there is no one else with them, and this is exactly the opportunity to show their capabilities. The general suggested that he start singing. Time really cost money, and it was time to understand what awaited the future of this world. The magician couldn't believe that this was really true and he wasn't dreaming about it, and he was so confused that he didn't even say right away that it was time to start. The general told him to look carefully, because this is all the energy he has, and he began to sparkle, as if a huge number of cities were combining their electricity per second. The general repeated to him that now they were only the two of them, and now they really have everything possible to show all their strength and power. The general invited him to continue. After all, he already wanted to show as quickly as possible what he was capable of, because he really was a powerful man. The guy was shocked that he was not joking, and now they will really have a good opportunity to understand whether they can open this gate. He activated his energy, and it was truly incredibly powerful, and the only one who could overcome it was probably himself. Mulder was shocked that this even happened in the world because he thought that these were all stories and that this really did not happen. He couldn't believe that one person could have so much magical power that an ordinary person's body would simply be torn into small pieces. General Love felt uncomfortable with such power for some time, but later he got used to it, and moreover, his energy does not evaporate naturally. And this happens because of the sacred power. That is why he has to be compressed and hidden well in his body so that he does not die, but otherwise people simply die next to him. He is so strong that, just thanks to his aura, he can kill people who are in a huge radius next to him, and so he asked his assistant to bring out mere mortals. The general began to ask him how he assessed his capabilities and whether he could do anything else with them in this world. The general began to ask if they had so much power to open these gates, because he understood that he was truly one of the most powerful magicians who ever existed in this world, so he asked about it so simply. The guy now began to understand that before this energy was indicated above, it turned out to be only a remnant, that is, of the force that was used to open the gate. It was simply a terrible waste to use it just to show it to some ordinary magician. The guy fell on his knees in front of him, and said that he was now a master for him. And the general could not believe that he had become a good example for him so quickly. He began to ask him why he suddenly bowed his head in front of him, and he heard that magicians do not kneel before anyone. The guy began to cry and said that he wanted to devote himself to the palace of the heavenly demon, and the general could not believe that it was all just because of one such funny action. The guy shouted that he simply had no choice, and wasn't it obvious where he got such strength and power? But such words offended the generals very much. He said that he stopped this. The general told him to go to his leader and not return here again because he was disgusted to hear such words that he was accused of such a terrible thing. The general left him, but this guy was left completely alone, and he felt upset because these were indeed very strong moments in his life. The guy couldn't believe that this was the same teleportation and incredible speed about which there were legends, and fortunately it exists. A whole year had already passed and the general began to ask what it really was, and it turned out that it was a gate that was created by mages from the magical community. The general began to examine this item and noticed that it was just a precious stone, and nothing else had changed. The magician told him that he still couldn't see it at all, but the earth had built a huge altar into which it would be possible to get there very soon. The general held this stone and understood that he definitely felt a strange energy from this stone. Now it is still unclear what it really is. The general said that it sounded really very interesting and he would at least check it out very much, and Mulder calmly allowed him, and only he needed to pour his energy into it evenly and slowly. The general said that he accepted all this and therefore told people to stay away from him because it could really be very dangerous. He really understands the essence and power of this energy, which he can then use himself. The energy that began to form around them really seemed like something very dangerous, and it seemed like there was absolutely no chance of changing it. The general continued to hold his hand near this stone in order to open those very gates. But it was very unsafe, and it was necessary to understand that one wrong movement, and they could be corpses. The general couldn't believe it because it was simply incredible, because he put so much effort into this stone, but it would not fall apart, and would not crack even if it took more than 10,000 years of his life. Our main character began to get even more angry because it hurt his pride, which he constantly proved to everyone that he was the best. He continued to pour his energy into it in order to open the portal, and it was still unclear whether he succeeded or not, because the power that was there seemed very dangerous. The general continued to hold his hands near the stone, but he only managed to activate a huge discharge, and the gates still did not open at all due to the fact that the force he applied was incredible. The magician screamed with all his might that they should use a shield so as not to get hurt, but also in his head he could not believe that it would take such powerful energy to open this damn portal. The stone had already begun to crack quite a bit, which meant that very soon it would be possible to open a portal to the place where they needed it, and I would not be able to get there without some problem. The stone continued to crack, which means that their path became shorter and shorter, and very soon they would succeed without any mistakes. They really managed to keep this stone in a rage, and the general did so that it began to break into small pieces and fly out on its own because the energy could not withstand such a stone. It looked simply stunning, and it was even scary to be near this place because you understood that very soon you yourself could suffer very badly and die there. This energy was so strong that it began to affect the entire city in the area, which means that people can now also suffer because of their discoveries. It seemed that everything had calmed down, and it seemed that they had managed to open this portal, but they were not yet completely sure. Mulder didn't understand what was happening now, and all his friends were also shocked that this guy was even doing something. To great happiness, he was able to open the gate, and all the people began to bow to him. After all, they now consider him their master who was able to do this for them. The magicians bowed to him and said that he was their master who was able to give them a new life and open the gates to a new world in which they have everything they want. They couldn't believe their eyes and therefore began to be a little dumb due to the fact that not everyone would like to immediately get into this portal because it is unknown whether you will be able to get out of it or not. The advisor was so confident in himself that he said that he would go first for the sake of the master, because this needed to be tested as soon as possible, because these gates might not last forever. The general could not understand why his advisor was the first to go, and the advisor answered him that he was sure that there were other civilizations there. Therefore, we need to check this. The general said that, nevertheless, behind these gates it could be very dangerous. Therefore, it is necessary for someone else to go, because he really loves this person and values him. The advisor said that it had been a long time since he was in the West, and now he was very bored, so he wanted to go there first, and find out everything that would be there. He held it in his hands and said that he would go first and get to know this world so that people in the future would appreciate him and consider him their person. He also understood that if something went wrong, the Lord would always be ready to save him, just as it always was. The gentleman was sure that this would be the case. Therefore, he had already exhaled and understood that he could let his man go through these gates so that he could continue to follow and study this world. Since he did not use his power, the members respected him and the leaders who were with him until the end found them there without any problems. That is why he realized that he also needed to go there and find out about this world that is behind this portal, because there really is something to look at and learn. Unfortunately, even after 10 years, this man did not return and members of the palace tried to go after him, but the general forbade him, and if it is really dangerous there, then people of lower strength definitely have nothing to do there. He continued to drink alcohol every day and understood that it was pointless, but he needed to somehow forget about the fact that he had lost such an important person in his life by mistake. The general was always at his grave. It was hard for him to realize that the person who had always helped him at that moment would leave this life and would never be with him again. When, unfortunately, another 80 years passed in vain, but the generals continued to come to this grave and spent time there because it was very unpleasant for him to realize that he had lost it. The general said that now he was left completely alone, and this made him very lonely, and how could he learn all this if he remained alone? The number of tombstones will not increase anymore. So he threw his bottle and realized that he now needs to deal with all this himself in order to understand that there is something that needs to be dealt with once and for all. That is why he approached this portal and looked at it as if he understood that he would not return from there again, and therefore was ready to take risks in his life in order to understand the meaning. He began to follow into this portal and understood that now he simply had no choice and he had to do something that would change people's lives. That is why he took another step forward in order to get into this portal, because he understood that he was the only one who was strong enough, and the only one who could cope with this. Going into this portal is actually a mistake because he has never been there before and all the people who went to never returned. He entered this portal and there was no way back, because he understood that now he would have to fight to return all his people if they were somehow still alive. That day, the heavenly demon palace lost its owner, which meant that now absolutely everything could be done in this place. Meanwhile, Korea felt calm and understood that these were just ordinary days that would not affect their future lives in any way. But suddenly, after a few seconds, they heard something very dangerous, and all the people began to worry very, very much. As soon as he came into this world, people looked at him as if he were some kind of strange person and did not understand what he forgot here because he looked quite old. As soon as he got into this world and began to inhale the air and could not understand why it was so strange, why it stinks so much. It was completely unusual for him to realize that such a thing now exists. He began asking people if this was a place where he could relax, because he wanted to go to a place where there was a huge amount of energy from people in order to understand what he should do in this world. He began to approach the bus station in order to find a place to rest. After all, he was already really very tired. As soon as he entered the guest house, he saw that it was truly huge and magnificent. I couldn't believe my eyes that people started doing really important things. He noticed how some homeless people began to lie on the floor and said to himself that this is simply the best place and he really, really likes everything here. People were in shock and didn't understand who he really was, because they were just alcoholics who were just watching the people around them. The general understood that I was asking for a lot of time since he received so many glances and before that, as I installed him as the leader of the heavenly palace. Therefore, he is no longer afraid of anything. These alcoholics came up to him and started asking who he was and what he forgot about here, because this is their territory where they always sleep. This alcoholic began to speak in some incomprehensible language, so no one understood what would happen now, but most likely it would turn into a fight. This abnormal man continued to ask him something very strange in his language in order to find out who he was and what he had forgotten here. The guy didn't understand anything at all what this man was saying, and he knew that now he would have to do something about it. After that, he thought that he needed to take advantage of a brilliant idea that actually achieved perfect results. With the help of it, you can read other languages. His friend Mulder can read thanks to the fact that one of the other magicians who had recently been able to find out such military equipment was able to teach him. The gentleman decided to try one trick with his language that he was taught by an acquaintance who was a magician who himself was recently able to learn a lot of interesting information about this technique. The man did not understand what was happening to him, and what would happen to him now. It turned out to be something very dangerous, and now she was taking risks in life. After the guy was able to do this trick, he told the man to speak now. And the man didn't understand that this was even possible. I couldn't understand what happened to him. The general shouted at him to ignore me. After all, he doesn't like it at all when they do this to him, and now he's very angry about it. The man could not understand how his dialect became so much better, and where it even came from, because for him it was a mystery since he did not understand how this was possible. The general said that he was from Koryo. The man could not understand how this was possible, since this is the name of the state. The guy said that it was time for him to rest and find a place to stay for the night. A man approached him and said that they were actually very similar, and his name was Kion. General A said that he came here through the gate to check new worlds in the past. A lot of time has passed since the same one came here. The man understood that this guy was just homeless. He needed help. Therefore, they had no choice. How to help him, at least for the first time. After all, they themselves wanted to be like that. Meanwhile, all those people who loved to drink were in their place, and spent their next evening among the company of hucksters. The man said that there were places, but he didn't like the fact that their friends came with some new guy who didn't look equal to them at all. The man said that this guy had nowhere to sleep and the others could not understand why he came to them. After all, they are not free nannies who will just help. The man showed behind his back that this guy was not entirely adequate, and the others thought that it would be better to take him to the police station because they couldn't figure it out and understand what to do with this guy. A little time passed. The guy thought, should he use magic on the others? To understand what they are talking about, it would really be very important for him. He thought that if he read their thoughts, he would quickly be able to find their general language, and then he would talk to them on the same topic. The man realized that it was better for everyone to be together. Therefore, he said that they should help each other, and instructed this guy to sit next to him. The guy thanked him, but the man who brought him here was furious that some crazy person was allowed in here on the first day, and he was never allowed in. The man who was in charge in this territory said that if he talks about him like that again, he will immediately do everything to drive him out of this territory. The man who was driven away began to turn around and say that he was completely unlucky and didn't know what to do. The rest of the men told the guy not to pay attention and sat down with them. He thanked them, but suddenly they were able to notice that there was really something wrong with his health, as if he had a headache. The guy replied that everything was fine, he just felt dizzy for a moment, and even the best magicians could only use magic for 2 people. He understood that the problem was not dizziness, but his energy, and in fact, he had spent a lot of energy along the way and now he needed to rest. He thought that now it was time for him to close the door because for him it would really be very interesting. The general began to remember all this and understood that he had met him near the gate, but he could not at all understand who it was. The man greeted him, didn't say that his name was Chan, and so he wanted to know the guy's name, and he introduced himself that his name was Jean. The guy understood that his real name should not be told to strangers. He had to come up with a false one, and so he said that his name was Wang Gia. The men understand that this is really very similar to a Chinese name, and he was wondering how old the guy was, and he replied that he hadn't counted since he turned 100 years old. They offered him a video of alcohol. They asked him how long he had been drinking, and the guy replied that he had not drunk for a very, very long time. He took a sip of this divine drink to remember all the beauty and the feeling as soon as you absorb it. He felt that something was really wrong with him. After all, he had never tasted such a taste before, and after this sip he felt very healthy. He began to rejoice with happiness, and realized that now he was drinking something so incredible for the first time, and that's why his feelings were strange. The guy started asking if there was a better drink than this. And the men were shocked because this is the cheapest option of all, and this is what poor people like them drink. The guy realized that if you have money, you can drink alcohol even better, and that's why he became interested in how to make money from a man. They said that they themselves don't know. He was told that if he wants to get rich, the best way to get into the gate is to awaken. And one guy at the station had an awakening some time ago, and now he drives a bunch of foreign cars. The rest of the men did not understand what they were waiting for at the moment the SG was protecting the gate. The man said that I will give you my word when all their resources will be taken away from such guys. The guy couldn't believe that there was a gate here too, because to him it sounded somehow very wild. He was told that there were quite a lot of gates here and no one understood who opened these gates all this time. They were dangerous. The general began to think that if he managed to open only one, then he was even very interested in who was able to open several. The man began to ask this guy what he is doing if he knows nothing at all about how ordinary people live now. The man asked if the guy remembered how he got here in the first place, and what he did before. The guy replied that his story was very long, but the man continued to pour alcohol and said that they had nowhere to rush. Well, then the guy decided to tell everything as if in reality, because he didn't like revealing everything that was happening in this world. He said that he was the prince of this city, or rather the world in which he was located, and then he already had good power. Because he was with me he was very far from inheriting the throne, and because he respected his brother very much to live without any distance. At some point, the soldiers rebelled and began to announce an assault on the throne, and then they were unable to capture it and completely control the city. He remained the only one from the royal family who was able to cross the border and achieved good results thanks to the servants. But unfortunately, then he was captured and sold into slavery by a mountain arsonist. He no longer knows whether it was luck or bad luck, because then he had to fight for his life to save himself. This situation forced the factions to combine their efforts, and instead of where he was sold, a secret organization called the Destroyer Squad used him to raise murder weapons to continue the battle to put an end to the demonic cult. He became the most powerful warrior among all, but the real problem arose a few years later. The demonic street disintegrated after its leader suddenly died, and so the absurd ending came. Which were created for their destruction had to be destroyed out of harm's way so that nothing like that would happen again. They understood that all this had to be destroyed as soon as possible so that people would remain alive, and no one would ever suffer from any factions. Suddenly the guy noticed how someone then took out a blade and he could not understand what it was. Well, then they decided to get rid of them in order to avoid a sudden one. Unfortunately, the guns did not accept death, and of the 13 fighters, only a few managed to survive and all the rest died because it was very difficult. They had to fight and fight repeatedly to survive, but only 3 fighters who were truly worthy of it lasted until the end. This was the general's advisor who helped him all the time and proved to everyone that he was truly a good person who deserved it. There was also the general himself, who had already shown his abilities more than once, and who was considered a truly strong and dangerous warrior. And the last person was the general's assistant, who was always his right hand and did absolutely everything that the general ordered him without any discussion. It was the 3 of them who wanted to take revenge on everyone. After all, it was really a long time ago that all this would end. It was then that the heavenly demon palace was born, which in the future will rule the dynasty. While the guy was telling all this in his head, he understood that these people would be touched by how interesting the story he told us. But all the people understood that this was just a fairy tale and began to ask why he was laughing at them. After all, they really expected him to tell them something truthful. People started to rebel at the soldering iron and said that he shouldn't just talk about it so easily. After all, he had to go through a lot, and these are not made-up fairy tales at all. Some kind of crazy guy came up to him and started asking what was next, because he understood that most likely this was some kind of novel. After all, he had read magazines about martial arts before and had never heard of such stories. The guy was once angry with them and told them to stop bullying me because it was a real struggle for desire, and they didn't understand at all what they were talking to him about because it was disgusting that he didn't think about it like that. The man said that he shouldn't be in such a hurry, because of course he has something in his bag that he might really like because it's a valuable supply, but he'll share it. He took out the bottles and said that this is just a bomb, bro, because from the point of view of martial art, this is not yen. And in combination, they taste even tastier. The man handed him the bottles and asked him to continue telling this fascinating story, but he doubted it, didn't really want to drink and tell it. Well, suddenly he saw how they began to mix these 2 drinks together, and he realized that he would not be able to resist it at all. So he had to drink it. I ask for a little time so that it all mixes and produces a bombastic taste that a man cannot resist. The guy didn't see that this was a really rare drink because there was a huge amount of energy that he really needed because he was completely dependent on this energy. The man began to shout at his friend and said that he was just an idiot because he did everything right and could not understand why this happened. And the man said that most likely he just went too far and he understood that now it would open before them back to heaven and they would definitely die. The energy that was there turned out to be simply incredibly dangerous, because everything around began to feel somehow strange. The stones began to fly in the air, and these people did not understand where they ended up. After all, they were really able to activate some very dangerous and strange portal. The guy started asking them what happened. After all, everyone who was nearby disappeared in that moment, and it doesn't seem interesting at all. He began to move forward, and you understand that this is an artificial, vulnerable plane, but he does not feel natural energy, which is very bad. People were simply furious and did not understand where they had ended up. After all, they thought that they would just come as usual to drink alcohol and sit and talk about life. They couldn't believe at all that the gate really existed right now. Right before their eyes they opened it, they just mixed 2 bottles. What they saw in the air turned out to be simply something magical for them, and it was unreal that they had never seen anything fly in the air. They noticed that there was someone above them, but this was not a good sign because it meant that someone was definitely not friendly towards them. The general couldn't believe that this man was levitating. It really meant a lot to him, namely that this man was quite dangerous. The man said that he was very glad to meet because she is the administrator of D1 who will accompany them all this time, and soon they will have an interesting path. This strange man said that they were chosen as gate participants, and they should accept their sincere congratulations. Meanwhile, in the safe gates in the Seoul branch of office control, I felt not very confident because they did not understand that there might soon be cataclysms. The boss asked everyone to immediately report the numbers indicated in the opening of the portals because he must know all the information. He was told that there were no anomalies now and everything was fine. This was the main man whose name was Ji, and he commanded absolutely almost the entire city. After a few seconds, they saw that some strange anomaly had suddenly appeared, which began to greatly disturb them. After all, they did not understand at all what was happening. They saw an inscription appear in front of them that it was now very dangerous, and the number was as much as 9 points, which means that it was not safe at all. An ordinary worker shouted to his manager that it was very dangerous now, and the number of points had already reached 9 o'clock, which means that they would immediately need to do something about it. The leader shouted that the gate was about to appear and they had no right to open it because it would really be a big disaster. The workers said that everything was normal, and they did not expect that something like this could happen now because it was really very dangerous. The leader told them to immediately turn on the cameras at the station. One of the awakened ones was nearby, which means that it was necessary to control this situation. The workers indicated that an awakened level A lives very close to this place, and very soon a portal may open there which will be very bad for them. The leader indicated that they should immediately contact him because he must participate in this mission, especially since he must know what level the opening of the gate will be. The leader understood that if the gate is not protected, the release of energy will cause an explosion, and its power depends on the level of the gate and the speed of its development. The explosion of these gates will not only lead to the destruction of the main roads, but will also block traffic on the lines at the airport and on minibuses. Unfortunately, the appearance of this portal will affect the homeless people at the station, including metro workers and passers-by. The worker said that 4 minutes before the arrival of the awakened one to the manager was not a comfort at all, because he understood that the gate could be about to open. A few seconds later, everyone told the leader that the gates were already open, which means that they would now greatly lose their chances of survival. People were in shock and did not understand what was happening around them, because the gates began to open next to them. And ordinary people should not have known about this at all. The man who was in the air said that he was the coordinator of this mission, and they must obey him, otherwise he could do irreparable things to them. He said that they were chosen as participants in checking these gates, and they should accept his sincere congratulations, because the number of participants at the moment was 20 to 14 people. People began to panic very much. After all, they did not want anything at all because of this. Because they understood that this was very unsafe for their lives and they could suffer very much. The person who opens this gate said that they must stay here for more than 7 days in order to survive, otherwise they will have to say goodbye to their lives. And the stranger said that now he is starting to scan the system so that the gates have opened perfectly, and the portal to other worlds has been opened. He said that after the scanning is completed, he will be able to open special programs in which he can look at increasing the level and also the distribution of starts. The man didn't understand what was happening because there had never been a situation where ordinary people were dragged in because it was completely against the rules and unfair. The man decided to look at the status window in order to understand what chances he had to survive. As soon as he looked at his level, he realized that his chances were very small since he only had the first level. Unfortunately, his characteristics were very bad and he understood that he had little chance of staying alive. As soon as he looked at his indicators, he realized that they did not exceed quite a bit the level of the average person, and therefore there was little chance of winning. Our hero was thinking about what he should do now. After all, he no longer understood at all where he was now and what he was doing. As soon as he looked at the top, he couldn't understand what kind of garbage this was and why everyone was displaying some strange gadgets and spectra. The guy decided to become very brave because he understood that he was one of the strongest people, so he started shouting to the purple one to understand what was going on here. People were shocked and this guy said he had a question. People were simply perplexed because they understood that this purple one was very strong and could kill them. The guy continued to tell the purple one some kind of nonsense, and people tried their best to close his mouth so that he would not provoke his rival. People shouted to him that if he made him angry, then they had no chance of staying alive. Therefore, it was better for him to listen to what he told them and stick to this game. This didn't stop the guy at all, and so he started shouting that this bastard had climbed too high, and he wanted to talk to him personally one-on-one. In the suit he heard this, he felt that people would really feel very bad now. But it was not his fault that there was one stupid person among them. Not to get acquainted said that they have exactly 10 minutes and they can select the desired items from the inventory and after 30 minutes the attack will begin. The man told them to pray that God would give them a chance to stay alive after this attack, because he was no longer interested in ordinary and peaceful residents. People were happy that finally this man and the guys also started shouting that if he wants to die, then he should die alone and ask everyone else if they want to go with him. They began to open their inventory in order to protect themselves from such an attack. Because you don't understand, for them this really will not be the easiest task that they must complete. The guy couldn't understand what equipment they were talking about, and what they were talking about. A system was formed in front of him where it was said that he needed to choose a weapon that he would use in battle in order to win. If he did not do this within 10 minutes, then he would not receive anything. The guy began to look at absolutely everything around him, and he didn't like what was appearing in front of him at all, and he was thinking about what was best for him to choose. People did not understand why this guy communicated so strangely with the most important person in this world. After all, if he does not follow the rules, then he will simply die. The guy said that he wanted to ask the manager something, but these people thought he was just crazy because he didn't understand at all who he wanted to talk to. They grabbed him by the hand and told him to immediately follow this man because now he would tell him absolutely everything he needed to know about. The guy didn't understand why they grabbed him by the hand and started leading him somewhere. But the man said that if he didn't ask only their questions, there was a chance that he would survive. The people who were with this man understood that if they took another one, they would have to defend themselves much more difficult, but they had no choice because they couldn't just leave this guy on the street to die. The guy felt very confident, and said that it would be much safer with him, and that it would be better for him to follow the command in order to escape from this attack. He also said that it would be much safer with him, and he shouldn't worry because he could calmly protect him. But these people thought he was crazy. People began to ask where his weapon was, after all. They understood that without a weapon he would not be able to cope with these creatures at all, but he said that he did not need it. From such words the man became very angry and said that his weapon was a telescopic club and he should take it in order to somehow defend himself. A notification appeared in front of them where it was said that the battle would begin very soon. Therefore, he should prepare for the battle as quickly as possible. The guy began to feel that there were about 500 people next to them and he would have a hard time. But he understood that he had not fought for a very long time. Therefore, this was not new to him. But suddenly he realized that in fact there were not ordinary people there, but there were some creatures that weighed more than 200 kilograms, and these were really very dangerous creatures. He understood that these abnormal people were larger than humans because he could immediately see from afar what was happening to him. People began to worry very much because this creature was more than 3 to 4 m high, and these are really large dimensions that not everyone can handle. People understood that they could calmly cope with this stupid monkey and there was nothing to worry about since it was simply easy for them. People shouted that it was time to group and they needed to gather in the center so that they could repel these creatures. The guy felt very calm and understood how he would fight against these monsters, some kind of toys, and the person who took him here did not understand what was happening to him and why he felt so confident. They saw how this guy began to move there alone, and said that he was simply crazy because leaving the circle is actually very dangerous. And they shouted at him to come back immediately. But he doesn't listen to anyone, because for him it doesn't pose any problem. A very powerful charge of energy came from the guy, and he had already come close to these creatures that looked very dangerous and large. This huge macaque wanted to immediately kill this guy and felt that very soon it would feed on this flesh. But the guy felt that he could cope with absolutely everyone, because he needed to teach these rude people manners and how to communicate with the people of the heavenly palace. The guy approached these creatures and began to fight with them, because before him they were completely simple monkeys which he could easily defeat. People were shocked and were afraid that this guy could no longer stand it from there, since they saw how large the size of these creatures was. They continued to go to ordinary people and people did not know how they could continue to fight because they understood that not everyone could leave the circle like that and go fight against these monsters. They were really huge and therefore one could understand why people were so worried and afraid of them. But suddenly, after a few seconds, they all saw that a huge mountain had formed in the ground and they could not understand why it was. The guy stood with his foot on this chimpanzee's head and said that the first teaching of the heavenly demon palace is to worship their god. This is how he was able to control one of them and understood that very soon he would be able to simply raise this entire flock for himself. After a few seconds, he was able to kill one of them and said that he was able to assess their physical abilities, which seemed very weak to them. The guy said that now he will test their endurance in order to find out how strong or weak they are. These creatures began to get even angrier. After all, no one had ever said that before, but now they had a really good opponent. It was after these words that the beetles began, in which it is unclear who else won and who lost, because everyone will spend their efforts in order to stay alive. But this guy was just crazy, and with just one movement he was able to cut several monkeys at once, which were 3 to 4 times larger than a car. The general replied that he simply felt the energy flowing in his body, although everything was almost clear from her eyes. The guy replied that he was more outstanding than he could even imagine and that, unfortunately, he was the very awakened one about whom it was impossible to talk. But the truth was that he was in a completely different group, and according to the convention, he does not have the right to act in the gate from the other side. The guy replied that he should do what he was told, otherwise then he would be in trouble and the general would show him what the real experience of a very smart and strong person was. He also told him that if he refuses, he will die immediately, and this convention cannot be more valuable than his life. The guy began to worry very much, and finally he was able to understand who is really in charge here, and he immediately needs to do something with people. He understood that even though they say in the world that there are many strong creatures, you must always understand that there is a person or creature who will always be stronger than you. If you really calculate everything as it logically is, then he is a high-level person who even lived a long time ago and entered the top 200. But why does no one know him? The stranger understood that if there were no more awakened people here, then he agreed, because otherwise he would simply be killed and he would not have a single chance to stay alive. Our hero said that everything was just fine, and while he was fighting he should take care of others, otherwise he didn't even argue with him and simply accepted his order that would need to be carried out. The awakened one said that how can he know that at the gate of the level above, monsters begin to fall indiscriminately from all sides, and the guy who went into battle did not understand what he was talking about. The awakened one could not understand that this was really true and that such a strong person could not understand such basic things. He explained to him something. The man who was purple called himself a coordinator, and his code name contains information about this gate that others really need. If you think logically, the first letter indicates the strength of these monsters. If the rank was even a little lower, then even those dead people would be able to cope with the monster and awaken. The middle number indicates the type of mission, security, and the rest. And in this case, 1 is security. And the last letter means the complexity of this place, and is determined by the number of participants, and the fewer there are, the higher the level. If this is the case, then the level of difficulty is uniform for the number of participants. The awakened one began to ask this man whether he was able to understand everything that he explained to him, and he, without even thinking, said that yes, and he was just resting all this time, because for him this was not a problem at all, because he understood that he could cope with people. The awakened could not understand whether this person was fooling around or whether he really did not know how basic things that absolutely every schoolchild in this district knows. The awakened one began to ask this man what his name was, and he answered as usual in order to hide his real name. The guy told him that today was the first day, so the monsters attacked only the first attacker, that is, him. But tomorrow absolutely anyone could become a target, and then no one would be able to avoid the battle. The awakened one said that he would take command and try to hold out so that he would have to deal with the monsters as quickly as possible. Wagyu understood that this was a really good option, and so he didn't even argue. But the awakened one began to think and replied that the level depends on the monster and its strength. He also said that as the level increases, experience points are also measured in geometric progression, which is really very interesting because this is mathematics. The awakened one could not understand why the guy continued to ask him about this. After all, if he really doesn't know anything, then it is simply virtually impossible that he is so strong without such information. People began to ask the awakened one how difficult the level was, but they all wanted to understand what they should expect and how best to move. The awakened one understood that clearing it with 2 awakened ones was simply impossible, so one must understand that one would have to really try hard. And even if he shows incredible strength and kills everyone, most civilians will die and there is simply no option. The news said that 5 days had already passed since the new gates appeared at the Sully station, which is a logistics center. The correspondent said that scientists, with the help of membership in a special office, always predicted the new appearance of the gates. However, these could not be recorded and such an incident occurred for the first time. They also said that this is officially indicated as a level D gate and all participants are civilians. Unfortunately, there is a high chance that they will not survive. The rest the correspondent began to ask how many people are now hostage because he wanted to understand how serious everything could be. They said that they don't know how many homeless people there were, so it's difficult to give an exact figure and presumably about 200 people. Unfortunately, there is practically not a single awakened person among them. Unfortunately, the clearance percentage is extremely low, brother. And if within the next 48 hours they cannot complete the mission, the gate will simply explode and destroy everything around. The chief began to ask how the evacuation of people from an obstacle within a radius of 2 kilometers was going on, and the person who was monitoring all this indicated that there was no one left within 1 kilometer. But those who were within a radius of 2 kilometers refused to evacuate. The general understood that before, the enemy's explosion rarely went beyond 1 kilometer, so it's really not that scary and they need to think about what they should do next. The general said that with such numbers you can go crazy and their lives will end, and they are worried in business. But managers will not go to work differently from ordinary workers. He also asked the deputy to write that they insist on evacuation. Reporters will arrive in 2 hours and if they show that there are calls, they will write an article there that the company does not care. The deputy accepted all his decrees. And most importantly, he said that he should quickly find out the identity of the homeless person, because he must make sure exactly who he is. The assistant said that he was a graduate of the police academy. He was now 43 years old and fully ready to serve. He also reported that the junior lieutenant was from the same academy as him, so you can safely rely on him because of his high sense of justice. He was ingloriously demobilized, although his comrades respected him. The chief indicated that it would be very good if he took it upon himself to clear the gates so that people would not die. The assistant also said that the man from the country of clothes who was standing next to him had no information because he was really very strange and secretive. The deputy also said that he thought that the search would not be difficult, and the clothes were from his country. However, nothing could be found, as if he appeared out of nowhere. On camera, it arouses very strong suspicion because he really seems like some kind of unusual person, otherwise he may not even be human at all. The general said that all the people who were nearby fell into the gate, so it would be impossible to find out anything. They could only wait for the opening of this gate, which would happen very soon in 2 days. How long ago, unfortunately, they are all already possibly dead, because there it is really unclear what could happen at any moment. Some time later there were 2 hours left before the brothers' closing and for safety reasons the reporters were evacuated because they would be broadcasting from a camera installed inside the station. Even in the school itself they asked everyone to pray for people to survive because this anomaly can never just disappear. All the media have indicated that now there is indeed a very alarming situation with which people should try to cope with how the gates will act. The reporters were very nervous and said that there was very little left for them to close and therefore every person on Earth began to get nervous. There are those they know or are close to. As soon as the reporter said one thing, a stream began to flow through his body. After all, he understood that homeless people could die with practically nothing. A very powerful explosion began to form above this dome, and people began to get nervous because they understood that very soon corpses could appear from there. They tried to monitor this whole process very carefully so as not to give any slack, because if they can organize this, they are unlikely to ever win. The main thing was that he couldn't understand why the gate hadn't exploded yet, because he was watching all this on cameras and felt that something was clearly wrong here. There is a chance that they managed to clear this rank after all. But it really seems almost impossible because it was not an easy wound and almost the very last. Thank you with which these gates began to open, it turned out to be simply abnormal, which means that these people, even if they land, may not survive. Fortunately, all these people returned back and they were saved due to the fact that they all fought like real warriors. The awakened could not understand what was wrong with this guy, why he was able to cope almost single-handedly with so many monsters and then disappeared while exiting the gate. They really hoped that it was just their dream, But unfortunately or fortunately this was not the case at all. What seemed above was simply unreal and people could not believe that they could really survive, although the chance was very small. The guy landed and couldn't believe that it was even real and how they could come up with it. This guy understood that this was really some kind of miracle, and so he left so as not to cause a commotion. But now he doesn't know what to do. He continued to walk around the city and realized that now he would come up with something and could earn money and buy this thing that flies. A few seconds later, someone is walking down the street wearing some very strange sneakers and shoes that he has probably already seen before. The guy was simply in shock and could not believe that this was really what was in front of his eyes. He was really scared to believe his eyes, because he saw the man who had gone to enter the gate a long time ago, and abandoned him and did not return after a very long time. A few minutes later the man turned around and thought that someone was calling him. Not that what he would see next would simply turn him into shock and he would be able to believe his eyes. The general was very happy when he saw his ward, who had left him a long time ago, and was also afraid that he would never see him alive again. The man understood that he smelled fried and could not excuse himself from his seat because he was shocked. But he understood that he needed to do something about it. That is why the man began to run with all his might, because he understood that now there would be a very difficult conversation in which they would discuss why and who did so. The man screamed with all his might to be saved. And this guy understands that he has not changed at all and therefore wanted to punish him. He fell out of love and asked him what right he had to run away from him, and why he didn't learn from his mistakes at all. Now he has absolutely no place in this world. The general did not understand what was happening and tried to stop this devil who thought that he could get away from him so easily. The guy couldn't understand why his friend became so clumsy, as if he had never practiced martial arts, because he really moved very poorly. In his past life, this man ran very fast that he could even catch one with his flight speed in only 10 to 15 entries, because he really moved very fast. The man began to think that most likely it was not him, and his face seemed similar. Only he raised it a little, and his stomach appeared, or maybe everything was much worse. Namely, that this man simply lost his energy, thanks to which he was famous and with the help of which he overcame the most difficult difficulties. The old man ran with all his might and couldn't believe his eyes that now he had met this man who he definitely didn't want to meet. After he ran over to him, he was completely frozen and he could not believe that in front of him was the leader whom he had lost many years ago. The man couldn't understand how this leader could use martial arts, and how he lost his internal energy when he got here, and the leader didn't understand what he was talking about. And after that, he very strongly said that he admits that even after recognizing him, he tried to escape, and after such words the man was really able to understand that it was his leader who always punished him for such behavior. The fat man understood that if he remained silent, they would simply kill him, and therefore he had to come up with something to save his ass. The man began to bow at his feet and said that he was very pleased that he again met with his leader, whom he had not seen for a very long time, because of whom he missed him very much. People didn't understand what was going on with this man. Why did he start behaving this way? Most likely, he was filmed by a hidden video camera. People said that for the sake of views, crazy people will do absolutely anything. And the men were very ashamed, because he understood that he did not do this for the sake of views, in order to stay alive, because he understood that his life was now in the balance. He began to climb up to communicate with his leader, who really unexpectedly appeared in this world and he did not expect to meet him here at all. But suddenly, after a few seconds, the fat man fell to the floor again because he saw there something very dangerous for his life. He could not tell it to his eyes. He was able to understand that the strength of this man is very great, and even if he moves, he will die immediately. To become he will need the energy accumulated for exactly 60 years. The leader said that now they need to go to another place and talk in private since it was high time to discuss all the old matters that they had forgotten. They went into some cafe to sit and discuss what happened to everyone and why they were all acting so strangely now. Tolstoy understood that he would have to tell absolutely everything, namely that he had been here for 22 years since he had no one to practice the language with. It safely flew out of his head, as did the faces of many people except the leader of whom he could not forget. He knew that the last time he met, he was more than 30 and he had not changed at all, but on the contrary, he began to look better. Now he looks about 20 years old. I imagine we need to postpone until later to talk about what is happening in the world now. And this is exactly how the leader began the conversation. The leader said that today I will not tell him the very reason why he ran away from him. Now he will simply kill him instantly without any generosity. But the man could not understand how he said such words so simply. The man understood that he now needed to come up with something, and therefore he began to worry and sweat very much and come up with a story on the go. The general understood that they were trying to fool him, but the man said that after his arrival he saw his face for a long time and could not do anything about it. She also said that when he ran away screaming, his face disappeared like some kind of smoke, and unfortunately it was just an illusion that appeared before his eyes. As is known, according to doctors, due to the lack of opportunity to return home, he developed an angry spirit, or rather stress. He also said that the doctor said that if he avoided, he could be cured, so he began to run away in order to somehow save his mental health. The leader understood that this was truly a difficult situation, and a lot of time has passed since the last illusion. But lately he has been going through hard times. The man began to cry due to the fact that he buried special drops and began to say that he was scared by the fact that he might feel bad again. So he ran away and began to ask for forgiveness. He knew that if you think about it, he quickly learned the language with the help of technology. But he clearly had a hard time since he was one of the very first there, and he had to adapt to this world. It was necessary to understand that being alone could have a negative impact on him, since people did not understand why he looked so strange, unlike them. Unfortunately, the loss of energy was also collected for his joke, since he teleported consciously to some child who already had no energy before. He understood that now his core was devastated, but therefore he did not have any strength to continue the battle or to somehow move. While they were thinking about all this, the man who was the barista began to talk to them about something and asked them to be aware. They were asked to hurry up with their order since they had already been sitting for a very long time, which meant that they needed to order at least something in order to remain sitting in this place. Tolstoy began to show the menu to his friend and asked what he was going to do now, and the general was very surprised when he saw the menu. He became interested in what kind of place this was. The man said that they serve coffee here, and he was very surprised that most likely this man was in the cafe for the first time. But the leader said that he had been here for only 2 days, if not less, and therefore he had not been anywhere at all. Tolstoy was shocked that he was able to master the language in such a short time because he had to sit for a very long time to study it, and the leaders replied that they were taught special language recognition techniques. The man realized that most likely the leader came from the heavenly palace yesterday, and he replied that a little earlier. The barista was already starting to get nervous, and the man asked the two of them to order drinks, since this guy had been standing and staring at them for a very long time, and now he needed to earn money. The man wanted to explain to his friend the leader so that he would understand what the conversation was all about, but he said that there was no need to look out for me otherwise. He realized that since all the drinks were already in order, the very first one should be tastier to everyone, and that's why he chose espresso. And the man asked his friend if he had tried this type of coffee. Well, he answered that he didn't have time at all, and that's why he just tried it. The man told him to try it. He understood that this type of coffee was very bitter, and he was very interested to see the reaction. The leader began to drink this wonderful drink and wanted to start this as soon as possible, but he still did not know at all how bitter this kind was. After he tried, he did not show any emotion. And the man felt deceived and did not understand what was happening. He sat wondering why there was no reaction. But at first everyone seemed very bitter, but then he approached some. Suddenly, after a few seconds, he felt someone sneak into his brain and tell him not to say anything, but just listen. He couldn't believe that it was telepathy. The man said that it was me, you. Someone added his drink, so he was not at all going to continue drinking it because he understood what it was. He also said that I myself had only come here recently and that the enemies had not yet lived, so most likely their target was him, and therefore I needed to be more careful. He also said that judging by the absence of signs of adding poison, this was the work of professionals, and also said that he should present the drink to his lips, but under no circumstances drink it, otherwise he would die. He touched this drink with his finger. I saw that it was really complicated and there was something completely unusual on his finger. He couldn't say that he had already been poisoned, and if that was really the case, he needed to blink twice, and the man said to him that this was most likely the end. The guy, using telepathy, told him not to open his mouth, and the man explained to him that this was not poison at all and that this drink always tasted like that. After he dipped his finger into this cup, and for a moment his heart began to worry very much because he really thought that this was death. But the man replied that this was the effect of caffeine. He dropped this small drop on the table so that it would dissolve, and he saw this reaction, which was really cool. The leader began to worry very much and asked why they didn't use telepathy. Because the killer could be very close and very soon they could end their lives. And the leader assumed that most likely they were running, and most likely this is so. After all, he had already been a sufficiently experienced person for years who could calmly discern this. The man understood that his acquaintances had arrived quite recently and thought, but I used internal energy. I ruined the table in such situations. There will be many more in the future. It makes sense for me to get stuck on this. But suddenly the man began to worry very much and realized that he needed to talk about something important about him. He began to ask if the general had a place where he could stay, because he was completely without a home. Now it was time for him to find his family. But the man asked where exactly he decided to stay because he had absolutely no place for the given requirements. The guy extended his hand and pointed out that with his thumb he was pointing specifically at the fat man who had been his servant in a previous life. After he saw that the finger was pointed at him, he simply fell into shock and could not express with his own eyes that now he would have to take another person. The man said that he would rather find a home for him than take him in because he understood that he would have a lot of problems if he did that. The guy will really be a demon and said that he cannot deliver his subordinate with everything alone. Therefore, he will live with him to guide him. The man knelt down and said that it was absolutely impossible to visit him, and the leader said that he needed to think very carefully if she really wanted it that way. The man told him that he would pursue him. Then when he came home he would no longer be able to stop him, and the man understood that this was simply a hopeless situation. The man understood that he was missing, and he told him to let you spend it. Otherwise I could continue to live like this in a completely unpleasant way. He felt that he was simply crumbling into pieces. He already understood for himself that he was lost because this guy was truly abnormal. He couldn't understand what his wife and daughter would think if he came home to a stranger from the street. The leader hugged him and said that he was very glad that they were finally able to meet, but then he cried and realized that such is life. The weather was simply excellent and sunny, which meant that it was time to start a new day, which, as always, would be better than the last. The girl was sitting at the table and was very sad because she already understood that she had very little time left to study at this school. The girl could not understand how they were able to clear the level D gate without a single awakened person, because it is almost impossible to do. Classmates said that about 40 people were injured, and they say there was an unknown high-rank awakened person who is not as simple as everyone else. People believe that he received an unusual protection rune or skill, and with the help of this he became much stronger. The girl was very interested in this, and she wanted to learn more about it. After a few seconds, the man put his huge hand on the table and began to shout what was going on here because he didn't like it at all that people were discussing it. He shouted and said that the convention did not stipulate that those who awakened in Korea belonged to this side. I'm talking about the head of the Awakened Management Branch, and he looked very scared and angry. He got so angry that he came to the main leader to discuss all this because they wanted to completely discuss the whole situation that had recently happened. They were told that that strange guy single-handedly destroyed thousands of monsters and no one could believe it. But fortunately or unfortunately this was exactly the case. They also said that there was another awakened one from China, but he did not participate in the battle, which seemed very strange. But it was all because of one fact. On the 6th day there were so many monsters that absolutely everyone had to fight, and the battle was then life and death in order to understand who really deserved to go further. It was very difficult to fight, but they had to endure all these painful areas and lives in order to become what they wanted. This guy fought against them alone, but then help came to him. But still it doesn't really help since there were a very large number of monsters. The boss understood that the guy dealt with everyone alone and only 22 people were able to awaken, and because of these gates of level D above 178 people, 156 of them were still ordinary civilians. It really was a difficult mystery. But this fact goes beyond reason, and if he talks about it, he will be criticized by the world community, and everyone will think that this organization is up to something because they are giving out civilians as awakened ones in absentia. He understood that the existence of this guy named Wang Gyo is difficult to believe, but one must understand that this is the only strong argument that they can use for now. They understood that they would be able to get absolutely all the answers to their questions only when the same man who was 43 years old woke up, and this was the same person who was supposed to wake up then. The assistant began to ask what happened to the great empire that he had to go through the gates because he wanted to understand what the whole problem was and why he had to do this. The general said that there was nothing special about this and people could cope without him, because this was not a very difficult task. But the guy could not understand how the leader's departure did not cause general unrest. The advisor understood that his assistant leader most likely would not find a place for himself there since it was really very difficult to control such a large number of people. The general replied that, unfortunately, they were all already dead. And the advisor could not believe that this had even happened, because he thought that everyone lived happily there. Most likely a war had started, but no one would have gone against the empire. Maybe it was a civil war or an epidemic, and the men really didn't even know what to think. The leader said that none of this happened and they all died of natural causes, but the man could not understand why everything happened so strangely, and he was the only one left alive. The leader said that after he left, 90 years of laziness passed and his peers died one after another, as well as their children and grandchildren remained with him, but it was not the same at all. Unfortunately, his descendants considered him God who survived and was still able to overcome old age, despite the fact that all other people died. The man understood that now he was the only one left of his supporters, and now the two of them would have to conquer this world despite any difficulties, because 22 years had passed here. The teacher said that this was really quite a lot, and the man replied that compared to him, it was nothing at all, since as many as 90 years had passed with them, and here only 22. And the only question that worried absolutely everyone was why, after 90 years, the man still didn't repeat it, but only became younger. Although a lot of time had passed, and he looked perfect. The leader said that after the second reincarnation and the second return in time, he no longer ages. And for him, this is really considered some kind of natural miracle that always works. The man was delighted and said that in any case, those who were able to return to the past can be counted on one hand, and he was able to do it twice, which is what I expected from the leader himself. Another question that the man was very interested in was how he didn't lose energy when he passed through these gates and got into this world with him. The leader said that it would take a long time to explain, but it couldn't be done without it, and now he is restoring it in order to later save it and use it only for the necessary purposes. Unfortunately, the man no longer had any energy left, and his leader understood this perfectly well, because now he is an ordinary person. The man wanted to find any chance to restore energy because he understood that this was the only thing that gave him the strength to become better and act correctly in this world. The leader replied that he could do it. And why not? But the energy here is polluted, so cultivation most likely will not be beneficial since there are a lot of factories and machines. That's why he didn't do it. Although maybe there is a clean place somewhere here where you can completely relax and trust nature to take away at least a little strength. The man could not believe that this was still possible, and he was very happy because he understood that this would give him a chance for a future life. The man began to persuade him and said that he would do absolutely everything to make everything work out because he felt that this could really give him good chances for the future. After that, the guy asked if he could stay with him, and the man replied that if he could return his strength, then he could do absolutely whatever he wanted in this world. The man also began to ask him if he had met some strange type at the gates of the heavenly palace, because he was really very interested in this. He also said that it was more like a dream, so he no longer remembers the details at all, and only the fact that this guy took his energy made him remember it. The leader said that he already remembers that guy, and he also met him, and unfortunately he took away more than half of his strength since he fought with him. The man was very upset because he understood that most likely his leader's strength had been taken away, but he replied that not everything was so simple and he spent this energy fighting him in order to stay alive. And unfortunately, the energy was not restored. After this, The man could not believe that his leader was fighting with that terrible guy who was of enormous size, and it would have been better not to appear against him at all. The leader could not understand at all how this man did not understand the details at all. And the man began to be very afraid and said that because of this he was only more scared, so he asked not to be frightened. He understood that even though he was weaker than the leader, he was called a brilliant martial artist for a reason. But he took away his powers so easily that he couldn't even understand how this happened. The man continued to be very nervous and said that at that time he even thought that this man was a god. But the leader explained to him that there was no way a god would lose. Man, although he needs to find out more information as quickly as possible, he doesn't believe that he was able to defeat this big guy who was able to take away his life force in a matter of seconds. And that's why he wanted to be told in more detail. The leader said that he wanted to take away his energy, so he fought seriously, and there was no other choice but to put everything on the line and fight to the last. He said that this battle without sleep and food lasted a month, and he was sure he won. That's why he said so. This unusual head answered him that if he kills him, he will be trapped outside this place, and then he will have to die with him, despite all the fact that he tried to escape. The leader was enthusiastic then and therefore said that he had not thought about it at all yet. But anyway, he would die first, and he was not at all interested in what he was talking about. This monster couldn't believe that this crazy person really wanted it, because if he really killed him, then he would end up in a very bad situation and would lose in any case. The leader said that he was only conveying a message and did not feel any emotions, so he needed to be more careful with his words because he really was talking nonsense. The leaders moved forward with all their might in order to pierce the head of this creature with his sword. He wanted to end it as soon as possible. After that, the guy stuck the ball into his head in order to pierce it through and understood that now she seemed to be trapped. But he knew that his words were also not an empty phrase. After he stuck his sword into his head, a very strong explosion was formed that began to destroy absolutely everything around him. The leader felt that very soon he would begin a new life in which he would not have a step back, and he would have to completely come to terms with this. The charge that formed was indeed very dangerous, and not every person would be able to react so calmly to it. He only moved forward in order to go into a new world, because he understood that this was really the future that would give him strength. The leader said that it happened somehow like this, and it seems there was something else, but he no longer remembers the full details. Therefore, Makar can only say this. But suddenly, after a few seconds, he remembered something very important, namely, that his sword remained there, and for him this is really a big loss. He said that this is a holy sword that symbolized the cult of the heavenly demon, and the sword itself has nothing to do with this. But the leader himself led a detachment, and needed an enterprise to enrich his strength, and this particular sword was the most suitable. The leader said that it was a very pity, because he was the only one of his kind. But nothing can be changed. The man did not understand at all how he reacted so calmly to all this, because she said it as if it were not a sword but a travel card. The man also asked how he would continue to move without his sword. With the help of it he invited force. And the guy replied that this refers to secret techniques, but with the technique of 12 seconds of the first and second half there will be no problems. The man realized that the leader had lost 90% of the beginning, 10% of something else, and he replied that it was possible, but now he realized that his sound capacity was almost empty. The man wanted to know what 10% he had lost then. And the leader replied that he didn't know at all. And for him it was just some kind of bullshit. Tolstoy replied that if it really were so, he would simply choose the energy, and maybe it wouldn't be something trivial. The leader replied that it was possible, but he was able to protect the world with his energy, so there is no problem. After a few seconds, the man realized that most likely the conversation was about the thickness of his hair, and it was precisely this 10% that he had. The man showed that he was starting to get bald, and he really wanted that if he regained his energy, then this hair would grow back because he wouldn't at least be bald. The leader began to examine his hair and did not understand how this was possible. After all, this man had very thick hair, and the man asked how he restored this ability. His teacher said that he killed all the monsters in the gates at the station of all the hives, and with the help of this he was able to get the thickness of his hair back. Finally, The man was able to understand everything and realized that it was his teacher who cleared this city and saved many, and the leaders replied that it was his energy that was restored with each increase in level, so he had to work hard. The man stood up and said that they had almost lost, but first they needed to go shopping for something very important. The guy began to skin his tongue in order to understand what this shopping meant because he did not know the youth words that appeared in this century. The man replied that this gentleman's clothes are too conspicuous. Therefore, they need to be changed immediately, and also give him a new name since he said his fake one. The man realized that his teacher was much smarter than he could have imagined, and he did absolutely everything right for his reputation. The camera watched all this and the man said that they should not attract the attention of the special services or the government because then they would have really big problems. It was already too late as the camera was watching them and scanning them, which meant that the information had already been transmitted in order to find out as much information as possible about the people. As everyone knows, this awakened person who surpasses ordinary people in physical strength has unusual skills and is also called those who were chosen to fight evil. Basically, such people are very valuable to the state, so the government of the company provides them with multiple privileges and a comfortable life. The only thing the awakened must do is follow the rules of the government and special services that have always indicated how they should live. The leader was finally able to understand why his envoy had been speaking all this time, and realized that they wanted to join him to some group because he did not understand why he needed this. As everyone knows, that is, the awakened one, I managed to agree that the special service is using force and so on. They really feel uneasy. You need to understand that if our leader who never follows the rules and the service that controls absolutely everyone meet, of course the leader will simply defeat everyone. But you also need to understand that if the use of force does not work, they will decide to put pressure on one of the relatives. And if one of the relatives is under pressure, it will be terrible. The man understood that he was the very relative who would be put under pressure, and therefore he immediately wanted him to join the special service. The man understood that he needed to protect the leader and his family, but he did not know how to do it correctly, and in the meantime the man could get dressed. It was better not to look at his teacher and realize that it was much better there, because now he looks really good for such a person who has practically never dressed like that. The leader began to look at these clothes and realized that they were really made of interesting material. After all, he had never encountered anything like this before. The leader wanted to ask what his subordinate was holding, but the man replied that there were some things here that his daughter asked for. The leader began to ask what his daughter's name was and he answered that her name was Sang So-yoon. The leader understood that most likely this daughter was probably very cute since she looked like him, and the man said that she was not only cute, but also very beautiful, and many were talking about whether to become idol or compete for the title of Miss Korea. But suddenly the man noticed that the leader was in some strange style and he was acting kind of sweet all the time, and the leader replied that he was just a city, because he had lost his strength and remained in a world where no one could understand him, but he was able to start a family and live a decent life. This really touched the man's heart and soul because he understood that now for the first time someone began to appreciate him. The leader also asked if he had a job. The man was glad that they finally asked him about this, and said that he was the president of a construction company, and it cost him a lot of money and his career. The leader realized that if he is the president, it means he has money and the man is what he has enough, and showed his credit card which looked really very confident, and asked the leader if he wanted anything. The leader understood that he now needed a computer that had been melted down for him, and that's why he wanted someone to buy it for him. Meanwhile, recently in a cafe there was one funny incident that still needed to be remembered. The waiter noticed smoke coming out of the computer, and he did not understand at all what was happening and began to get very nervous, and the manager could not do anything about it. The manager could not understand how the computer could have melted, but he was told that most likely someone had poured something on it. The manager began to get very nervous, and Christian said that there were also marks on the other tables, which began to scare them very much. The man understood that he would have to buy all the basic equipment that he needed to have with him in order for his leader to feel comfortable. The guy didn't decide to find out how expensive beer and other alcohol were, because he really wanted to try it for a long time. After such words, the man was very surprised because he did not understand at all why the guy already thought that alcohol was expensive. The man started laughing and said that he would buy as much of it as he told him. And it didn't matter to him at all because the alcohol was very inexpensive. The guy said that there was something else interesting that he wanted, and the man replied that he could just buy it. The guy couldn't understand how he could so easily buy him this alcohol because it looked very expensive. But the man started laughing very hard and said that he was very rich. The guy pointed at the helicopter so that it was completely unexpected, so that the teacher really wanted himself. The leader told him that he wanted a helicopter. But the man couldn't understand whether he was joking or not, because a helicopter really costs a lot, and it was practically not a reasonable amount. The man was simply in shock and did not understand how this was even possible, and where he even got the money to get a helicopter. His subordinate began to make a fool of himself and said that if he was talking about a toy, then it was on the 3rd floor and they needed to go there. But the guy stopped and said that he didn't want a helicopter that he could ride inside. The man said that the price of a real helicopter is a little high, so most likely he won't be able to buy it. But before the man even had time to finish his sentence, the guy began to get very angry, and it was clear in his eyes that in a few seconds he could kill him. The leader began to ask how he was throwing his words around like that, and now he couldn't answer for them, and the man began to worry and get very nervous because he couldn't do anything because the guy was using force. The man shouted that his shoulder was about to fall off and also indicated that he would buy this helicopter, but very later. And the leader told him not to forget that he owed him a helicopter, and he simply removed his hand and said that of course he remembers everything. The man said that now he needed to go home, but the guy couldn't understand why so quickly because he still didn't know anything about his life and he needed to find out as much as possible. The man replied that he would tell him everything on the way, because first he needed to agree on something, and in order to bring the leader to his home he needed a reason for this. They got into the car that the president of the construction company had because he would already be a very rich man, and so they were driving home to introduce him to his new family. They had almost arrived and the man felt nervous because you understand now he will have to explain why he even took home some leftist person. While they were driving, the man said that he was using all his brains to come up with a story for the leader, and he was very worried that everything would be all right. A little time passed and they stopped, and the leader began to ask if this was his real house. The house was really very large, and it seemed that it cost quite a lot to maintain it. The leader said that it seems that his salary seems to be generally small because the house was very small. And the man could not withstand such words at all, otherwise you would criticize yourself even more. He couldn't believe how he now has the right to compare his house with a heavenly palace, because it's practically heaven and earth since it all happened in different eras. The man also explained that such a mansion is considered very rich and expensive, and the leader said that he finally understood everything and there was no need to get angry right away. The leader also said that a small house is not a reason for embarrassment, you just need to use more power to move to another one. But the man simply began to be torn into pieces by such words. The man said that it was time for him to go inside and also answered a very interesting question about who he is, and now he is his nephew. He cannot be told anything to him, or his wife. The man understood that when they were in the extermination group we were taught spy ethics, so it would not be so easy to reveal him. The man understood that of course the leader in this good thing. He became famous not only in martial arts but also in other matters. That's why he was revered, and now he is already calm. The man told him that it was time to go inside and they were ready to meet a new family, and the guy would have a new life. The man shouted that it was time for him to go inside because he already felt that this was his nephew whom he loved very much, and whom he had left to live at home. They followed forward in order to get inside because there was already a new palace in which to live was indeed very prestigious. But the leader did not appreciate it. As soon as he walked in the yard, he saw that there was a fountain there and understood to himself that even though this yard was small, it looked very nice. That's why he liked it here. His wife met him after work. I was very happy that he had finally returned home, and not alone. This woman was happy when she saw that now they even have guests, and she would even like it, nothing as she loves guests. The man said that this was his nephew and he asked him to say hello to his wife because it was somehow rude to stand silently. Yusung looked at this lady and realized that he really made good choices to soak the child in an hour with her. The guy said that he was the nephew of his mother's brother, and he greeted her, and called him Yu Sung, and the guy began to fall and bow at his feet so that it was completely stupid and unacceptable. The man stood in shock. I didn't understand why he was starting to behave this way. He was very ashamed that now he would have to explain why his nephew was so stupid. The man understood that he needed to take the initiative into his own hands in order to solve all this now without any personal and strange problems. The man began to get nervous and said some nonsense. He understood that now he would have to tell this story so that his wife would really accept this nephew and he would live with them for a while. While he was telling this story, he was very nervous, and now he began to drip with his head because he was very worried and wanted his wife to allow his nephew to live with him. The wife watched his reaction and understood that now she would really have a hard time since there is another person in the family. It's always different. The man already thought that, unfortunately, he had failed his task and now he would have to do something with this man who appeared from another world. But his wife was a holy woman and said that everything is fine and he has every right to live with them, and for them this is not a problem at all. The husband was shocked by this and did not understand how this was even possible, because he thought that now he would have to look for a new home for his master. The man couldn't understand why she agreed so easily, because even though it was his request, he still couldn't understand why she reacted to it so simply. But the woman said that it wasn't a problem for her. He can't kick out his only blood relative, who just recently turned out to be alive and also looking good. The man understood that his wife really made him happy due to the fact that she was able to solve everything with him so easily. He felt comfortable. All that stress that was caused by the leader went somewhere far away because love was able to compensate for everything. The wife said that she herself would give the things for the girl because she needed to explain that now she had an uncle with whom she could now communicate. The man understood that even though the alibi he had come up with was plausible, she still believed it, and he really managed to meet a very good person who would accept him as anyone. It was very touching, and he thanked his wife because he would try to quickly return to his strength in order to become the best kind of himself for her. His wife understood that she was not a fool at all, that you would believe such a thing, and that he was so naive, but fortunately very sweet. His wife is a really good woman who supports him in any problem. His wife began to ask how old his nephew was, because she wanted to get to know him as closely as possible because she understood that this was not his nephew. The guy started to say 100, but the man understood that everything needed to be changed as quickly as possible, and said that he was the same age as their daughter, who was 18 years old. His wife decided that if he was the same age as their daughter, then he would probably go to school with her since he was her age. His wife introduced him in front of his nephew and said that her name is Yu Hai Young, but for him he can just be an aunt, because she doesn't like being treated officially. He understood all this and knelt in front of her, just like it was customary to do this in ancient times, but he didn't understand at all how to behave at this time. They were in the hallway and said that very soon their daughter would come here and they would just meet. After all, it was time a long time ago, but the man was very nervous. His wife went upstairs to take their daughters shopping to the wind. She understood that only she had to tell about this new guy who came into their house quite by accident. The man told the leader not to talk so formally, because he could be discovered so easily, but the leader didn't understand at all, because she is his aunt and he does everything according to old traditions. The man could not understand that he was communicating so strangely a long time ago, when they were in the 15th century. Tolstoy understood that they would be revealed so easily, so he asked that in any case he should no longer use such words and that he should now speak in youth terms like everyone else does. The wife could not understand what was happening here because her husband said that he had lost his entire family after a terrible accident. She was very interested in where this nephew came from and who he was talking so strangely. It was necessary to understand that even though he is now the president of a construction company, at the beginning of their relationship he was ordinary then at work who worked with all his might to somehow feed himself. It was then that many things confused her about him, and there was a feeling that it was as if he was not from this world at all, and he was not even familiar with the culture of Korea. One day, 3 low-ranking awakened ones who were at odds with the intelligence services suddenly invaded a construction site and captured the workers. He couldn't stand it then and got very angry with them because you can't. He needs to protect everyone who was dear to him. He was only able to defeat 3 awakened ones with a wooden stick and looked really very strong and dangerous because he proved this whole thing. People could not understand how they could cope with them. After all, they were awakened, and he was just something of a worker who spent all his strength to somehow achieve something in this world. The guy then said that they didn't know how to use their own power at all, and that's why he was able to easily defeat them, which seemed like some kind of phenomenon. It was after that day that she began to closely monitor him, as a result of which she managed to find out something that was a shock to her. She understood that her husband came from the north, and that is why he is so different and feels completely different, and, unlike other people in Korea, he behaves differently. At first she was very worried about this, but later he broke off all ties and began to live for the sake of his family. But now that this guy has appeared, everything can change. She could understand that most likely this child is an agent from the north, and maybe he met somewhere by chance, because for relatives they are too different and not at all similar to each other. The leader began to ask him why he, as the head of the family, should ask permission from his wife because it seems something strange. The man said that there are slightly different attitudes in this world. There are no kings or emperors, and here everyone has equal rights, so this is the right approach to the people. The leader could not understand who rules the country then. And the man replied that every few years people vote to choose a new king so that he can at least somehow make decisions for the country. The leader was able to understand that all this was done for the sake of people's lives. After all, if they had not come up with this, then the king would still be there. Tolstoy realized that, in general, this is how it is, and it will be too difficult to explain it to him for now. Let's leave everything as it is, and then he will delve into this whole life himself. Tolstoy said that this system where the opinions of others are respected is called democracy, and here it is widespread in many places, even in families, and the leader finally understood everything. His wife watched as her husband told the most banal concepts to this guy, and she really began to guess that this man was from the north because he was behaving somehow very, very strangely. She was very worried because she understood that if he doesn't know what democracy is, then there are no options. This man from the north, after all, people are not so stupid as not to know such basic concepts. The man said that there was something else that he should say to warn him in this dangerous world where there are a lot of different things. He got very angry and told him not to even dare think about his daughter since she was like his wife in appearance, and her nature did not deprive her. The leader began to ask about his daughter, whether she looked like his wife, and he very threateningly replied that yes, but the leaders could not understand why not like him. The leader understood all these problems and said that this would definitely not happen since he gives his word and understands that this is a really sore subject for him. And suddenly he understood what she was saying. He had already seen the face but did not show it because he understood that most likely the leader would not keep his promise. Suddenly he remembered one very interesting moment, when they were still serving in the army, and then everything was completely different for him because those were different times. One warrior shouted that the leader of the demonic cult was destroying the peace in this world and it was necessary to deal with him immediately so that he would no longer exile his nose. The leader stood on the mountain, and the warriors shouted to him to obey the emperor's decree and fall to his knees in front of them so that he would not resist and would survive. Such words made him laugh very much because he has never fallen on his knees in front of anyone because he considers it stupid. The leader said that he promised that he would never touch her because he was a solo man who did not like to betray his friends. The man understood that he makes such a face only when he is trying not to laugh, and his daughter, even on the street, received many business cards from the company, and at his boyfriend's school everyone lined up for her. Although what can a leader who came from a completely different city know about this? But to be precise, he came from a completely different world. The man said that his wife was beautiful, but the leader did not understand anything and was surprised. The man began to ask him, "Doesn't he think she's beautiful?" Such words made him very angry, and the man felt somehow uneasy and understood that he would have to have a good talk with the leader. The guy said that he doesn't judge people by their appearance at all because he understands that the most important thing for him is the soul and what's inside a person. The leader was very angry and could not understand why the man was poking him because he was only 50 years old and he was already over 100 and he had absolutely no right to talk to him like that. He said that his wife was very beautiful. There were simply different standards of beauty here, and what was considered beautiful in the world where they were would be very scary. The guy finally understood everything, The man began to get even more nervous because he didn't like the fact that one of the best people he knew was treating him like that. The man closed his mouth and told him not to slowly say that his wife was very beautiful because he wanted to hear it from another person, in order to complete this interrogation, and you were already very tired of it. But the man could not calm down because he considered his wife the most beautiful. It was really when he was simple in the police where it was necessary to answer only the truth, and the leader said that his wife was different. The leader said that she was very scary and apologized. And the man who was in the form of a policeman said that now he must immediately get out of this house. The leader told him to think well enough. On the contrary, this is considered a good example for him not to stare at his wife. He said that if his wife is ugly to him, it means she definitely won't be interested in him, and everything will be just fine with them. The man finally understood everything, and here he really was right. So this is only for the better, and you need to understand that everything that happens to them next should remain with them forever. Meanwhile, at the airport everything was very stable as always since it was an ordinary weekday when flights departed. There was a man sitting at this airport who was quite an important person who had to be treated with respect. This man in the suit said that he was very sorry that he kept them waiting because he was a little late. Some very important person told him to sit down immediately because he wanted to discuss all the problems that had been organized as soon as possible. The man began to say that his mother was Korean and he got the list of participants into the gates of the Seoul station, right? This man replied that everything was so, and the more important one said that he should report everything immediately because he belonged to special services where it was necessary to tell absolutely every detail so that they knew every detail. He said that he ended up there by pure chance, and at first everything was completely different, and he did not expect that everything would be like this. This guy began to tell absolutely everything so that he was in that place to tell all the strange things that happened. What he told the intelligence services seemed simply unreal, and they could not believe that it all turned out to be true, and now what he is saying is completely nonsense. And the leader of this special service was very interested, and wanted to see how strong that person was and what level he had. The man who was then at that station suggests that this guy is more than level 200 and he is much stronger than all those he has seen before, which is simply unrealistic. The leader of this special service could not understand how a teenager of such a high level could even exist in this world, because no one had ever done this before. It was even very strange that he knew nothing at all about the system, although this is unlikely, but perhaps he happened to lose his memory, but it would have looked somehow very stupid. The leader of this special service said that it was unlikely that such a thing could have happened at all, and the person who told him this did not understand why this was so. He said that if you chop the remains will remain on the knife, and it would be funny if that day they didn't turn out to be as thick as the juice itself. The leader of the special service said that today he will now work in the 5th Department for Citizen Security, and the team has not yet been formed. But it is only a matter of time. He was shocked that he was appointed to the Citizen Security Department, and did not understand at all why everything was happening like this, and why protect citizens at all. It was necessary to understand that the responsibilities of people from this department include leaving traces of manipulation, intimidation, bribery, murder, and this is also the most important position in the services, and there is no place for an ordinary supporter. The guy couldn't understand why it was him, and the leader of the special service said that the goal of detachment number 5 had already been completely clear for a long time, namely, to eliminate the person who arranged all this quite recently, because he was a difficult teenager. It had to be destroyed at any cost so that they could continue to exist at all, because otherwise they would suffer very much from this. They continued to stay at home and rest, because today was a really hard day for them, and it was time for them to rest. When they went to bed, the wife began to ask her husband something very important because she understood that not everything was so smooth here. She said that it would probably be difficult for this guy in the new house, and therefore it would be better for everyone to sleep together now. And the man was perplexed by such words. Then he realized that it would probably be better this way, so they shouldn't worry. In his heart, he understood that there was no one kinder in this world than his wife. That is why he, already very sleepy, walked up the stairs in order to go to bed with his leader. After all, this is how his wife showed him to him. He began to meet in the room in order to get there and go to bed with him to explain to him how it is generally customary to do this correctly. The leader didn't understand why he came and opened the door before he even had time to knock, so it was very strange, and he didn't expect this to happen at all. The man couldn't understand how he knew that he was coming, and couldn't he hear their conversation when he was communicating with his wife. Such words offended him a little, and he began to ask his friend if he thought he was being tactless because he opened the door when he felt his presence. After that, he was able to remember something very interesting about how the leader could recognize all sounds within a radius of 500 m, which was quite a lot. And for him it didn't matter at all, but he could recognize and went about it, and everything that I could get his hands on. He could also hear even the footsteps of insects at such a great distance, which was simply something amazing, and he didn't worry at all. He understood that in order not to go crazy from such an amount of sound, he tried to train and control the flow of information in order not to go completely crazy. Of course, it was unpleasant to realize that if he wanted, he could hear everything. But suddenly the man began to ask if he liked this room, because he wanted to know how the leader generally felt. He said that what they call the bed is actually very soft, and he liked it very much, and did not expect that this would happen at all. The leader said that this is just an amazing world. There are so many things that make a person's life easier, and no one could believe that this would ever happen. The man said that instead of martial arts, people developed in science. And the guy replied that this interests him most of all, because science really gives strength. But he was also very upset because it was not for him why there were no martial arts here. Was the knowledge about them lost? The man said that most likely they were not here in the first place. The man began to ask if the leader recognized this place, and he said that you have his house, which he built thanks to the fact that he became president of the company. But the man replied that not at all, and this is a different place on the map. He said that this is the southern capital from the world where they once were, and they just moved several thousand years forward. He said that in 1392 the country from where they came was formed in this place, and in 1910 the Korean Empire, and the Republic of Korea appeared, in which they now live. He realized that this was the Republic of Korea, namely 2022, and such words surprised him very much because he could not expect that this would ever happen. Finally, he was able to understand that now they are in the future, because there really are a lot of new objects that he has never seen before. If you think about it, this world is very different from the place they had here. A very small house of coffee with poison, various special services, and hair loss. The man asked if the gentleman remembered the very day when he met the first emperor of the Ming dynasty. This was the same founder of the country of Ming. The leader could not understand why this particular emperor was considered the first, because before him there was a very good and strong commander whose name was different. Unfortunately, his name is not mentioned among the princes. He has a theory that their measures were created as twins, but at that moment something changed very quickly and became very strange. The man could not understand why I would disappear in one of these worlds, and energy is what gave them the incentive to grow further, become stronger every second. The guy said that it was just incredibly cool. But the man didn't understand his logic, and wanted to get away from here as quickly as possible because he thought that this guy was crazy. The man wanted to ask the gentleman what about these brothers, because for increasing the level they give something similar to internal energy, and they say that no one knows the reason for the appearance of these gates. The guy began to ask the man if he had ever been to these gates, because he wants to understand what he can talk about with him. The man said that he had never been there since this is the usual work of the special services. Therefore, he should not go there. The guy said that the stats received for this can be exchanged for it, and if you have internal crew energy, then you can immediately change it. Unfortunately, the man didn't have that much energy to fight somehow, but he understood that this was not the end and he had to move on. It was necessary to understand that even the mere thought that all sorts of charm would be in his blood threw him into masturbation, so he did not try to cultivate, and he also blocked these particles with the help of energy. The guy decided that it was time to start returning energy to him since this was his very important person, and therefore said that it was time to go to bed so that he could do Chung Hell, namely the opening of blocked meridians. The man was shocked that this guy really wanted to do it all right with him, but he understood that it was completely unsafe and therefore he needed to take his time. They explained to him that this is a technique that allows you to get rid of blood clots by direct action on the veins. However, after this he can feel like a beaten dog. He felt that it was time for him to mentally prepare himself in order to start it all. But it was too late since the guy had already done everything. After a few seconds, the man passed out, and no longer felt his body at all since he was in a completely different space. This guy already understood that now he can do absolutely anything with this man, because now this is just his victim who will no longer be able to escape. The man understood that now it would really be very bad since he ran away from this leader and said nothing at all. The guy was ready to just mock him because for him it was a really interesting mission in which he would feel great. She said that he had to find out what the poison was giving him and how he could ignore it altogether. The guy continued to mock this fat man, and for him it was just heaven. The leader told him to calm down. After all, he does everything only for his sake. After all, if he stops doing this, then this fat guy will never be able to become the same. The brother's wife was already lying in bed and sleeping because she understood that now everything was good enough, and the guy was safe with her husband. Meanwhile, in the hospital everything was very stable. But no one could decide what happened that day when the guy was able to deal with all this army himself. The man who served in the special services understood that now it would be time for him to testify. But he did not understand at all how this was possible. He thought that if he looked at the status window, it was not a dream and he really woke up, but he felt completely different. A few seconds later, as he realized that he had already recovered, a man who was one of the most important people in this city came to him. It was the deputy leader and the leader himself who had high weight in ruling this city and managing everything that could not be talked about. These people said that they had not seen him for a long time, and this was the 62nd graduation from the police academy in which he had to study for several years. The victims didn't understand why it was so dark here and the light bulb could have burned out, but he didn't understand why everything really looked so strange here. The man who was wearing a huge hat said that at the moment he is the head of the special service. You understand that now he definitely has no time for him, but he needs to ask a few questions. A little time passed and they were already able to fully find out all the information they just needed to get, and they understood that most likely this was true. They couldn't believe that some teenager could clear a gate of such a high level on his own without asking one person for help. They understood that if their information was used with this story, it would be completely identical and converge one-to-one, which was just a really strange phenomenon. The deputy began to ask him that most likely he really already knew something and simply did not tell it to him. The leader said that he was still thinking about one very important matter, and he should study the information as best as possible, because it had been known about this new interesting guy for a long time. It was necessary to understand that this man was from another clan which, on the contrary, was against the intelligence service and was in opposition. They understood that this was really a person who could be a threat to him, and it was he who could wish them the worst. Therefore, they needed to deal with him as soon as possible. They began to imply that most likely this person was an awakened one from the opposition group of the intelligence services, and most likely he is their trump card. That is why there is so little information about this person, and now everything falls into place because his actions lack basic knowledge about the world. A strange thing is the manner of speech at the age of appearance. Everything fits together just perfectly. His ear itched so he doesn't react to it in any way except how to scratch it. Also, these people said that they should add one more criterion, namely his absolute strength, so they should call him a ghoul. After all, since the name lowers imagination and logic. The deputy was simply shocked by such words and said that his leader now fully deserves to be a general. The general told him not to relax himself at all. Now it's clear why he saved the civilians, and it was not without reason. Finally, his deputy at least understands something else in this situation, otherwise he already thought that he had taken a completely useless person with him. They understood that most likely this was just the beginning. They would have to learn a lot. After all, they still do not fully know what will happen next. The deputy was really starting to get very scared by all this, and he moved because he might not return to his family. Suddenly they were able to hear some very strange call at such a late time, and they did not understand where the sound was coming from. The assistant said that now they have received very valuable information. The target uses the provincial dialect, and with the help of this he becomes an unusual character. These people began to run as quickly as possible to the headquarters to tell all this information to their heads, which already know absolutely everything, and with the help of this they will be able to finish off this opposition. Meanwhile, In the construction company everything was stable as always, because there were exercises taking place, and they were also thinking about how to build new buildings. The company employees told the president that he had been looking very good lately, and they thought that they had now started taking vitamins. He said that everything was fine with him, and last time they said that he had become much taller, and the girl recently really said that he began to look very good. The men were truly stunning, and it was as if he could defeat absolutely everything that was around him. He thought that this was the same effect that formed after the teacher gave him a very strange technique that had a very strange name. It's been 10 months since the leader started living in his house, and at the moment he sits at the computer every day and does nothing at all except try to figure it out. It was as if he had sold his soul to TV and the internet, and there was simply no stopping him because he looked like some kind of zombie. He spent most of his time watching documentaries from National Geographic. He was really very interested in finding out what an earthquake was and other various cataclysms that formed when the earth began to change. What surprised him most was the fact that this earth was round, and he couldn't believe it at all, because when he first heard about it, he thought that the whole world had gone crazy. He said that he always knew that the earth was round. But the man didn't understand why he didn't tell him this before and was bluffing all the time. It filled him with what he said when he went to the Western lands, namely about what would happen to him if he stumbled and fell from the edge of the earth and could never return. The teacher then told him that the earth has no edge and he should relax because the planet is round, and it has always been and will be so. The man thought that these were just words of consolation, and the leader said that everything was different. But the man could not understand how, since they had not studied this before. He said that once upon a time he decided to rise as high as possible to look at this planet from all sides and understand what it looks like. It was then that he saw something that shocked him, because he could never believe that the earth was really round and that it would always be like that. The view was simply amazing. After all, he meant that he would never have been able to see this planet so well before. He couldn't believe that a person could even rise to the stratosphere, because it's simply physically unrealistic since you completely have all your organs until you rise. Although if he dealt with that guy at the gate, then there was nothing to be surprised about, and he should have understood that his teacher was indeed a very dangerous person. His second hobby was short stories and comics about martial arts. Although this was expected since the leader used to do it, it's even interesting that their worlds were very similar. The leader said that this means that there is still a person who was able to open the gate earlier. The man said that these comics reminded him not, that's why he read them often, because he understood that he would never return there at all, or he would return at the end of his life, although he would look after you. Unfortunately, when the leader saw that the main character looked much stronger than him, he began to do this impossible. Fortunately, the leader lived much more quietly than he had expected, and suddenly his daughter, with whom he had not communicated for a long time, finally started calling him. He picked up the phone to talk to his daughter because he hadn't talked to her about anything for a long time since his leader, with whom he spent his remaining days all the time, arrived. The girl started crying and said that his nephew was being bullied again at the bottom. And she did it very, very realistically, so that Dad would start to get nervous. The man began to ask his daughter what happened this time, because he understood that this was not the first time, and they always had some problems. Unfortunately, they fought all the time over the TV, because each of them wanted to watch it all the time, but no one wanted to give in to each other since it was their TV for two. They also fought all the time because everyone wanted to feel better, and it was just normal for them if they fought several times a day and for the same person. He understood that the girl would not have acted like that without a reason. Therefore, now he needs to go home again to find out what happened there, because he doesn't like it either. The girl said that he annoys her very much because she is already tired of leaving him all the time and adapting to his life. She couldn't understand how it was possible to sit down on just 2 whole trays of ice cream and not leave a single one. It was just piggish. She understood that in the North there was no such thing, but she also had to somehow respect the people who accepted you into this house and give you a new life. She got angry and said that she still couldn't forgive him because he was tired of acting just like a little child all the time and taking all the best things for himself. A few days ago they started telling her about her uncle who had just recently come to them, and he would have to stay and live with them. Still, her mother began to tell her who her father really was, and her daughter implied that he was just some kind of spy. And her mother said that her husband, or rather her father, and her daughters, along with their nephew, came from the north and, unfortunately, they were really spies. Suddenly she really realized that most likely this was true, because if you look at her dad, he really looks like a spy. Meanwhile, the manager of this construction company answered the phone from the president's daughter because she wanted to talk to her dad. The girl began to discuss the DNA paternity test because she began to worry very much that he was her father, and the manager was shocked by this. The girl realized that after she did a DNA paternity test, she realized that this was not his nephew and not his son. The girl realized that something was wrong here and therefore she needed to do something to find out who he really was, and so she went for a walk but had to return by dinner. She started to leave, and the guy continued to sit on the couch and watch TV because for him it was the most interesting thing. The girl really began to worry because all he does all day long is watch TV, play the computer and read comics, and perhaps because of this he has no friends in Korea. The girl said that the guy is really cute and needs to be treated better because he reminds her of a character from a Korean film. They showed on TV how now you will see the first steps of man on the moon, because then Armstrong stepped on the moon and planted the American flag. He was shocked by such information and could not believe his eyes that people could now easily get there without their superpowers. A few seconds later, the girl came to him to talk because she really liked him, but she wanted to find out who he really was and that he had forgotten here in the first place. He told her to move immediately because there was going to be a very important scene and she was disturbing him very much. She said that he couldn't even look him in the eye, and for her it turned out to be something very sweet. The girl asked him if he needed to buy something in the store because she would be going home soon. The guy said that he didn't need anything at all and continued to watch TV as people took their first steps on the moon because he was very interested in it. She said that this was very interesting because before that she had received more than 100 recognitions and offers from the company, and he was not the first to do something that was not at all interested in her. The girl started asking him how he liked her outfit, because she wanted to ask whether he liked this outfit or not, because today she is going for a walk with friends. The guy said that he didn't like this outfit at all, but he didn't say it directly, but said it all with some strange prehistoric name. The girl was very surprised because this was the first time she had heard such a compliment, and she didn't understand at all where this person was coming from, and why he was talking to her so strangely. Suddenly she was able to understand that this meant that there was one woman with a very scary face, and was usually used as a female. After this, she became very angry with him, and kicked him in the face because he had absolutely no right to say such things to her. The father began to return home because she was now very tired from work and understood that the girl now needed his help since she called him from work. The father started knocking on the door to go in and ask if everything was okay with his daughter, because he was very worried about her. He knocked, and the leader understood that his assistant was there now, and before he even had time to knock, he had already opened the door for him. To waste internal energy on such stupidity, it would have been much easier for him to open it with this hand. The father began to ask him why he ate all the ice cream for his daughter because it was completely ugly, and they agreed that they would completely share. He said that the ice cream was just lying there so he ate it, and he thought that she bought it for me just like that. The man told the leader that in this case he should apologize since this is a completely ugly act, and he must understand what he is doing since he is older than her, and could have given in. The leader said that the girl does not respect her elders at all and they also raise her hand and should teach her a lesson. Therefore, he should think about it. He said that since he was a teenager, he punished her accordingly, and his father asked him to make peace with her, and it would all end because it really interfered with his work. The leader said that he would do this only for his sake, but the girl really behaves like a small child, and the leader said that his daughter is a teenager. The man gave him some money so that he would feel comfortable and could buy her what she wanted, because the girl needed to be cheered up with something. In fact, it was not money at all, but an identification that he would use to indicate who he really was. He was very happy and he wanted to find out when his daughter's birthday was in order to compare which of them was considered older. He said that her birthday was September 14th, and they were 10 days apart, and now he understood that, give or take, they were the same age. He ran forward and said that this was just wonderful. But the man did not understand what was happening and why he behaved this way. Meanwhile, the girl continued to lie in her room and look at her phone, but suddenly she heard someone start running towards her. He opened the door to her, and just looked like some kind of crazy person. And the girl lay on the bed with her mask and continued to rest. He showed her his ID and said that now he was legally older than her, and now she should be much more polite to him. She immediately kicked him and told him not to forget about himself and to learn to knock, because otherwise she would do this every time she met him. Finally, he said that he was already going to work, but his wife asked him to stay because she wanted to tell him something and discuss something very important. She gave him a special juice and told him to drink it before leaving because she really loved to take care of him. He hugged her and started kissing her because he was very pleased that she began to take care of him. It was very pleasant and touching moments. His wife said that he stopped poking because his nephew was looking at them. He didn't understand at all that in such cases it was necessary to turn away. Unfortunately, the leader sits there all day long and watches TV as if he were crazy, because in this position he really looks like some kind of strange penguin. The man said that there were faithful people who sit at home all day, because he should go for a walk and see what's going on with this world, because it's not developing at all. He understood that if he had to go outside, it would be like a new test for him, but in principle he had been ready for the test a long time ago, so it was high time. The father told them to go shopping, for example. After all, if he doesn't want to do anything, then there's no point in existing in this world because there is a lot of entertainment here. Penguin never wanted to do anything because for him the coolest feeling was sitting at home and watching TV since he didn't waste his energy at all. He said that he should avoid the station and start getting him money because he didn't have any and also asked him to stop shining his face. The Fool One also said that if he meets foreigners, he should use language learning techniques. But the leader did not understand why he needed this. He explained that if he went to high school, he needed proof that he had lived abroad so that he could safely enter there. And the leader began to ask whether he had to go there. After all, he was not particularly eager, because looking at his daughter, he realized that it was quite difficult. The master said that this is the way it is in Korea. Therefore, he should follow these rules and this will be useful for him to understand basic things. Fortunately, then he will stop asking to buy him a helicopter, and will understand how much he needs to respect her money and not waste it as much as he likes. He gave him money and told him to go for a walk anyway because it was really time to go for a long time. He went out into the street, and wondered where he should go next since he had never walked himself until the moment I met my man. He realized that this area is called Hyundai and in this area everyone loves and respects each other. There is such a culture that is very well appreciated. He realized that the area was really cool and he was thinking about what he should buy first now because he hadn't bought anything for himself for a long time. He understood that there are a lot of different dishes of Korean cuisine, and he would like to eat at least some of this as quickly as possible. He didn't need to think about what exactly. Suddenly he saw something that interested him very much, because such delicious meat was only sold in films. It was a kebab on a stick that looked very beautiful, and he understood that this was what interested him most now, and what he wanted to eat right now. The guy went up to the counter, and said that they give him one kebab. After all, he was already hungry enough and wanted to buy at least something. He took this kebab and put it in his mouth. The feeling he had was simply incredibly high. As soon as he tried it, he realized that this taste really couldn't remind him of something. And after that, he realized that all life is actually cyclical. He started shouting to the whole street what it was and people were in shock. After all, they began to worry about this guy because he didn't look quite adequate. He said that this appetizing name is soft chicken with a soft texture that is simply incredibly tasty. He didn't expect that this was even possible. The guy continued to eat this kebab and for him it really was the food of the gods because he couldn't help himself because it was so tasty that I don't know. He would simply be crazy and shout for 20 pieces because he was so hungry that he could even eat several chickens. People noticed that the shish kebab there was really delicious and so they decided to try it there too. It was after this that this man became very rich, and they started talking about him in the news because he was able to earn a lot of money thanks to one guy. He realized that there was a place in this area that sold incredible dishes and today he was able to try one of them which again proved that it was better. After a few seconds, the guy noticed something very strange that really confused him because he didn't understand how this was even possible. He noticed how people began to discuss something there, and it did not look entirely correct on their part. They began to fight against ordinary people in order to get benefits like their real hooligans, so that it was completely unfair and wrong. They fought like crazy, because for them it was something basic, they thought it was how it should be. Fortunately, they were just playing slot machines and they didn't want to beat anyone at all except for a special slot machine where they had to put their strength. Unfortunately, they only scored 877 as always. They began to worry very much. After all, they are graduates of a sports university and they could not do it, so they wondered who could. Finally, the guy realized that this machine changes the force of a fist blow, and it even suits him, because he understood that he was even good at it. He was very interested in whether it was possible to hit with all his might, because he understood that if he did that, the machine gun would simply not withstand it, and would explode. They started laughing at him, and said that he was so thin that he wouldn't succeed at all, and he just lost his money. He realized that they were similar to those who practiced martial arts on their own, but they didn't quite understand how dangerous this guy was. After all, he could do it without any problems. After a few seconds, they were simply shocked and perplexed because they did not understand how this was even possible, and what they were doing. After a few seconds, this machine was completely destroyed due to the fact that the guy was so strong that he was able to break this machine with his fist. People were shocked. I don't understand how the car couldn't cope with such a blow, because the blow was really just abnormally dangerous. The owner of this device did not understand who did this to him, because he hoped that this device would bring him a lot of money. He said that an awakened person cannot use his power on these devices. But the guy replied that he is a simple person and he is not awakened at all. The man was in shock and did not understand what it was all about, and if he was really not awakened, then how could he do this with his power? He also said that in any case, it's strange that the operation is why he will go through the cameras and therefore he should be left with all sorts of contacts. The guy said that unfortunately the current guys are very weak and they are completely unworthy to fight him because he thought that they were much stronger. He thought that everything would be the same as before and people would be as strong as then. But suddenly he saw someone offer him to go through the most difficult quest. He said that if he can get out of this quest in 30 minutes then he can get 1,000,000 won, which is quite a good amount, but the fee is 20,000 won per person. Finally, he realized that now he could earn enough money, because even in the squad, he would be the best dad at running and learning absolutely everything in order to be invincible on the run. The guy asked how to get out of there, and whether it should be done in any way or in some specific way. They explained to him that he had to find the clues in 30 minutes and exit through the main door. Also, his mother simply forbade this door, so he had to do everything through his mind using logic so that everything would be honest and fair. The guy said that everything would be so easy for this, so they made such conditions that the doors could not be broken. Still, he understood that it was time to spend his money and take part in this quest to earn his first million. The girl ran out and screamed for him to come back immediately because he did something very, very strange and generally unpredictable. The girl started shouting at him and asked what he was doing now, but the guy didn't answer that he was breaking the mechanism in order to get out of here. He said that he didn't need to think at all in order to get out of here because he could calmly use force, and use this to open the safe, and the girl was in shock. She was simply at a loss and did not know what to do in such a situation, so she ran to her director to find out what she should do now. He was glad that finally he had no worries, problems, because he understood that all the most dangerous things were behind him. Now he could relax and enjoy his life. He lay in the sun and realized that only recently the construction company was busy thinking about how to restore the station. But now everything is fine and the problems have become much less. And his daughter came up to her father and said that his nephew somehow very strangely locked himself in his room and didn't want to come out at all. The father said that everything was different, and he decided to go out for a walk. Since he had been sitting at home for a long time and he would like to go outside. The girl was very upset because she specially put on makeup to appear to him because she wanted to somehow attract his attention. The father thought that she was also simply infuriated by this man and therefore she wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible. But it was the other way around and she even liked him. The father said that in her eyes, most likely, he seems narrow-minded. But the girl didn't even answer anything to this, because I understand that she really likes him. The father began to say that he is arrogant, very greedy and even without principles, who does not control his actions at all, and sometimes even he really wants to hit him. But then the father remembered that he has a good daughter who is kind. So that's why they need to be patient a little. A few seconds later you receive a call indicating something not dangerous at all. The father picked up the phone and was told that this was a cafe escape from a room in the Hyundai area. And where, unfortunately, is this person about whom the dialogue will now begin. He was told that his son broke the lock, and with this he has every chance of paying back the money for the quest. The father said that he understood the whole truth and he will come very soon because this is not fair at all and something needs to be done about it. He told them to write him the address. But as soon as they wrote him the address, he saw how he was again dialed by some unknown number who wanted to discuss something with him. Unfortunately, he had too many problems because of this guy, because he caused everyone problems because he was simply inexperienced in this world. The father simply could no longer withstand this whole situation, and he understood that something needed to be done with this guy because he would no longer be able to finance it all. For the guy it was just a crazy day, and he enjoyed life because everything suited him. Meanwhile, people began to get very nervous and said that they now need to straighten their brains because this is completely out of the question. They discussed that if everything is not compensated in full, then it will be necessary to talk about this personally to that awakened one, because otherwise the special service will take him to their place. The guy shouted that he really was just crazy and something had to be done with this awakened one to stop him. The cleaning lady said that they are now closed and today they will not be able to serve anyone, so they will have to come next time. The man who came there said that everything is fine now, and the cleaning lady realized who they were, and that's why she was very worried. These people said that they did not come here to have fun, and now she will have a really interesting conversation that they are having, where it will stop. They began to worry very much and did not expect what would happen here at all. After all, our people were very nervous and worried. Unfortunately, these were Sulfur who came to one person to find out from him everything about what had been happening in the last days. These people came there to discuss everything and understand what was wrong in this world, and the main one among them was the father of our main character, or rather his uncle. He looked like a real godfather, and said that his nephew messed up here. So he's going to have to deal with all of this. The owner of this quest understood that he needed to do everything in order to maintain a good relationship, because otherwise he would lose a lot of things, and so he began to give up. The godfather began to ask how much the damaged item cost, because he was compensating for all losses since this was correct, and he understood that he would have to pay for all the actions of his nephew. The man said that everything is in order. After all, they have a lot of safe keys in our warehouse, so they don't have to worry and just leave here and forget about this accident. But father said that they are both business people. Therefore, this needs to be resolved. He said that he works for a construction company, and this man was no longer as dangerous as everyone thought about him before when he came with these people. They finally realized that they are not gangsters at all, just ordinary hard workers who work in a factory for a construction company to build new houses. He also said that they still have a butcher shop. But even the people themselves did not expect that. The main thing he would say was because they themselves did not know about this local shop. The bald man didn't understand what he was talking about. And his friend said that then the meat they sell is still considered meat. They still looked very menacing because they understood that they had come here to resolve the conflict. They looked very loud and dangerous to talk to each other about this meat. But this person was very worried and hoped that they were talking about a completely different meat and not about him. And his people told him to go home already and they could figure it out themselves, since they understood that his time was very valuable. Is it worth it? It was not in vain that he built such a difficult career for himself. Since he says so, then you still need to follow the tradition correctly. And so he began to take out his wallet to pay for all the expenses that his nephew made. He put the envelope in money and said that this should be enough because he didn't know at all how much I had to handle. Tolstoy said that he should immediately take this envelope because he is a man again, and he doesn't like it when people don't listen to him. Everyone should be just as he said. He also said that not a word can be said about today, and this also applies to the workers who are employed here. I said that if journalists or special services find out about what happened, he will suffer very much. He is sitting in their butcher shop in which they themselves will make ribs out of him. He asked this man if he understood the whole situation, and he calmly said that everything would be in the best possible way, as he said. After that, they left this quest and they still had quite a lot of problems that needed to be solved since this guy did a lot. Yes, of course, it was very difficult for him to control his leader. He had to understand that in his past life he did not give him absolutely everything, and this is the only way he should repay him. He said that they did a great job, and since they had already visited all the shops, they needed to go have a drink somewhere or sit and talk because the day would be quite hard. He said that he would pay them as if they were working full-time. And so they agreed to go to the bar with him. Nastia was told that this is not necessary because they always understand when it is necessary to meet each other halfway, and therefore there are no problems. They began to discuss this whole situation, and they even felt a little funny because they understood that thanks to this nephew they were able to spend another day together, which was very nice. Meanwhile, he came to another city which was just as beautiful but at the same time different since it was a different square. He said that he came here without a specific purpose and forcibly moved away from one river about which there are many rumors or legends. Suddenly he remembered the salad that he needed to apply the language learning technique. After all, if he doesn't study it, then he won't be able to get into school where he will have to explain what languages he knows. Where did he even come from? There are a lot of non-locals here. What is needed for his life? Because he understands that with the help of this he can gain new experience. Suddenly he noticed one beautiful girl who had white hair and also a black cap, and she looked stunning. He noticed that her gaze was even very friendly. Therefore, he needed to approach her and say hello. He began to follow her and realized that he should choose this girl because she really looked very beautiful, and it was immediately noticeable from her that she was not simple. The girl noticed that this guy began to move with her and realized that she was being followed by some kind of surveillance or espionage, which she did not really like. The girl turned and started talking to him in English because she wanted to ask what happened to him and why he was following her. The guy couldn't understand what she was talking about because he only saw such things on TV, and the girl answered him in English that she didn't speak Korean. He did not know that he did not understand her words, but therefore he would borrow her language in order to fully understand and communicate with her as equals. The girl did not understand what was happening, but in a few seconds he began to scan her body and with the help of this study her tongue, and the girl seemed to freeze for several seconds. Very little time passed, but he managed to scan her language, and with the help of this he can now communicate with her in the same language. After a few seconds, she really seemed to be in another world and was able to somehow understand that the guy was now speaking with them in English, and she understood him as her own. The girl could not understand how she was able to fall asleep and began to look around, and there were people who did not understand what had happened to her. Suddenly she remembered that she had just talked with an Asian teenager and understood that she needed to find him in order to communicate again. Something very strange began to move across her body, as if it were goosebumps, and she did not understand what this sensation was. Finally, she was able to understand that someone had begun to mess with her mind using the control skill, and the girl was also somewhat difficult. She needed to understand what it was all about because she didn't understand at all why this was happening, and why she had somehow been fooled around her finger in such a strange way. The girl tried to figure out what it really is because she understands that most likely it is hypnosis or something even worse. But suddenly she realized that it was something else. After all, this guy really didn't harm her, and everything was fine. She realized that there were traces of a duplicated language, and most likely he just wanted to somehow learn her language in order to communicate with him. To put it more simply, what this means is that if he simply recognized the language she spoke, then she could also understand something very interesting from it. This means that he will be able to understand her method of encryption, and this means everything is lost since she was a difficult person whose everyday life was ordinary. Unfortunately, one must understand that her opponent is a high-rank awakened one and at the same time he is a manipulator. This was a girl who was also an awakened manipulator, and she ranks 9th in the world, 3rd in America, and she is the head of the intelligence services. She understood that she needed to report this to the others as soon as possible, because in Korea at night such a saint there are a lot of people on the street, and the guy did not expect that such a thing even existed. The guy couldn't understand how the street could be so busy, and he was already speaking completely in fluent English, which seemed incredible. People continued to fight in the streets because one of them could drink a little more and say something wrong, so it was everyday life that cannot be changed in any way in this world. But the guy decided to change everything because he was tired of watching how he mocked ordinary people, because they started beating one kid. These people began to knock him down in order to take away all the most important things while at the same time having fun because for them it was just entertainment. It really looked as if a group of Odnoklasniki were mocking an outcast because she was completely ugly and indecent. Unfortunately, even if the world has changed, bullying against the wall at school remains the same as always, and the weakest are always beaten because it was a highly intellectual activity. He understood that most likely this was a little wrong, but he thought that if he didn't see their faces, then everything would be fine, so he decided to sign up for them, because masks were sold in that store. He couldn't believe why it's closed now. And for him it really was a mystery because he didn't understand it. He felt that there was nothing I could do about it, and that this mask would be used for a good cause, so it could be stolen from there to save the life of some person. People continued to beat this little guy who was not guilty of anything at all, but they didn't care. After a few seconds, the guy told him not to stop, and these people were surprised. They did not expect to see such a person in front of them. The guy began to ask why Amelia was wrong to torture this innocent person who did not deserve such treatment at all. People didn't understand what was wrong with his face and continued to mock this guy because for him it was a very simple task to beat up some wimpy person. The guy decided to prove to them that they will now pay for everything they did because he will be ready to show all his strength. He decided to punish these people who, in fact, were not at all adequate and therefore they really needed to be taught. He knew that he had not fought for the sake of others before and did this only to prove to himself that he was truly special and that it was not in vain that he had trained all these years. People said that he had nowhere else to run and were sure that now they could calmly kill him. Or there was only one and there were many more of them. He couldn't believe that he would have such an end. Therefore, he felt that he would have to work with all his strength to somehow stay alive. He understood that he would never be able to say that again in his life. And so he made a sand attack to show them who the real leader is here. He shouted that instead of dying at their hands, he would rather become a heavenly demon himself who would punish all the people who want to wish someone death. Now I went into battle for the sake of justice, and it seemed like something very strange, because usually I didn't do this at all and, on the contrary, was a supporter of beating someone. This guy is just now under the impression of novels and martial arts. And these guys were at a loss. After all, they didn't understand what this crazy guy in the Iron Man mask was trying to do. The main one said that he infuriates them, so now he will go and take the camera in order to finish all this childish nonsense. They shouted at him to pay attention to them. And the guy had read too many comics, so he felt invincible. This man extended his hand to him and told him to stop playing this circus, but rather show his face and take off this mask. His hand was already too close. But the guy controlled everything and didn't even try to return it because he had absolutely everything under control. He said that he didn't want this at all. And this man who wanted to take off his mask felt that it was simply impossible to do this because some powerful charge of energy emanated from him. His arms simply broke in a matter of seconds, and he did not understand what was happening around him and how this guy was doing nothing. He broke his limbs. A few seconds later he stood simply invincible. And this guy who wanted to pull off his mask began to worry about his hand. The friends of this man who was worried about his hand also began to get very nervous because I don't understand that they are next. Our hero said that at their age people are already starting families and carrying swords and they are doing some strange things, so he told them to immediately get down to business. They begged him to spare them. After all, they would not do anything bad again. And it was just one mistake that they would not do anything about again. The guy said that if they answer him the truth about what the child will do here, and then he will think and maybe leave them alive. They began to get very nervous and realized that very soon they would have to pay for their actions. After a few seconds, he began to attack them because he understood that they began to attack him without any reason and therefore they must pay for it with their own hands. That's why he said that he finally understood everything, but they didn't know what to do with their hands now, because their hands looked terrible. He said that, unlike them, he knows how to admit his guilt, and therefore they are simply incorrigible, and he can't do anything about it even if he wants to do it himself. He said that since they did not have weapons with them, he limited himself to only his hand, but in the future he would no longer stop himself like that, and they would no longer be able to hit anyone with this hand. Meanwhile, This man in the iron mask approached this guy who was being very seriously offended and wanted to do something to him. He lifted his air so that he would somehow begin to feel more protected, and he understood that he was the guy who needed to return everything he had, and all his limbs were scratched or damaged. He screamed for him to spare him. After all, he didn't want to do this to him because for him it was a mistake that he had already realized and would never do this again. The guy told him not to be afraid of him, and also said that in order to prevent unforeseen circumstances, he would make them fear him. He said that now these guys won't even look him in the eyes because for them this will be the greatest fear they could ever experience in their lives. For them it was really very scary because he used his abilities that were really ready to do a lot. The guy felt more confident, and now it was as if he had been reborn. After all his limbs and body parts were in good condition. I told the Iron Mask that this boy should no longer worry about his life and feel protected. After all, this world needed heroes. He also patted him on the shoulder, and said that he himself could become stronger, and train every day in order to protect himself and his loved ones. There are a lot of such people all over the world, no matter how sad it may sound. He thought to himself that he was actually very cool, that he was able to organize everything like in real films and felt that now he was God. Meanwhile, this guy who was beaten felt completely insecure or very worried because he thought that they could do to him exactly the same as with those people, simply because he started beating someone. Meanwhile, he was finally able to return home, which had been waiting for him because the people who lived in this house were very worried about the guy. The wife of this man, who was the head of a construction company, began to worry and asked why he returned so late. The guy said that this won't happen again, and now he will know that he needs to come back. Before, he just didn't know about it before. He correctly said that at night everything is holy and safe, so everything is fine and nothing happened to him during this time while he was not at home. The builder's wife didn't understand what this guy was even saying and why he was behaving very strangely and, most importantly, stupidly. She always thought that he came from the north and therefore he had some other concepts that were not at all similar to their concepts in Korea. It was the lady who hugged him with all her might because she understood that he needed support from his mother, who most likely lives her own life somewhere in the north. She thought that this boy had gone through little things and therefore hugged him like a real mother to make him feel safe. She also said that if he has any difficulties he should tell her. The guy understood that he could deal with this himself, so at first he did not answer anything and felt somehow carefree, although he was already more than 100 years old. The guy couldn't understand what happened to her because she consoled him very much. And as soon as he started walking up the stairs, they told him that he returned somehow late. It was the daughter of this subordinate leader who asked where he had been. After all, he has no friends at all. The girl didn't understand how it was possible to walk for so long, and he said that he was having fun in the Hyundai area, but she thought that he was lying. She also said that next time he should warn her because she can go with him because he hardly knows where he can have really good fun. This girl said that her mother was very worried about him, but he calmed her down and said that he had already seen her and now everything is on excellent terms. He also told the girl not to be rude to her, because she is a good person, but she couldn't understand what kind of instruction this was because he was only 20 days older than her. She threw her comb at him and told him to first learn to treat people well. But he calmly managed to dodge this throw with the comb and said that it was very slow. He also said that they used to say that the tree wanted silence. But the wind did not subside and the child wanted to take care of his parents. But they were not expected. Such words put the girl in a stupor. He said that this is an excerpt from a story about a boy who could not fulfill his duty to his parents because they died and he regrets it very much. He said that nothing is eternal and therefore she should appreciate her parents who do a lot for her so that she feels safe and comfortable every day and every second. The girl began to imply that most likely this guy lost his parents, and that's why he feels so awkward all the time, and says some strange things. She turned around and thought that he became like this after the death of his parents, and therefore it was necessary to behave more carefully with him so that he would not be offended. She told herself inside that she should start thinking before she said such bad things, because she could really offend him very much by this and her conscience began to torment her. The guy didn't understand what was happening to him and felt as if now he was to blame, although in fact everything was just like that. He couldn't believe that she was so influenced by his instructions, because even though she constantly grumbles, this girl is actually very kind inside. A few minutes later he went to his room and sat down at his computer to watch something very interesting because he really liked the films and TV series of that time. The man entered the room and was glad that the leader had finally returned, because he had been walking for a very long time and no one understood where he was. The leader began to ask his student, and he said that today was a holiday for that, and that's why he drank a little. He said that well done. After all, they just got rid of the dirt in his blood. But sometimes you need to cheer yourself up so as not to be sad and tired all the time. The leader also said that now he is no different from a beginner and a flame based on alcohol is more dangerous than on bad energy. And such words upset the man very much. He said that he was very ashamed. But then he couldn't restrain himself and said that it was all because he had caused a lot of problems for him while he was walking in the Hyundai area, and because of this he had no choice. He said that he had to turn to a friend to remove everything, and so he had to invite them for a drink in gratitude. The guy didn't understand at all what he had already done. The man said that now he will tell you everything himself, and he should be very ashamed of you for the actions that he did while he was in this area. After he told everything about this, the guy was finally able to understand that now these people think that he is awakened and therefore he needs to behave more carefully. He explained that then one feast in their city made a lot more noise. Therefore, it was necessary to realize that if everything was hidden correctly, then there would be no problems. The guy understood that he needed rest now. Therefore, he needed to cancel the training and go to bed. Such words offended the man very much because he did not apologize to him at all, although he should have. As soon as he left the room, the leader told him that today he tried very well, and such words really lifted his mood as he understood that these words he had not sushi for 50 years. The man looked around and couldn't understand what this leader was telling him, because he didn't even understand at first because he was in shock. The leader told him that he did a great job and he was really very pleased that he had such a good friend who could solve everything. The man was glad that the leader praised him, and now he actually recognizes him, because he really needed such a person. The man could not hold back his tears and therefore began to cry and told himself how great he was and that there were actually very few people like him. The man began to cry and knelt in front of him because he had not said such words for a very long time, which were very pleasant to feel after such a long parting. However, then he managed to miss a lot, and the man was completely unaware of one very dangerous matter. Unfortunately, nothing lasts forever and everything has its time. He had to understand that this is really all a little one time, and he needs to evaluate every moment of his life. Unfortunately, the leader never apologized, and the person who was always bad did a lot of good today, so he felt pleased. The leader could not understand why everyone in this family is so strangely sensitive, because for him it was just a simple life, as if he could live several of them. The guy continued to fight despite all his problems that he just had, because he was a real warrior who didn't care about anything. He killed each of his opponents, because each opponent was just garbage for him that he could calmly throw away. The huge titan felt that he was feeling very bad now and that he was about to lose, but he also didn't think that this was the end. After all, he had special preparations for the very end. He said that there are many in the world who are stronger than him, and no matter how outstanding he is, you cannot defeat absolutely everyone and there will be a person stronger than you. The guy then told him to tell them that they can come at any time, and he can kill anyone who gets in his way. He explained this by saying that since he is not alone in protecting the earth, there are many people who will continue to fight in order to save their loved ones. The leader and his assistant watched this film, and it was really very interesting for them to watch all this, since this film was one of the most interesting. The man said that even though he was watching this film for the second time, his emotions were the same as when watching it for the first time. The man asked his leader how he liked this film. He replied that it was very interesting and he never believed that such brilliant plots could exist. He said that recently on the set he has not used computer graphics and the awakened ones are cast in the main role, and everyone knows that the sword that the actor is holding is actually real, since the awakened ones can now play much more realistically in films. The guy said that the films are much more interesting than he could have ever imagined, and it's not every day that you can see something like this. The machine couldn't understand how he constantly sat in front of the computer and TV but never watched a movie. It sounds very crazy. The guy replied that she put him to bed all the time. The man began to ask what kind of film he was watching that made him want to sleep so badly, and thought that it was some kind of third-rate film. He also said that in any case there are many interesting ones, so he should watch, and the leader continued to sit at the TV. The man went to bed at the same time. The guy thought that he should also sleep for such a long time, because he really hadn't slept for a very long time, so it was very abnormal. The man looked around. I couldn't understand in what sense he was saying this. If he really didn't usually sleep, then it sounds creepy. And the guy said that over the last 10 days he had slept for about 3 hours. The man could not understand how this was even possible, and why he slept so little, because it was simply abnormal for his body, and he could die very quickly. The guy said that with the help of technology he replaces sleep. Therefore, there is no need for it, and he can live much longer than other people. After such words, the fat man could not understand why he still decided to go to bed, because it sounded somehow strange to him. But the guy replied that he was most likely mentally tired. He explained that it's the same as drinking tea or another drink when you're not thirsty, and you're just drinking it for the sake of drinking it. After watching a movie over the weekend, this crazy guy watched movies non-stop, and for him it was the best entertainment that ever existed. But suddenly he began to realize that somewhere he had already seen this, and it was really not something he could only imagine. This guy didn't care at all about the genre, and the main thing was that it was interesting and he could watch absolutely anything, despite all the problems. Unfortunately, now he watches films 24/7, which frightens the man very much, because he understood that this is his leader, who does not understand this world at all. Something really confused the man, namely the fact that he was watching this at some strange wave, or rather speed. To the great surprise, the guy watched it all at 8x speed, which meant that each frame was sped up 8 times. I also turned on another movie on my phone at the same time, and watched it as well. He was simply a genius and could absorb information no matter what he had to do. The man said that he wouldn't understand anything if he watched everything with 8x's and at the same time watched another film in parallel, because he wouldn't be able to concentrate on one thing. He explained to him that if he uses the technique of the line between life and death, then time slows down and views increase, and with the help of this he can calmly feel all this in slow motion. Also, the man did not understand why this was all happening like this, but he thought that it was due to the fact that concentration was reaching its limit. The guy replied that almost, but in fact, just the brain reaches maximum concentration, and at the moment when his life is on the verge of death, then he uses his abilities to save his life. One can assume that his life now, when watching films, is always hanging by a thread, but he actually likes it very much because he feels so invincible. Finally, the man was able to understand this, but he didn't understand why he suddenly started talking about it, and the man began to think that most likely this guy was just crazy. The guy tells him that now he is on the verge of life and death, and that's why it's very interesting for him to watch these films, because he always risks dying, which is what adrenaline gives him. The man began to worry very much, and I understand that now this guy could really die simply because he is watching the movie very quickly, and this would be one of the stupidest deaths in life. He could not understand how this is even possible, because on the verge of life and death, this is a deep knowledge of martial arts that can only be achieved in the moment before death, and not everyone is able to achieve such mastery. He couldn't understand why the leaders were using such a powerful technique just to watch films, because it even sounds absurd. The leader also asked him to give him a list of his favorite films, because with the help of this he would know what he could do, and the man gave him the list. Unfortunately, he had already looked through all this, and he began to worry that there was nothing more. The man said that among them there are also old films that he might like very much. These films are like that for a reason. The guy, unfortunately, he also watched them, and now he doesn't know what to do, because he thought that if he watched some films, he would watch the rest, but there's nothing left, just what to watch. The man couldn't understand how he was able to watch everything so quickly, because he started quite recently, and had already watched everything that he had been watching for years. He began to calculate the formula with which he was able to watch these films and realized that it was somewhere around 128 films a day. The guy said that he was very bored and wanted to do something, because for him it was really no longer interesting. He had practically nothing to do, but suddenly the man suggested that he watch TV series, and the leader didn't know what TV series were. He explained that these are many serial films and episodes are released once a week, but the content is interesting. And there are even TV series with more than 100 episodes. He also said that if you watch foreign ones, it will take much longer. Therefore, it will be much more interesting for him to watch it. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have said that. After all, now the leader has something that he can watch for whole days. Unfortunately, the leader, who almost lost interest in the film, plunged headlong into the series, and now he really has nothing else to do except watch it all. The daughter came to her uncle and asked if he wanted to be ordered something to eat because now she was ordering food for herself. Unfortunately, depending on there were other side effects from the new world, he now began to think that he was a real superhero. The girl was simply shocked when she saw him in this mask, because she understood that such a person was now wanted right on the internet. After a few seconds, the girl simply fell in love with this guy who makes the mask because he looked very much like an actor from one film, and therefore she really liked him and liked him. She began to hate herself and say that she was crazy because she could not fall in love with him since they live in the same house and he is her uncle. Unfortunately, the leader kept repeating his favorite scene from the TV series, and the girls didn't like it very much because she understood that she lived in the present and she shouldn't be so fixated on films. My daughter kept asking her father to do something about this abnormal person because he was simply behaving inappropriately because he was always pretending to be an actor in some movie, which was stupid on their part, and also abnormal. The man understood that he needed to talk to him because it had already gone too far, and he needed to do something about it because this guy was simply not adequate. The man began to meet at the door to understand where his leader was, because he must understand what to do with him next, because he had to be accustomed to the ordinary world. As soon as he opened the door, and he saw something very strange and incomprehensible there, otherwise he was very worried about this. He saw something very strange happening to the leader and began to break into all the doors to understand what was happening to him. The leader began to lie on the floor and felt as if he was dying, so that they began to talk to him somehow in the last seconds of his life. He began to worry very much and thought that most likely this was a side effect of his technique, and so the man began to think about what the guy was doing to him now. The guy was lying in his arms and said that he seemed stupid while he was using this technique for to view all films. He barely restrained himself and began to play the role of an actor perfectly. And unfortunately he said that he understood it only now. The man said that there were. The leader did not say anything and rather restored his internal energy so that he would stay alive. The guy said that he had watched all the films and TV series with high ratings and that's why he felt bad. But the man couldn't understand what was going on with this abnormal person and why he was behaving so stupidly. He barely kept to himself and said that the rest of the series and films of this third grade are garbage that he simply cannot digest. He really didn't like the rest of the series, which are not as large scale as the first article, because the actors there really play like garbage. Everything there was very predictable because the actors said that even in the first meeting he came up with a name for their son, and they would call him Artyom. It was all really similar, and a complete uninteresting plot where a couple falls in love with each other, and spend their whole lives and love each other until the end of their days. He was in a lot of pain inside. He couldn't understand who was creating such stupid scenarios. How could he even tolerate all this? The man began to worry very much and thought that his nephew had simply gone crazy because he was not at all in an adequate state to say such a thing. The man began to get very nervous and cried because he was losing his leader who lived with him for many days and now lives with him when he is happy. After that, the leader of ours watched TV series at normal speed. The man began to very much not understand what was going on here and sat in complete darkness at his computer to find out something. He tried his best to find at least some piece of information about the fact that I was able to single-handedly clear all the gates that were already of a high level, namely level D. He was very nervous because he understood that they had been looking for information about this guy for 2 months. She had not succeeded at all in this, and therefore he was very nervous because he realized that he was to blame for this. He understood that he didn't want the person who saved him at all. The strange thing is that he still hasn't appeared anywhere, and this guy moves very smoothly and without any problems at all. He simply could not understand how a person could just disappear in a matter of seconds, and most likely it was just a hallucination that would lead him to it. The man understood that he had to spend a lot of time at his gate to gain such power, and they had to immediately find information by focusing on the gate because the general told him the same thing. The man was very interested in what this guy was doing now, because he couldn't find him at all and had been trying for a long time to find at least a small piece of information. Meanwhile, in one house, someone shouted something very strange and said that this was simply impossible. It was this same girl who was trying to find out all the information about that guy, because even secret data I can't find information about that guy whom she met on the street very accidentally. For her it was very bad because she could not find her consciousness, and this meant that she had a very hard day of work that would need to be completed. She even had to check 200 people with the same skill as her to make sure that this was all really true and she was not being deceived. But unfortunately she found nothing. She was able to understand that there was a clue only in the fact that this guy dared to reveal himself very much one time. But this still does not give any chance to find him. Then his face couldn't even be seen from the cameras. But his whole strange outfit was noticeable, and therefore you could recognize him only by his clothes, which would have been very stupid because you can't judge people by their clothes. Meanwhile, the leader was lying on the bed and continued to look at his phone because he was very interested in learning new information. But the very man who had served him almost all his life came to him. The man said that he should not forget about how he had to deal with everything that this guy had done in that Hyundai area. The guy said that he remembers all this very well but does not understand what these hints are for. And the man said that he managed to get recordings from video cameras and that I could greatly influence his future. He said that he really hopes that his face is not visible there, because then they will definitely never be able to save him from the special services and all the special services will find him. Such words began to frighten the leader very much, and you don't understand what's happening. But he showed him the photo and told him to look because it's really very scary. He showed him a photograph where it was seen that this is a cafe. It seems to me that it is noisy in places, like light, and then it could have been declassified. The guy replied that it was simple and forgotten, so everything was fine and he shouldn't worry about it. The man said that the first time there was a terrible climate here and that's why he couldn't even breathe normally there. The man took his phone and said that he should not use this technique now, and he wants to check something for you. And the guy replied that without any problems he would do everything that seemed adequate to him. The man took the phone and began to photograph him in order to understand whether he was visible in the photograph or whether he had some kind of divine gift that he was hiding. It all depended on whether I use this special energy or not. With the help of how he uses it, then he is not visible in the photo. And when he is not used, then he is visible. The man told him not to use this technique when he needed to take a photo because then he would be recognized very quickly. The guy accepted these instructions. Suddenly the man noticed something very strange and could not understand what was happening at all because it confused him very much. He realized that in the past the leader would have definitely pulled a face and asked why he needed to take pictures with strangers. But now he simply agreed that it seemed very strange. The man began to ask the leader what he thought. Why would he sometimes need to be photographed, but he didn't even know. The leader said that most likely you should only take photographs when traveling, because then you need to remember the most touching moments of your life. The man was shocked by the fact that most likely the leader on the horse is an ordinary person, but now he is like everyone else and thanks to this he is no longer different from them, which makes him a good person. He understood that usually at such moments it becomes known that someone in the family is completely ill, but he really hoped that the leader was simply socializing. The guy told him not to worry anymore, because he was not sick at all and he had just seen enough of his strange TV series. The leader also said that there was also a possibility that one of them was involved in crime, and therefore it was necessary to take photographs in order to catch the killer. However, this is not about him. He also said that the most likely connection is with the dacha, because then her father's secretary can photograph them. The guy would no longer be adequate and would begin to fantasize very much due to the fact that he had watched a lot of films. He also said that at such moments they usually give cameras money and I wonder how much there is, and they handed him a special envelope containing very expensive jewelry. The men were finally able to understand that the leader, thanks to films and TV series, was able to very well understand the mentality of the Koreans and their simple behavior. The guy also said that the helicopter costs quite a lot, so he doesn't need to buy it because it's very expensive, and the man was finally very happy that it came to him. The guy finally said that he might not buy it for him, and from such owls the man was simply shocked and did not believe that this was all real. He really couldn't tell his ears that the guy said that, and thanks to this, she felt that the leader had already changed, and now he has a really good nephew who can point a little. The guy said that a real man should have it with him. And the man was very disappointed that now he will have to somehow explain to him, or buy cats. Inside, he understood that most likely it was quite possible, but it would also be very expensive and costly. But in principle his daughter might like it. He also said that whether he knew or not that he was going to participate again, he would not be able to ride a horse because there were special prohibitions. And the guy replied that they understood this perfectly well. He replied that if all this had reached him, then on the weekend they would go to the ranch because they had something to do there. Well, just one knows this. The guy did not answer that he had already looked at one horse for himself, so he should go exactly there and not where the man wanted. The guy showed him this horse, and instead of the usual one it was a Ferrari, and the man was simply shocked that he wanted to deceive him, and they already managed to give him a couple of blows, and he replied that by the standards of how they live, it is very expensive, and at the same time, since he is still 18 years old, he cannot drive here in a car since he is still too small for this. And the guy was in shock and did not understand how this was possible. The man answered him that classes would start very soon. Therefore, he should get ready because he would have to go to school with everyone. Asked him whether he had to go to this school because he understood that he already knew a lot, and they wouldn't give him anything useful there. But the teacher said that this is one of the best ways to reveal his identity, and this can also give him a chance to hide from special services. After all, no one thought that a high school student could clear the gate. The guy lay down on his bed and understood that nothing could be done about it, and therefore he needed to get ready for his school to finish his studies there, and be like everyone else. The man began to ask why he wants to hide his identity. Because he can be revered here as well as in the past, and he only needs to achieve this thanks to his mind. The guy said that because of him he had a very interesting question that he would like to ask him, namely, what would he do and would he live in peace if he had nuclear weapons at home? The guy explained to him that in that world he was on a par with God, and even maintaining a non-rarity between countries was very difficult for him since so many lives depended on him, and one wrong move of his could lead to a holy war. The guy said that if he finds out about this here, he is afraid that it might happen again and he will have to become a heavenly demon again. And this is already the second round and he will have to carry everything on himself again. The guy said that he doesn't want to live like this anymore, and he just wants to relax and watch TV series because for him this is the best entertainment and relaxation. The man was a little older and therefore asked him what he wanted to do now, and he was wondering what answer she would give him. The guy said that, in principle, it doesn't matter to him, and he can do absolutely anything and everything that is needed for his life. And the man asked more specifically what he wants. The guy said that he didn't know, and continued to lie on the bed. And the man began to get nervous and said that he couldn't put off the issues of his future, and needed to decide right now. He said that if he does nothing, he will start catching monsters in the gates. This is a very interesting and exciting activity. The man was shocked. I didn't understand what he was saying. After all, he wants to keep his identity a secret. The guy could no longer stand it, and said that in this world there is nothing more important than sleep and food. Therefore, he should leave him and the man could no longer do anything about it. Awakened, this is a very good job, status in society, a lot of money and everything else gives you very good opportunities. The man realized that this is truly a great option for living in peace and spending great time doing what you love. He realized that the leader was able to do it all almost single-handedly, which means he was the only one who received the rewards and everything he received could soon be returned. The machine asked him to open his inventory because he wanted to take something from there for himself because he understood that there were really good items there. The guy couldn't understand why it could be used outside. The guy began to open his inventory. And the man said that he needed to look there because there was very important information there. The man couldn't understand why there was so much stuff there, and what about the magic stones that give very good bonuses. As soon as the man discovered this, he was shocked and did not understand how this was even possible, because he felt that this was not normal. He simply started shouting to the whole country that he had 24 kilograms of magic stones, and did not understand how this was even possible, because it simply amounted to a deity. The guy replied that this is not exactly that much. And why is he so surprised? Because these are just some stones and not a person's life. It was explained to him that on average you can get from 10 to 14 g of stone in the gate, and the equation is below, and the starting price is 180,000 won for 1 g. Even if we take into account the minimum cost, they end up with a very, very large amount of money. If you recalculate this to the factory, it turns out to be 53 gold bars weighing a kilogram, or 40 to 3 billion won. The man said that if he wants a helicopter and a car, then it will be done in the best possible way and right now. The man looked like a real monster, and said that they could buy him this one if only he wanted it. The guy couldn't understand why magic stones were so expensive. The man said that since he is not registered, he really needs help and therefore he needs a legal broker and even labor not at full cost, and he will not get a fortune. Suddenly he was able to understand that if he can sell these stones, then most likely he can sell not only them, but at the same time also objects, for example, protective runes, books, and so on. The machine replied that it wouldn't work right now. After all, first they need to find brokers and agents and also open accounts in foreign banks in order to have complete control throughout the world. The man said that it will take enough time, but then I will not be able to buy at least 1 million helicopters, and they will be truly happy because they have the opportunity. Suddenly he began to ask the man why he should sell his items and also share them with them, and after such words the man was shocked, very romantic, and said that because he made a promise, and was ready to take it so that everything was right. The man began to get very angry and said that without him he would not be able to sell them and get out, otherwise the prison would take him and at the same time the tax office would demand a lot from him. The guy said that he was offering him 15% of the profit, and he could do absolutely whatever he wanted with this money. And then he would distribute it himself. The man said that he was ready to do all this for only 20%, and while he was lying on the bed he agreed with this because for him it was already pennies. The men began to talk about 30%, but he began to fantasize very much because of this he had to pay a lot. I asked for a little time, and he realized that it was he who would now close the gates in order to receive as much money as possible than even these special stones. The guy replied that most likely he would do so. And by the way, he spent too much internal energy. Therefore, he should restore it in order to feel healthy. The man couldn't say that he wasted his energy on watching TV series and movies and using techniques between life and death. But it wasn't because of that. The man could not understand how he would get through these gates. After all, he has no experience at all, and he does not know how to do this at all. The leader said that he would be able to use the forces of civilization because these are really good skills with which he has every chance of getting there. The guy activated the gate map and realized that there it was possible to receive information about the location in real time to avoid a disaster. It looked just like an advertisement, but the man realized that if so, then he knows one good place where he needs to go now. The man said that this is a very muddy and dirty place in which it is better not to be, as absolutely anyone can get hurt there. It was the northern province, where there were quite a few people. Due to the fact that this city was not at all popular, there were a lot of problems there. It was also known that the reservoir in this village was quite famous among fishermen, but after the appearance of magical stones that collected water, the reservoir disappeared. Local residents then wanted to clear these gates, but the special service was prohibited because they understood that this would lead to very bad consequences. This all happened due to the fact that the mayor of this city intervened in this because he was a fairly smart person who does everything so that it is beneficial for him. It was known that when the gate appears on the water, it explodes with a 90% probability at this place, and hot springs appear, and the mayor wants to use it to attract tourists to consolidate his influence. He was able to understand that it was thanks to this scheme that mayor could run for a second time, and then the media would be able to tell this to the whole country, and he could become a more influential person. The man hoped that the media would really tell the truth and not this, and that there would be much less injustice. He started clicking on a special button to send a message because he thinks that his messages are really so important that everyone will pay attention to him. Some man continued to drink alcohol, and from his appearance it was clear that he was clearly not himself right now, and did not feel in the best sense. This man would really be just an alcoholic who did not control his body and his conversation, because for him everything was already secondary. When he walked, he said that he was not an exemplary son, but these greedy creatures want to break the corpse of his mother, and they have no right to do this. The man began to get very nervous because his strength was not enough to clear some gates and save his mother who was there. Meanwhile, the poet and the province's glasses were quite dangerous, and walking there was not the best task. There were a lot of mice and wolves moving there, all running after one very dangerous and fast man. This was our main character, for whom it was not at all a problem to run away from a huge pack of wolves. The wolves really ran like crazy creatures. After all, they had to kill this guy since he had a huge amount of energy. But for him these were just toys. He calmly dealt with all his rivals who came to hand. Suddenly he stopped and could not understand why everything was happening so strangely. I think that everything will be different. It finally dawned on him that they were obviously afraid of him because of the difference in strength. But he still continued to attack, so that it was almost illogical because they knew that they would die. Unfortunately, they most likely obeyed some kind of order, because normal adequate creatures would not attack a creature that was much stronger than them. These wolves continued to attack him because most likely they really were someone's decree. And this means that he needed to reveal who kept them with him. This guy felt some kind of aura around him and understood that most likely these were really not very good people with whom he would definitely have problems. In order to protect himself from all these wolves, he understood that if they didn't stop, they could cause him very severe damage. He killed absolutely everyone and offended him. And in the evening there was simply no choice, since he understood that if he didn't kill them, then they would kill him. This guy saw something clearly wrong here, and therefore it was necessary to fully understand this situation, because this is simply not a normal phenomenon. These wolves began to disintegrate into small pieces as if they were some kind of holograms that looked very natural. He received a notification that he had increased his level, and also due to an unknown error, the articles were not distributed and users simply lost them and did not earn anything. He got very angry because his level remained with the help of this, and he didn't earn anything, so it was very strange. He said that the received internal energy in this gate is protected for 30 years, and he was really able to get a good lesson and at the same time good opponents. Unfortunately, he understood that at this level the experience points would also be low, and compared to those monsters, these were very weak. After several operations, he received another notification that he had cleared the F-level gate, and he was now the absolute of the F-level gate. He was glad that he was now at least someone in this world, and it was indicated in front of him that he must collect 5% of the points that were earned by other players in the gate levels. Suddenly he saw a scanning error, and he didn't like it very much because he understood that this was definitely not good. The guy began to get very nervous and did not understand what was happening around him, because for him it really turned out to be something very strange. He understood that before, when receiving protective runes for permission, there was not even a conversation, but for some reason they asked, as if they were informing him about his skill. He also realized that there was only one rune here, which he could then get. He didn't like it very much. He couldn't understand whether he managed to do everything or if this was another mistake, because he was far from developed in the field of technology, even despite the fact that he had already spent a lot of time using a laptop on a computer over the past month. The guy continued to follow his path, and it was also indicated to him that all the monsters inside were destroyed, and he was able to clear the gate, and the magic stones would be automatically credited, and after some time the player would be thrown out of this gate. The day was really wonderful, and the guy was able to earn a good lesson for himself, and also get special stones with the help of which he will become much richer and better. He was able to clear these gates, which turned out to be simply something unreal. After all, he understood that for him it was really just an ordinary job, and this could save several lives for ordinary people. This made him very happy, and he looked like the warrior who deserved this award more than anyone else because he did all the work himself. The guy felt that he still had a lot of work ahead, and he shouldn't stop at all since this was only the beginning of his journey. But as soon as he landed in the water, I was immediately able to recognize our character because he looks very strange and funny. As soon as he stepped into the water, he realized that unfortunately he was really wet, and that meant that he would actually have to change his shoes. He decided to first dry his clothes and then start his tricks again because he was really already a good warrior who deserved everything for this. His feet were completely wet. He didn't like it very much because he wanted to get rid of this water as quickly as possible. Suddenly the guy looked down and noticed that there was a very large amount of steam under him and a man was standing behind him, and he thought that most likely he was talking about him. The guy couldn't understand what was going on here, and what kind of scene would happen now. After all, he had already seen a lot of films and began to worry. The guy looked back and saw that some grandfather was standing next to him with his staff. This means that this old man is his opponent. Someone started screaming if there was someone around because he understood that this guy had to be outplayed with the help of his brain. The guy who drank alcohol could not believe that a person could stand. It turned out to be some kind of supernatural anomaly. The guy started to get very nervous and couldn't understand why everything was so bad here with teleportation. After all, I hope that no one will see him. The man realized that after leaving the gate, all feelings are attached and energy is blocked, and it will be difficult to feel someone's presence. That is why the guy gave up. The man who was trying to save his mother did not understand what was happening now, because for him it really seemed like some kind of strange horror. The man thought that God was standing in front of him, and so he began to bow at his feet because he understood that if this was really God, then he was doing everything right. Our hero could not believe that they began to believe in him as a real God because he began to be able to fly. The man began to fold his head and said that if this man was able to clear the gate himself and also walk on water, then it is obvious that he is a real God. The guy began to think that most likely he was Jesus or most likely Buddha, but he had to understand that God doesn't really look like that. The guy even liked this situation at the moment because he felt like some kind of God and that he had some kind of power. The man replied that none of the above, but the man who was on his knees could not believe that it was really true because for him it was shocking. He said that he came down to get rid of his brother who was bothering him so much, and his name was Heavenly God. The guy really looked like a real God and thought that he was, but in fact he was just an ordinary person who had a previous story from the past. This guy looked really just very good, and even every person who looked at him began to be a little jealous because he looked simply stunning. The guy began to ask him what he was doing near these gates, because he did not understand at all what right they had to be near them. The guy said that his name was Kim, and he was going to die here because he already had enough problems in his life, and he wanted to end it all. The guy started asking why he was interested in this, and he replied that he really had a very big problem that he couldn't handle on his own. He said that when he was 3 years old, his father unfortunately died, so his mother raised him alone and was not in the best situation. Over her 26 years, she went through a lot of difficulties to raise him, and had to work all day long to earn a small piece of bread. He explained that he wanted to please her since she had spent a lot of her life resources, and therefore tried to find a good job, and finally he got a job. But unfortunately it was too late, and the guy realized that he needed to do this a little earlier, when his mother was still feeling at least a little good. Unfortunately, she died without having lived through the good days, since this earth carried her only in the worst moments. But perhaps these were the best moments. It was after this that this guy refused to work in Seoul and decided to live near her grave because it was very difficult for him to realize that he would never see me again. But unfortunately, the mayor of the city decided not to clear the gate, so his mother's grave was within the explosion radius, but he was not given permission to move her body. He said that he wanted to tell about it in the media and then die from an explosion in a glad way so that people would understand how unhappy there are in this world. He yelled at him and said that he ruined everything to repay his mother for the fact that she suffered absolutely every day of her life. But even then he was stopped. The leader began to ask what he should do now because he looked very dangerously charged, which meant that he could calmly continue to kill him. The leader told him to live according to the will of God and not do such things anymore, because he should have understood that he really needed to realize his mistakes. The guy explained to him that God sent all mothers to earth, and therefore he should appreciate the fact that he remained in life at all despite the fact that his mother died. The guy who could barely hold back his tears said that his mother always told him to be kind to him and other people because they had not done anything bad to him. The guy said that he simply couldn't do this because the emotions from inside him were just coming out, and he couldn't cope with it on his own. He could not understand why all people get everything so easily, and what is the point of being kind if bad people have absolutely everything despite the fact that they are bad. This guy simply could no longer restrain himself and said that there was no point in living as a good person, because in the end, the worst and most complete bastards would still come out on top. The leader explained to him that not only he lives like this, but this is the path that people should follow. Each person has his own path, and he needed to understand that everything depends on how he perceives it. Someone stepped forward directly towards him in order to explain something and for this person to understand that it was time to calm down. His mother always told him that he should be a good person and therefore raised him up so that he would look great in the sun because she loved him more than anyone despite her hard work. The leader began to ask him what other duty he had, because it was not his mother who gave birth to him so that in a few days he would die of his own free will, and he knows this very well. He explained that the gates that brought him to you were practically gone, and he was able to deal with them, and everything in this world can still be changed despite frequent outcomes. The guy said that he was very glad that he was able to save this. He understood that this was a grave in a lot of different ways, but for this guy, he simply couldn't live without it. He was very pleased that he was able to preserve his mother's grave, and now he will be able to continue his existence and live next to her, despite the fact that it should have been demolished quite recently. The weather was just perfect, which meant that it was time to relax and go into the forest to get some fresh air since they had already worked a lot today. And suddenly the guy realized that he was just a little more and would have gotten caught, which means that he later regretted his action very much. The guy couldn't understand how I could get something like this. He was told that there would be no one here, and he thought that he was killed and still used all aspects of voice transmission, the voice of the heart, and so on. He was very lucky that in his good life he used this very often, and thanks to this he saw noticeable results. People started yelling and getting very nervous because they didn't understand at all why the gates didn't explode and they had to send someone here to deal with them. But the guy heard it all. They assumed that most likely this gate could simply explode later, and the finger could not understand at all why they would blow up this gate if he could clear it. They continued to shout that they had invested a lot of money in this if it didn't work now, and they would regret it very much. He shouted with all his might that if the gate did not explode, then his political life and his living children would come to an end, and check the gate because the future life of this mayor would depend on it. The guy was glad that he didn't even come to look for this mayor who wanted to blow up these gates, because his political form depended on it. It was the mayor of the city, and he was also accused of neglecting his brother at the reservoir, and after conducting a night investigation he admitted his guilt, and because of this his political party suffered greatly. He is also accused of using the gate to strengthen his political power, which he completely cannot answer because he understands that this was already clear to everyone. The leader said that they will be praised for a good deed and punished for a bad deed, but the man replied that he does not think that this situation will end there, and he understands that this mayor still has a lot of opportunities. He explained that after clearing those gates, the leader gave him some documents, but the man didn't understand where he got these documents because they didn't think that something like that could be found in the gate. The guy said that at first he refused because he didn't think that these documents would help him in any way, but he soon realized that it was better to examine it carefully. Despite the evidence, politicians would not let people know about them and it was simply impossible. But absolutely everything had to be done so that this information could somehow miraculously get into the media. The leader understood that this was impossible, but asked his best friend to try, because he was his only chance, and then they simply would not be able to do anything. The man understood that if he was asking so, then in order to calm his conscience, he sent the documents to the media, and they themselves would decide what to do next with it. To the surprise of the mayor, they actually accused him, and even this week. But it really worked, and this guy was able to do something simply unrealistic. The rest of the politicians abandoned this mayor, and in the end the leader turned out to be right that it just looks very strange. If you think like that, then such a situation has already happened in the past, and you had to understand that this is not the first time they have such a strange and very unpredictable situation. The leader always stood his ground until the very end, and even if everyone had problems, it didn't matter to him at all, and he told everyone to listen to him. Of course, he also had failures, but even his legal counsel later said it was good that he once decided to try. The man understood that this leader was truly an amazing person, and he did not understand at all how such people were still alive, although he thought that absolutely everyone had already died since that century. The man also understood that he, too, was keen on power, and especially when the cult of heavenly affairs was in this city, he was really just a monster, and the leader did not understand why they looked at him like that. The man said that no one would ever know Kim's similar story, and maybe he was involved in political activities and that's why no one wanted to release him to the media. The last words make sense only after the death of a person, and didn't he die then and believe nothing, so it was necessary to carefully check this information first. For myself, and the gate that was supposed to explode is protected because this is a big problem. My boyfriend didn't understand why this was a problem. The man explained that many people began to draw parallels with what happened then at the station, although of course few people believe in it. The leader said that he shouldn't have been discovered due to the fact that he used incredible secrecy and his abilities. The man said that most likely his face was not included in the energy video. It can also serve as evidence, and the fact that he stole these documents does not increase the chances. The guy said that he was very careful this time and that's why he simply couldn't be stopped because he was a monster. He explained that he was not detected by more than one camera, but he needed to understand that there were still video recorders and he also needed to understand how he managed to avoid absolutely all the cameras. The guy said that he can distinguish the sounds of instruments thanks to this. It all worked out so well for him, although it seems simply unrealistic. Because of this, he began to ask about the train on his own 2 feet, since he knew how to move through the air very well. They did not understand each other because he told him some strange way, and he could not understand how this was possible. Suddenly the man realized that he was in the Forbidden City, and its length could be compared with the Korean peninsula. But if you think about it, he could also run such long distances before. These people began to feel very nostalgic because for them these were truly the best moments of life when they were simply elusive and fought like real warriors. The man told him to return the money for the transport that he gave him because you also need to be able to count every penny so that you are definitely not robbed. Correctly, I started acting like a fool and I say that there is no point in returning this money to him, because he understood that it would now be used for transport. The man began to beat him and tell him to immediately return the money to him. And the guy said that he deliberately decided to save money on the train in order to keep it for himself. After the leader was able to defeat him, the man began to ask him what he would spend this money on, and he replied that someone had promised him to buy a horse. The guy said that he would spend this money on a helicopter, and the man continued to lie there, as if he answered, he didn't understand at all what to do next. The man dreamed that the head would now see the heavenly God because he could really walk with his money. They understood that giving up death and starting to live is really very difficult, so not everyone can cope with it. The man said that the leader should understand that his wife suggested that he go somewhere so that they could relax, because enough time had already passed since they all lived together. He realized that this was something like a trip and the fat one replied that she wanted to go before starting her studies. He said that then they should go to a place where there is clean air to enjoy full nature and take a break from this whole world. Meanwhile, life went on and everything was as usual for everyone, which means that soon everything will return as before. The man lay completely sweating and felt that he was very ill now because he had no control over the situation that was happening. The girl held special hands with which she could do incredible things to cure this guy. She controlled absolutely everything that happened next to her because she understood that her decision depended on a lot in the life of this man who was lying there. The girl began to feel one very interesting new thought that all the time did not leave her alone and did not let her fall asleep. The girl said that she had already finished everything on the horse and the man who was standing next to him began to ask how this man was feeling. The girl explained that this man definitely didn't lie and most likely they now have a big problem that they immediately need to find a way to cope with because this is just an abnormal phenomenon. The man began to worry that this really was the real goal, and the girl said that he could be trusted. She used psychometry to find out absolutely the whole truth. The man thought about whether the face from the memory of the homeless man matches this portrait because they had no evidence at all except some people. The girl said that, unfortunately, she can no longer find out, and she only knows the memories and absolutely all the goals that were laid there. She explained that, for example, if she uses her skill that the boss saw, he has as many different faces, so you need to be much more careful with this than you can imagine. She also explained that the memories clearly show the clothes and goals that this man wanted to achieve. She also explained that she only sees what he was formed to find for himself. The man and woman were thinking about what to do now because they did not understand at all how to use this situation because, unfortunately, they were not at all able to find good information. The official service of the National Department of the Awakened have equal rights and powers, and if the government gets ahead of them, they will get it first. She also understood that the balance of power would be disrupted, and it also didn't matter which of them would kill him first, but they must be the ones who must believe, otherwise they will have huge problems that they themselves will not be able to cope with. The girl understood that even though her skill was not perfect, there was nothing that she couldn't find out, and even though they belonged to the same organization, she couldn't share information with them. If you put everything together, it should look something like this, and the one who invaded her consciousness very much regretted it because he didn't even know who he was dealing with. She couldn't understand what kind of person he was after stealing the password on which the fate of humanity depended. Unfortunately, they had too little information, but she wanted to find everything. The girl said that it was very unpleasant for her that she could not help them. But so are you, and you are her capabilities, and nothing can be changed about this. But the men thanked her, and said that she was very helpful. Meanwhile, they continued to drive in their car because they were thinking about what to do next with this person who needed to be eliminated. The assistant understood that in any case, he had already cleared the gate in another city and there was a high probability that it was someone else, so he couldn't rely so much on everything. They conducted a thorough study of all the foreign passengers filmed on camera at the entrance. But unfortunately they also could not find anything like this guy. The man implied that most likely one of them, the interested awakened ones in the provinces with me, decided to clear the gates so that everything would be as before. They implied that most likely this would be done by the same awakened one who was at the station throughout the hive, and therefore they have absolutely all the facts to suspect him. The leader said that he doubted it, and of course they could say so, but he clearly had a reason why he decided to go to such a distance because otherwise he would not have started doing such a strange thing. The assistant understood that most likely his commander was driving everything in one direction, which he did not like very much because he understood where the conversation was going. It was necessary to know that he is not from the province, and this confirms their assumption, which means that if he is not local, then there is every chance of him being kicked out of here. They also thought that most likely he was simply trying to intimidate them. I deliberately spoke in their dialect so that they would not be able to understand anything at all, and would simply be discouraged. The assistant thought that this was something very strange. Because this guy was from this city, she pretended that they really didn't think so, or that this guy was not from this city and was trying to convince them otherwise. It was all very complicated and I didn't quite understand. But they also had a guess that in fact he is from this city and is pretending that he is not so that they would think that he is not from this city, and probably the technique of informed wars. They thought he was a very good strategist. The assistant who was driving understood that most likely this was a really unpleasant guy, and the leader told him to behave more carefully, because otherwise they might crash at the turn and would no longer be able to solve this matter. They continued to drive forward and understood that no one else could cope with this except them, so they had to take full responsibility from themselves if they were ready for this. Meanwhile, this family was driving in a car on vacation, and the wife began to ask her husband how long they had to go to the resort, and also offered him his favorite cookies. The man said that most likely they were already very close, and the children continued to sit on their phones because they had no other entertainment. The girl said that it was very fast, and was very happy because she didn't want to go there for so long. After some time, they could not notice how there were some huge holes next to them, which seemed very strange and completely incomprehensible to ordinary people. The girl said that these were traces of the triplets discussed and that previously 3 gates appeared in this city at the same time, but no one cleared them and that's why such problems arose. Some politician also contributed to this, but as it turned out, not entirely, and if someone had broken through the gates, then this explosion from them could have affected the latter, and this nature to great losses. They say that thanks to the explosion, the local ecosystem was able to fully recover, and this only made their world much better, and not worse as everyone thought. Now this place is a favorite attraction of all tourists because there really are excellent options for a good rest. The guy couldn't understand how this could even happen, because for him this is really something very strange. Because if this is really good without the influence of people, then the energy between them on Earth should also have been cleared. By the way, my sister asked if he was going to school next week because she was very interested in whether this nerd would study with her. Ning said that as long as he has white clothes in the wind, he can go anywhere, But this doesn't make her very nervous, because she asked from which series he said this phrase. The girl also said that he would just be an outcast, but his mother supported him and said that she doesn't think so, only if they swear at him. His mother said that he was very handsome and would obviously become popular, but his sister could not understand how this was even possible, and that his mother was saying such things. The man began to get very nervous because he really didn't like the fact that he did everything as the head of the family, and only the leader was praised. It was simply unfair. But he didn't say anything and just continued to drive the car because he didn't like what was happening, and he wanted to come on vacation as soon as possible. They finally arrived at the resorts where they could find a good hotel and finally take a break from such a hard day of work. The girls decided that they would go eat fish soup because they had been looking forward to this vacation for a very long time, and now their time had come. The guys said that they were heading to the mountains and there was a delicious meat soup there, which is why they would move there. The girls said that it didn't matter to them and therefore they should not overdo it, because otherwise it would then be impossible for them to protect him in the room. They said goodbye and said that they would meet again soon because they were together on this vacation, and this meant that they would have a very exciting time. The girls began to walk forward and the men were left alone, which means that now the leader will communicate with him and discuss what was wrong while they were driving. The guy began to ask if he had prepared the promised money for him. The master said that he spoke simply and even his voice features were very similar. The man said what to send now and sent him 2,000,000 won. He could afford absolutely everything because he saved it and got there using his own energy. The leader said that this was just perfect, but now it was time for them to go to the mountains because he was very tired and wanted to get there as soon as possible. They continued to move forward in order to truly rest because they really didn't like the fact that they worked all day long and were tired. In fact, for them it was not a vacation, but the guy dressed up as a coach and took his whistle to train the man because he wanted to regain his past strength, which unfortunately he had lost. The man is working as hard as he can, and the leader told him to move as quickly as possible, because otherwise he will not be able to regain the capabilities that he previously had. The leader shouted that this is why they came to this city, and he has no right to give up because he must break through the gates of life and death. The leader told him to work, but the man could barely stand it, and said that very soon he would die and would no longer be able to feel his body. The guy kicked him and said that he didn't care at all, and he could calmly die right in front of his eyes and he wouldn't even move. The guy continued to kick him and told him to work as hard as possible because otherwise he would suffer even more if he stopped in place. The man couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't understand why he was raping him so much and why he had such a terrible holiday this year. The guy answered that this was a good question and also explained about one part of the body that he needed to activate in order for him to become much stronger. The guy continued to inflict pressure points on him so that he could feel absolutely all the pain and understand how much more he needed to work on his body. The man was very nervous and understood that these might be his last days in his life, so he wanted to spend them as best as possible and not die on the field. And suddenly he noticed how black blood began to come out of him, which means that he was able to achieve his result, and with the help of this he will definitely be able to advance further. The guy jumped up to him in order to save him because he was able to activate one very important feature in his body. Well, a little time and he put it on the floor so that someone could rest. He had really spent a lot of energy, and was already completely exhausted. Now the guy will open the gates between heaven and hell for him so that he can activate his internal energy, because it can only be obtained when you go on the path between life and death. He began to open this path so that he could somehow receive this energy, and he would absolutely not care anymore because he did not feel his part of the body from the word at all. The guy said that he would have to protect them again. It wouldn't be possible to do this. The membrane opens very rarely. The guy held something up and said that very soon he would be able to become a little stronger, and he would be a new version of himself that he would like, and he would get up every day with his smile on his face and enjoy life. Fortunately, the guy managed to remove the bad energy so that his body was completely cleansed, and now he was able to control himself normally. But unfortunately the main problem appeared in one place. The opening of the gates between death and life must be carried out together where there is pure energy of heaven and earth, and only in this way he will not lose control over his energy. But unfortunately, if you just look out the window, you will understand that now is not the time when you can safely do this on any earth. And those lands that are just around are covered with dirty energy because of a bunch of different news sources, and therefore he will not be able to do this normally. Unfortunately, at the moment when his body is open so that dirty energy can get inside, then he can suffer very badly and it will no longer be possible to get rid of it. This is equivalent to leaving white clothes lying on the ground, and it is useless to hope that the clothes will definitely remain clean after this. However, one must take into account the fact that he is the strongest martial arts warrior, and therefore he can do this completely alone since he was much stronger than the others. Thanks to its ability, it will simply filter out all the dirty particles and prevent this dirty energy from getting inside. Thanks to his ability to cope well with this, he felt that he was doing much better than he had ever done. Now this area within a radius of 3 m is the cleanest place on Earth since he activated his ability because he was strong enough. With the help of his technique, he will direct all the energy to the right place so that this man can return to his good condition when he was one of the strongest. Each particle flows through the meridians, and therefore it was necessary to understand that they are really very good and give him many opportunities. There are many points with which you can control your body, but you can't always get everything perfect. If you direct them incorrectly, then your body will simply burst. This is why balance needs to be maintained. The leader, with the help of channeling internal energy, was able to achieve balance and leave #redo this several more times because he was a good master. The teacher began to give his student this energy, and the man who was lying on the floor became much stronger than ever. The man understood that the leader went through this for his sake, and therefore he would have to repay him for this because he was really risking his life. The man was moved because he understood that these were indeed very touching moments for him, because the leader sacrificed a lot for him. But suddenly the leader said that he had miscalculated a little and would have to do it again. But the man didn't understand our word. The slingshots were bloody, and the man was told not to move, otherwise nothing would work out and he might die. Enough time had passed, and this already meant that everything was fine with this man, because this operation was supposed to end with a bang. He felt just great because of all this. He became much more agile and also felt young. He lost excess weight and looked like a very athletic and good person who could control absolutely every centimeter of his body. The man couldn't believe that he was able to remember what he had before, because now he understands that this is really a very important moment in his life. He knew that there was little left in his body. He no longer had energy. The information received by his senses had expanded greatly, and now he controlled everything around him. The man began to ask the leader something because he did not understand one thing that confused him very much. In general, it's okay to ask whether his hair will fall out, and the leader said that it's only his. Well, he should generally think about how to save people now. The guy said that most likely, yes, that's all, and his hair will most likely remain new, it will definitely grow healthy, and he will look like he's 25 years old, which will be simply gorgeous. The man began to ask about one very interesting thing and hoped that she would also return because it was very important to him. The man started laughing at him and said that he was very weak in this regard because he even decided to ask a question about it. The man was told that since it all depends on internal energy, he thinks that this is most likely the case, so he can completely not worry about what will happen next. They continued to move forward and later decided to discuss everything that happened today because the situation was indeed very interesting and could not simply be ignored. The man remembered that the leader never married, and after his departure I asked for 90 years and he still could not find anyone for himself. The guy said that he simply couldn't answer because their country was in chaos, and he was considered gods who simply had no right to do so because he was just a leader. Although he began to imply something and realized that most likely he still had one chance to fall in love with someone. The leader said that, in general, nothing, and in general he had never met anyone, and the man told him that there was something else that interested him. He named the name of one very good friend of theirs and understood that he needed to find out the whole truth about him as soon as possible. The man was surprised and turned around because he didn't understand at all why he didn't react to his question. What if the leader said that the man had lost control of his energy, and he didn't understand at all what he was talking about, and what was going on here in general? The man could not believe that that man really turned out to be very weak due to the fact that he had lost energy, and he was the second person after the leader himself. The leader said that most likely he simply overdid it thanks to him, and the man said that he did not understand at all why these speeches were made. The leader said that he broke through the last border and no longer grew old, and that man, although slower than others, attacked to grow old, and, to his great regret, there was simply no stopping him. He began to grow old every day. He realized that if he died, he would most likely simply be left alone, and therefore did not want to leave him because he understood that this was the last person who would be with him. He finally understood why he switched to closed training to reach the same level as him. But unfortunately, he was unable to break through the last wall, and these were the last minutes of his life, in which, unfortunately, he did not live very happily as he was very dependent on everything that was happening in the world. Unfortunately, he died due to the fact that he could not control his energy, and therefore he simply could not stay alive since this energy gave him all his strength. The leader could not hold back his tears because he understood that this was his closest person in recent years when everyone had already left him, or died. While the man heard all this, he understood that these were really not toys or fairy tales, and he needed to understand how serious it all was. The leader said that this was already in the past and that he, too, had suffered for 22 years, and the man replied that, to be more precise, it was 17 years, and for the last 5 he had lived very well. The leader told him that he was great, that he was able to build such a good life for himself, but the man didn't understand why he reacted to it all so simply. The man started asking the leader, and he didn't like him, why couldn't he calm down and just go and follow him? The man suggested that they come back and eat something delicious with the whole family, and after all, he had long wanted to stay with his daughter and wife. The man was very happy when he agreed, because the leader said that cooking was very well developed in this world and therefore he was ready to go eat. The leader said that these are all spices, but unfortunately they are harmful to health. But the other answer is that there is no difference because he is still resistant to all poisons. They continued to walk and the weather was, as usual, the best of all, because they know that they have enough time left to rest, because they paid enough money for it. It was already dark and they continued to relax in their villa, which they rented in order to relax with the whole family, as they loved. The dinner was very beautiful and tasty and absolutely all the items on the table were very appetizing and everyone wanted to eat them, but they had to wait for people. The wife begins to ask her nephew what happened to him, and what happened in general, and why he is doing this. His wife began to ask why he took alcohol, but he couldn't even think that he could just open up like that because he had completely forgotten that he couldn't drink. He replied that it was soju beer, but they explained to him that no matter how you looked at it, it was still alcohol, and he still had no right to drink such drinks. The guy at the table replied that it might just seem at first glance, and his girlfriend didn't understand why he had the right to drink alcohol. He explained that in fact it was an elixir created in perfect harmony between energies and yang, and the girl began to say that this was just bullshit that someone told him. The woman also didn't understand what kind of elixir it was and why he was talking about it so calmly, and from behind, her very husband was not offended with all his might. He ran across and said that under no circumstances should he drink alcohol because it's not legal yet, he's still very small, and as soon as he's old he'll be able to do all this. The man began to play himself as a formidable father. I don't understand why he didn't play along with him, because he had to play along. Because he really wasn't allowed to have such alcohol by Korean standards. The guy started asking why it was forbidden at all, and the man replied that such laws, and he replied that they were just damn politicians. The wife said that it was already getting very cold outside, so it was time for them to finish this food and go to bed. It was time for them to go inside, and the guys began to look at each other as if they were evil and that each of them should go in first. But in fact, he looked at him like that only so that he would allocate time for him because he wanted to spend it with his wife. The guy got up and told his girlfriend that they should go for a walk, they need to freshen up, and the girl said that it was very cold, and she didn't want to. He became her one day and in a matter of seconds she felt some very strange sensations, as if she had fallen in love with him. He asked her if she felt warm now and took her hand because they needed to take a walk in order to allocate some time for the man. The leader looked at him and understood that he would have to endure this impudent girl because he promised him that he would devote some time. Thick was incredibly strong and he was able to hold his wife in his arms as if for the first time, and she felt real strength. I laugh and say that the service works for 100,000 won, and he will still owe him because he doesn't do that, and at least go for a walk with his daughter as always. They continued to walk along this shore because the leader really did a favor so that the real man could spend his evening with his lady. But the girls were too cold to walk near the shore, and she didn't understand at all why they needed to do this right now. She also didn't understand why this guy didn't tremble at all, and why he was so strange because it was as if he was just made of steel. The leader walked with her, and said that he had not walked like this for a long time, and for him this was really a very interesting activity. And the girl looked at him and thought that he was crazy. He remembered those days when he ran as if it were not normal because his speed could develop to unreal particles since he had this superpower along with his friends. The man in his youth said that they had been following them all this time, and now they need to do everything to escape from here as soon as possible. They moved forward as quickly as possible in order to save their lives, because they understood that no one else could do it except them, and then they would not have a chance to escape. They understood that they needed to take 3 balls in order to fight against these people who were already catching up with them, and were somehow very strangely dressed in blue uniforms. They pushed off the ground in order to reach them from anywhere in the world with the help of their speed, which they gained thanks to their fast legs. Some old man said that he was a master of the cult, and therefore he could calmly cope with this guy who for some reason very much believed in himself. These 3 began to move as quickly as possible from there because I don't understand that they got themselves into trouble and now they really need to get home as soon as possible. They moved forward and saw that, unfortunately, there was a huge cliff there and they needed to come up with something about it, because otherwise they could die. It was the Trinity who stood on the cliff and understood that there was no further road and they needed to do something about it. Otherwise they would suffer very much as the rest of the 3 would simply kill them to finish their job. These people have already come and said that he is finished, and the leader of the demonic cult will now pay for all his actions that he has done over the years. The old man said that there was nowhere else to run, and therefore now he would pay for absolutely all his actions that he could do with his life. It was very difficult to react to what was going to happen now because I don't understand that. Unfortunately, the leaders can really take it away from here and really harm him. One of them said that he no longer had any internal strength left, and his energy was also at 0. I don't understand that. This is most likely the end. The old man noticed that these 2 were filled with hatred and perseverance, but for some reason he was crying and he could not understand why this happened because for him it was something strange. And they didn't start to think that most likely even the demon of the demonic cult began to be afraid of death. But they didn't mean that he had a brilliant plan that he came up with. On the mountain, I understood that even if these were tears, there was no special reason for them and a real man could cry at any moment. They answered him that this is the first time they have seen leaders start crying and therefore it is something strange for them. After all, they implied that such a thing does not exist. The man continued to tell him something strange, and the leader stood on the cliff and did not answer him because he understood that for him this was a stupid idea and he could answer whenever he wanted. The old man wondered what this guy was preparing because he was not at all simple, and you could recognize a lot of bad ideas in his head. The old man tried to read it mentally. He understood that most likely he would also face an end that would not be so easy to cope with, and he needed to control the situation. The old man turned around and said that it was time for them to return because he understood that there were much more compelling reasons to do this, and the rest of the leaders of this group did not understand what was happening. The leader began to ask the old man why he was letting him go. And he was just warming up and wanted to fight him one-on-one because he was very bored all these years. The old man said that there was no particular reason for this, and he no longer had to worry about his ass, although in principle that's all he does. The old man said that he cannot embrace this potential like this sea. Therefore, he will have to retreat along with his warriors since he does not want to start bloodshed. This man continued to feel quite good while drinking warm drinks in his mug as he tried to relax all these years. The old man told him that he still could not understand why the deadheads made such a decision, and he did not understand at all why this happened. And the leader replied that from the political point of view of the faction there was no point in letting us go alive. The leader also said that because of his tears, everything could have happened in a strange way. And the man, who already had a beard, thought that he was telling some strange information, because you shouldn't worry so much about tears. The man also told him that then these were not tears, but he began to understand that most likely they knew a little more about him than he did. It was these memories that our leader remembered while he was walking through the streets with his girlfriend, who was the daughter of his friend. The girl asked him what he was thinking about, and why he was behaving so strangely lately, because she couldn't give a normal explanation for his behavior. He said that now he remembered about the man who had recently saved his life. Because of this he should have done the same to him, but he couldn't. The girl was incredibly curious about how this guy used to live, because she understood that he was from the north, but she didn't understand how interesting he lived there, and so she decided to ask the question if he had a girlfriend. The guy replied that the father and the daughter were asking the same thing. But the girl couldn't understand why he answered that way, and why he had such a strange reaction, because she thought that everything would be fine. The guy said to himself the inventory and began to examine something. And the girl watched this and pretended that most likely she did not see anything, but perhaps she saw something. The guy was able to make a special necklace and extended his hand to her so that she could take this gift from him, which was very beautiful. It was a golden thread from whale sinew intertwined with heavenly silk, impregnated with gold that was boiled for 1,000 days, and this bracelet was with the rarest diamonds in the world. He understood that it was better not to tell her about this, and the girl was very happy because she had never been given such beautiful gifts before, and this was the first time for her. The guy said that it was given to him a long time ago, and it was one girl who was able to give such a rare gift. Once upon a time, the princess of the Ming Empire really gave him this gift, which was very valuable, and he forever remembered this very beautiful gesture on her part. The man understood that this bracelet would really be more expensive than a whole castle, and the girls said that if this bracelet belonged to him, then no one could take it from him. Unfortunately, this girl loved only him with all her heart, and the meteor appears in the sky only for a moment, but it lives forever. These are the words she said to him every day because she loves him very much. Indeed, when he was able to understand how beautiful her heart was, he could no longer control his emotions and said that he was not immortal, he just lived a little longer than everyone else. He understood that he simply did not have the right to marry her since the power of one family would become very large and, in fact, if after death she still lived, then he would be at peace with her. The girl asked that they remember about her as soon as he looked at this bracelet, because she hoped that someday they would see each other together again. The leader promised that he would try because he understood that he really also loved this girl, but he simply could not marry her because chaos would begin in the country. She knew this too. Therefore, after her 20th birthday, she stopped coming to him because she understood that she could not spend all her time trying to win his heart. It was from that day that he began to watch her because he really was her beloved. He did not have the right to be with her because he understood that another family would have a very big chance. It was very painful for him to realize that he had lost such a dear person who he liked very much and brought him real happiness. Absolutely everything. Memories began to burn with her because he understood that this really would not last forever. She needed to forget about it as soon as possible. At the moment he said that she was no longer suitable for the role of empress and decided to take this opportunity for himself, so he understood that his power would be very great indeed. Her brother was simply crazy, and he said that now he would be the emperor of the great Ming Empire since for him power was the most important aspect of life. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a leader appeared who came to save his lady's heart, because he understood that she was very dear to him, and he must do everything to save her. The leader began to tell him with a terrifying smile that no one gave him the opportunity to do this, and now he will generally pay for appearing in this world because he did not have a single sign to be an emperor. He understood that if he had accepted her feelings right away, she could have remained alive. But he was angry with himself and with her free brother who raised a special riot in order to throw her off the throne. Unfortunately, she died and the emotions of hatred were in the first half of him, and he wanted to do absolutely everything to return her to a living state. But unfortunately, he couldn't do it because there were already too many problems that they didn't have time to deal with, and that's why it all happened like that. He left this girl to suffer in hell and forced all the people to stand in front of him because he really began to get very nervous and worried about this girl. Finally, he was able to understand what he had done, and he needed to calm down his emotions, because he couldn't hate everyone and everywhere all his life. People said that if he gave them a little time, then they would not be able to take revenge, and with the help of them together he could calm his soul. And people bowed down before him and said that he was really a real god who could do something that was simply unrealistic. But he was perfectly aware of everything and realized that he had to act completely differently. People continued to say that he was a god and did not hide at all the fact that they were very scared. But they could not do anything about it because they understood that they had to follow all orders. He himself was scared to realize that now everyone considers him God and he had to defend this title. And if he doesn't succeed, then he's simply not worthy of it. The girl began to ask what was happening to him, and why he was thinking so hard again, and the girl said that he still had a relationship and there was no need to hide it. The daughter began to ask her uncle how he was living with them because she understood that he would like to start his own family, and began to ask if he had any inconveniences. The guy said that everything was fine and there were no inconveniences, so she didn't have to worry since her dad did the best, but she insisted on telling everything. The guy said that he liked absolutely everything and they continued to walk together, so you understand that he still needs to spend a little time alone. He understood that in this world practically no one knows him, and this is a very good quality. After all, when you are in everyone's sight all the time, even this becomes unpleasant. He said that he likes absolutely everything here and he is very grateful to life that everything turned out this way and that he was able to end up in such a good family. The girls started to fall in love with him because he would be a really nice guy who gave compliments all the time and really knew how to communicate well. She turned around and said that he was talking like an old man. Therefore, it was time for him to calm down with these boring quotes and do something else. The guy said that it was already quite cold now and so it was time to go back inside, and the girl said that he could take his jacket back because she didn't need it. Meanwhile, they continued to drive in their car, since they had a new good day after that difficult vacation in which they each had time to relax and get what they wanted. The man said that during this time he had succeeded very much, and he even really liked the fact that they had such a good time with the whole family. The leader said that I was overtaking the best, he was getting rid of the worst, and he began to pretend again as if he were some kind of main character from a series. The man told him to stop talking nonsense, and he actually takes it all very seriously. The leader got very angry with him, and told him not to address him like that again. The man began to tell what happened in his time, because then it was really very difficult to take it all seriously, because then there was a severe crisis. He explained that at that time there was no special service at all. The awakened ones were not enough both in strength and in quantity, and besides, a device that predicted the appearance of the gate was invented for me. Then it was just complete chaos. In Korea it was much better, but in general the situation was the same everywhere. Therefore, it was necessary to understand that this world really needed new heroes who were very much lacking because they were hiding. However, even at such a time, there were those people who did not despair and continued to show their ego and skill, and to great happiness. It was one very good person about whom he already knows many stories, and it was still him. He fought all day long to bring peace and joy to this chaos, and getting rid of it would be the ideal solution. The man felt that he would be the very person on whom entire lives would depend, and he understood that he was not alone. While the leader was listening to all this, he was already very bored and he didn't understand why they talk about it so well, as if they were really in some kind of series. The man told him not to make such a strange face. It would be better if he listened to him and understood that he was telling the real truth. At that moment, he looked at the situation from the good side, not like all the people who complained about their lives all the time. Leader started asking what was the reason. The man answered him that on that day he began to study martial arts in order to use them to protect other people, because he believed in the power that was contained in a person, and it simply needed to be developed. He understood that over time there would be many more awakened people and new inventions would appear. And gradually they would become stronger. But unfortunately, absolutely not all of them became stronger. He explained that because of this, he had labor property that he had accumulated while working, and such value was from his past city, and otherwise his own business. He understood that the only direction in business was eliminating the consequences of the explosion, and the first complex at the site of the destruction of the explosions, which were built by him. Consequences in the area of the victim, he set up mansions. Although at that time they said that where the gates were, there was a high probability of their reappearance, and everyone around them confirmed that he was simply crazy. But to great happiness, on the contrary, thanks to research, you said that instead of an explosion, it is the safest. The business immediately succeeded, and then he began to earn a lot of money. Thanks to the fact that money appeared there, He now also lives in this area where, besides him, people who play an important role are now gathered. He understood that these people really have a great influence on the rest of the world, and therefore it would be better to have good relations with them so as not to have any problems in the future. The man said that he was talking about this because it concerns his school life, and the guy did not understand at all what kind of school life he was talking about, and why he was telling him about rich people. He explained that schoolchildren, perhaps because of their rich life, have quite adult thoughts, and they don't even think about how to make money. And not only do they throw birthday parties among their friends, and he even heard that he rents a whole one for this. He explained that the real problem lies with their parents, and their mere appearance at school creates a mess. After all, they have become prime ministers, vice ministers, presidents of large corporations, members of the government, and so on. They are there very often. That is why there is a hierarchy in this school, and perhaps because they are still children, appearance is important to them, and not what is really inside you. The leader began to ask why he was telling him just high school with such surprise. After all, before he knew that basically it had always been like this. The man replied that in TV series it might be like that, but this has never happened before, and in the end, if he doesn't like someone, he must decide it with words, and he has no right to touch someone at all. Without everything, she once again told him that he couldn't kill anyone for anything, and he barely told him that he understood everything. In fact, he didn't care. Finally, they had already arrived at this school, which means that now he was about to begin that same study that not everyone loved. He was able to enter this private school thanks to the fact that they were able to agree on his appearance and other problems. In this school, everything was like in regular TV series because the girls wore skirts and the boys wore vests like real students. Suddenly he noticed a consultation room where new members of people who enter this school were constantly being interrogated. The man who was sitting at the reception began to ask him where he came from, and with the help of his program, he noticed that he turned out to be more of an American family, and he realized that his lifestyle was more American. The man explained that this guy's parents basically started a business in China. Therefore, he has some kind of mixed style that has passed on everything to him over such many years. The bespectacled man was very interested in how all this could have turned out, because he did not expect that this would even happen. The man was handed a special tablet on which there was some form that indicated what questions were asked to this guy. As soon as the man picked up this phone, he realized that there were really very dangerous answers that he shouldn't have been given because it looked very stupid from the outside. After all, even if there were stupid questions there, he answered them more stupidly. And if you take, for example, if you had the opportunity to write one article in the Constitution, he would have written about the land of the demonic city. And the answer itself was to the question of worship of the demonic city. Also, when asked what the situation is in Korea in the midst of the current international situation, he replied that everything will be fine. After all, they have him, and other inhabitants of the earth should be jealous. Such answers to questions were indeed very dangerous because it was necessary to understand that he was still at school and not everyone knew about his past. The man replied, "What does this happen?" And the teacher said that the study of character and knowledge is even more amazing, and he is even very interested in communicating live with such a person. If we evaluate his knowledge, he is in the top 5 people who have the same high knowledge as himself. The man could not believe that he was able to enter the top 5 best, and most likely he simply used his skills to pass this obstacle. But it was also necessary to understand that according to common sense, he is in the top 1% from the end, and that means that the level of his abnormalities in the brain is 100 and most likely she is autistic. The man understood that the situation could not go on like this. Therefore, something had to be decided with this guy, because he really behaves like a real autist. Teacher also said that this is the first time he has seen a person who is so smart, and it is truly a great treasure to receive such a well-mannered student. The man began to ask the teacher if this is not just a test that you must pass before going to school, because usually teachers don't care about such tests. But here everything was different. The teacher got very angry and said that the test that they conduct in high school was developed by the best specialists, and the complexity of this test is high, and also requires different skills, and even the best specialist cannot enter the top 01. The man could not believe what was happening between them and why this student passed this test so well. But at the same time he was interested in something else. He began to ask what about his daughter's results, because he also wanted to know how his daughter, who is also a very good student, was doing. The teacher began to consider her candidacy in order to see how she wrote this test. In his heart, the teacher did not understand why he reacted so cold-bloodedly to the test results of this guy. After all, they are from the same family. After he saw the results of his daughter, he was amazed because he did not understand how this could even happen. The teacher could not believe that he was really the father of this girl who wrote this test so poorly because he could not understand why they had such different strengths of mind in the family. The teacher began to say that she was a very good girl, she still had a lot of things ahead, but the man did not understand what that expression was and he wanted to figure it out as soon as possible. The teacher said that this girl is very beautiful and that she communicates very well with people at this school, so she is just a sweetheart. The teacher began to get very nervous and said that today they should better discuss how his nephew would act, because he was much more interested in this since he saw that this nephew was not simple. The man realized that most likely his daughter was doing very poorly in the exam since the teacher didn't want to talk to him about it at all. I understand you that everything would be very bad for them. The teacher said that no matter what, this guy is in the top 1% even among Ivy League students. But this is a very low indicator of sanity, and this means that he is simply abnormal. If you understand it this way, then in the test for the character of sociality, morality and constancy showed quite high results, and everything else was much lower. This means that he generally understands the morality of society, and his actions are consistent. However, one must always not forget about one problem that exists there. Unfortunately, this is different from those who have a special autism syndrome, which unfortunately he will most likely have to struggle with in the coming days. The man took this paper, and it said that perhaps the lack of common sense does not lie in psychological problems as a result of lack of study, and that is why starting next year they are planning to open classes for additional education for the graduating classes. The man said that this guy should come to these classes. And the man said that since he doesn't know, then he should study there and sign this paper because for him it was a simple matter. But the most unpredictable thing was that he was told that his daughter, unfortunately, would now also have to study in this class, since she, too, was not keeping up with her studies. All the girls started whispering behind their backs. After all, they saw this guy and didn't understand who he really was and why he was so strange. He noticed that this school is much more spacious than he saw it in the TV series, and he even likes it here very much, despite all the problems that exist here. He realized that this is the place where students start a novel, and the genres that are most often found in these schools are romance. Meanwhile, the athletes continued training and they moved forward. After all, they were good warriors in the sports technique of this school. They trained because they had special lessons to keep themselves in shape because they couldn't stress themselves all the time. The guy noticed how this special class continued to train hard, and he even liked the fact that people there were really trying to become the best version of themselves but didn't really understand what they were doing. And suddenly he noticed the same girl who he really liked. Thanks to her, he simply lost his mind for a few seconds. He liked her very much, and he remembered how she ran in physical education and understood that this was what he would definitely need. The guy understood that if you live for a long time, you will have time to see a lot, and thanks to these words, he realized that everything is still ahead. It seems that he found his ideal type of girl that he will like in the future because he felt her body through several tens of meters. They were sitting in a restaurant, and the leader wanted to ask him how he met his wife, because he had really had enough time to settle down with his family. The man couldn't understand why he suddenly decided to ask about this, and the leader told him to just answer his questions and not ask stupid questions. He said that they first met when he was a laborer at a factory, and to be more precise, he had just started working after serving in the army. He served there quite a lot. The leader could not believe that he really served in the army because he knew nothing about it at all and no one had ever told him about it before. The man explained that when he forwards then to begin with. He joined the army because he had no education and the gates had not yet appeared. Because of this, there were few accidents and purchasing a certificate was not as easy as it is now. He worked like hell and absolutely everyone thought he was not a good worker. After working hard for a month, they gave him 000001 and told him that this was his monthly salary, which he didn't like very much. The man began to scream and said that he simply could not live like this. So he decided to buy himself social status, even if it meant selling jewelry from that city. So everywhere, after he bought himself a social status, it turned out that even there he would be a newcomer, and therefore he had to survive. People watched him and didn't understand why he was so strangely withdrawn, because no one could understand what happened to them. I asked for a little time and he entered the special service because it was time for him a long time ago, because he understood that the army pays good money. He enlisted on March 7, 2001 in order to serve at least a few years and get money to open his own business. According to the certificate, it says that he was not on duty. People started asking how old he was and wondering what he was saying. They started asking what happened to his face. He said that when he was little, they overdid it on medications, so now he looks very bad. The leader began to ask him how the army was there, because everyone is talking about rumors that it is very cruel there, and that it is almost impossible to survive there. The man explained that it was, of course, much easier than during the demon training, but here the problem was in the people. The leader began to ask what exactly the problem was. He said that the chickens that could be defeated with one finger made him very nervous, and that's why he wanted to deal with them as soon as possible. But unfortunately he couldn't. The man who worked the order and simply didn't understand what he was talking about because he was very scared. What kind of person was he like if he wasn't embarrassed by the people in prison? The leader still wanted to know how he was able to meet his wife, because he never told him the full story, but only told him about how he ended up in prison. He explained that while he was working as a laborer, there was an incident when a banner fell and he saved her, which caused him to get a scar on his face. The leader imagined that it was very romantic since he rewatched the series and thought that they were at their best. It looked 100% cute because he would save danger from this. At that time, his wife went to university in that district and saw each other often, so he plucked up courage and invited her for a cup of coffee like a true gentleman. The leader could not understand how often they saw each other. He began to invent very fantastic novels in order to further develop his fiction. The man began to ask the guy why he was interested in this, and most likely he now likes someone, and he answered that most likely yes. The man was very happy and wanted to understand who this girl he really liked was, because he would do everything for them to be together. He said that it was an incredibly beautiful girl who bullied her in physical education, and he remembers 100% about her. The guy was already starting to feel embarrassed, but he remembered that most likely this was the same girl who ran past in physical education. The man began to laugh very hard, but you had to understand that everyone has their own tastes, and you had to accept the person as he is, because everything is different for everyone. Suddenly the man began to think about what the family tree would look like if his daughter's classmate became the wife of a cult leader. There is also a point that she most likely is not his classmate, and he began to feel some paranoia about how it would all look and whether it could be done at all. The leader began to tell him that he was completely embarrassed to ask such a thing. He would like to know what Korean girls like. The man said that he doesn't know at all what he likes now. What he knows for sure is that now they are all addicted to social networks. Social networks make girls feel more confident if someone declares their love for them. The man began to ask about her appearance, because he most likely meant that he liked her very much, if he was so straightforward. The guy said that appearance is not important at all, and the most important thing is what is inside a person, namely his soul and what he likes to feel. The man could not understand how he managed to see her soul in such a rare short time. He said that this can only be learned with time. The guy said that this can be easily understood from you. He can feel the innate energy that spreads throughout the body in a matter of seconds. The man could not understand where he got such talent and since when. The guy replied that this all happened as soon as he reached full maturity, and with the help of this he became much more confident, and if you think about it, it was after he left through the gate. You need to understand that innate energy is the pure resources of all life and, unlike internal energy, innate energy cannot be improved or changed. This energy accumulates depending on how a person lives and on his values. And people with dark innate energy are very scary and gloomy people, and those with light energy are not positive. He said that he remembered something he saw in one city, and she had the same strong light energy as today's girl, and he really liked her. The man suggested that later they could become business partners because he understood that he really had a good partner who thought through all the steps in advance very well. The man understood that if she was a bounty hunter, would there be anyone more brilliant in the company than him? Which is very unlikely. He also said that there are companies that are looking for honest people when others are looking for sober people. He also said that there was a good option to join us as an interior designer next week in the company. The man said that he would fully pay for all these expenses, and he completely agreed because he understood that he had a good prospect of becoming a professional. The man began to ask the leader how he felt the innate energy, and suddenly he noticed something very dangerous. The man called very strongly, and the leader said that he was not sure, and perhaps people with inner strength may not see it very clearly. The man asked what he felt when they saw him for the first time. He remembered those emotions and felt very great hatred because he did not want to see this man get better. He said that he had the same energy as a bald eunuch who was deflated like a balloon, and the man realized that this was a very, very bad sign. The man couldn't believe that this was really true. He was very offended by it all, but he tried to cope with it. He told the man that if you have someone who practices martial arts, the energy is clouded, then he thinks he knows what kind of past life he has with someone. He explained to him that he was a sword that was forged by fire. Its power was truly incredibly great. In general, although he was naive, deep inside him there was hidden a fiery sharp sword that he tried every day to thrust into his enemy, who definitely deserved it. But now his fire was just like a spark, and the sword was buried in the ground because he no longer needed it. The leader explained that the innate energy has not changed, although he lost his internal energy for 22 years. Perhaps there is another option because of which all this happened. He explained that most likely it was all because of this character who did not let them in then, and tried to fight against them, because this is a space of losses and he can only pass through it by losing what is very dear to him. The leader then tried to do everything to pass painlessly, but unfortunately his combat energy gave him the opportunity to choose and he had to choose it. Unfortunately, he then lost what was truly most valuable to him, and there was no way he could cope with it. Unfortunately, he valued very much the fact that he possessed martial arts, so he lost something associated with them, and he is unlikely to be able to become the same form as he ever was. The man already understood that it was time for them to go home, but at the same time he could not understand what he had saved since he had lost his martial arts. He could not understand what was more valuable to him. He understood that he was 90% of something, but unfortunately it was impossible to understand what exactly he had saved. Unfortunately, no matter how much he thinks, he still cannot remember it all, and it is still hard for him to realize that he is really locked in this world. It was necessary to understand that although he is a hammer, he is already a popular author, well recognized in the field of fantasy novels. Sometimes he goes to question forums when he's bored. Also, then he accidentally came across one question and could not understand what it was all about. It was written on this forum that it so happened that he had to go to school, but he doesn't know what he's doing there, and anyone who knows what to do there won't even contact him. This writer began to think about what had happened here and most likely some writer's crisis, but he was very glad that he didn't have such a thing. He understood that even though he is now a famous writer, he has been involved in crises in the past, and so he decided to give him some advice. He understood that His Majesty was going to school, but obviously he didn't know what or how to do there at all, and therefore he needed to start communicating with someone there in order not to be an outcast. This master understood that even though it's normal for a writer to start with the most interesting, at the same time you need to realize how to hook your viewer. He thought that it was time for him to turn the plot around and thought that he should do so that the school is much calmer than it seems and the people there are like squirrels in a wheel who repeat the same thing. The leader was sitting at the computer and was happy when he saw what had already been answered, and he was finally able to understand what he should do at school. Unfortunately, this man was a writer, and he did not understand at all that they were asking him to really use it, and he was inventing fantastic stories for him. Leaders, he absorbed this absolutely like a sponge because he had no other choice since he did not realize what he was doing, but it was already too late. The strange man looked somehow very mysterious, and it was even a little scary to be with him. He said that very soon children with awakened abilities will appear, which means that this world will have very good opportunities for the future. Another one came to this man and said that he had good news and the second phase was already close, which meant that very soon they would be able to make their plan. Also, this man with white hair said something strange is happening in a small country in East Asia, and it really is somehow not quite ordinary. Most likely there are some awakened ones there. These people were somehow very important because they could control absolutely the whole world, and they said that Korea is a really interesting country that has many opportunities and has adapted best to the system. They also said that a gate appeared in that place without any prerequisites, and most likely the monster boss was trying to awaken in order to go out. Another person said that if he continues to talk like that, he will even believe that he is a person and that work in the service makes itself felt, and will now switch to the dialect of monsters. He said that such heroes of the tribe have not appeared for 500 years and therefore this is a great chance to push one there. One person said that he perfectly remembers his name, and if it weren't for one person, then everything would be perfect. Also, one began to ask what they should do with the system because it had deviated from the norm. They implied that if the system deviated from the norm, then most likely these gates exploded, but in some unusual way someone was able to clear them. The rest of the monsters could not understand how this was even possible, and how this could happen because they did everything to ensure that these gates were never cleared. These monsters could not believe that one of the awakened ones was nearby, and it was almost impossible to do this alone. The monster implied that most likely this was definitely the work of a person, although he left no traces behind himself and very cleverly tried to hide so as not to be declassified. The monster with orange hair said that there was no big point in getting hung up and how only a person who would die didn't look. The main monster said that unfortunately, sometimes insignificant things can lead to disaster, and therefore they need to react to everything more competently, because later they can pay for it. They also had to remember that absolute being from that city because he was also a man, and then became an unkillable monster. These three said that they, too, are no exception and therefore you need to understand that everything is individual for everyone. The monster said that if the gate was cleared then the filter monster should also be alive. The blonde monsters suggested that they filter one town in order to finally have fun because they were tired of doing something strange all the time. Another monster began to ask him why he decided to do this right now if this was already the second part of the plan. But the other monster replied that it was time to speed up the first part because it had dragged on very much. He explained that there are still many strong awakened ones in Korea and therefore they need to be dealt with in order for their plan to work perfectly. And he also said that in any case they need to get rid of this creature, and therefore he completely agrees with speeding up the first part because it was time a long time ago. The monster said that then he would come with good news because he would tell the special service in Korea to start working as soon as possible. Leave the rest to him because he will prepare the filtration. After a few seconds, the monster was able to instantly escape from there. They were very worried that they would finally go because Koreans have always been very strong in spirit. He understood that for the sake of God he could sacrifice himself despite all these problems, because he had to understand that this might even be the end. Meanwhile, everything was stable at the high school and this guy finally started studying there because it was time to start studying a long time ago. They went into the head teacher's office to discuss all the most important things, because they understood that they really needed to discuss everything and then decide what to do next. The leader and his friend's wife sat with the head teacher and discussed very important topics since he was entering this school and he had to understand absolutely all the rules and how to behave. The woman asked that they not talk about the family ties between their daughter and this guy because they wanted to keep it a secret so that there would be no problems. The head teacher could not understand what the problem was because he thought that it was quite normal if they knew that they were relatives. The woman said that their daughter doesn't want everyone to know about it, and is now in adolescence. So she wants it all to be kept secret and for her not to have any problems or discomfort from it. The head teacher thought for a long time about how he should react to this, because he understood that it was better not to talk about it because he understands that if they want it that way, it's more convenient for them. This head teacher was a fairly smart person and he understood that it was better to keep this a secret, because this family really has great finances and power, so it is better not to quarrel with them. It was necessary to understand that this was, after all, the wife of one of the most powerful businessmen of this city and they were the first to help restore the city, so it was better to really listen to them. Of course, you might think that they have no influence on politics, but if they want it, they will find the keys to make everything better. That's why he realized that he couldn't quarrel with them anymore, and that's why he suggested that they be distributed into different classes because it would be much easier for everyone. Still, the wife insisted that they be in the same class of children, it would be much easier to control them, and the head teacher tried to restrain himself and he succeeded. The wife explained to the boy that under no circumstances should he beat other people just because he didn't like them, and that he needed to be respectful with everyone so that he would also be respected. The guy couldn't understand why he would have to continue to live like this, but it was all explained to him, and unfortunately, he would have to accept all these instructions. Meanwhile, the children continued to sit in the classroom and do normal school activities because for them it was just a normal school routine. The girl didn't get much sleep because of this guy it was necessary to arrive at school much earlier so that they could go to the hall. The teacher came to them and said that he couldn't wait to start the lesson because they had not seen each other for a long time, and it was time to start their school days. The teacher began to say that it was time to start the lesson, but the girl could not understand where the guy was, because in theory he should be with her in class, and she knows this very well. That is why the girl decided to ask her mother where this guy had gone. She was already starting to worry that something had happened to them. A few seconds later, this genius walked into the classroom and looked muscular and pumped up because he had watched all the series and thought it was very cool. She hoped that he would come out as soon as possible because everyone was in shock and did not understand what kind of idiot had come into their class. He started shouting that he was the best in the class and it looked as stupid and abnormal as possible because he really was not adequate. The girl began to drop her phone because she couldn't believe that this stupid guy would actually do this and be so crazy, even though he was already more than 60 years old. The girls started screaming that he was just crazy and it was time for him to go to the doctor if he really continued to disgrace himself like that in front of all these people. He didn't understand what was happening and all the people started laughing at him and saying that he was just some kind of crazy psycho, and what was he talking about? The teacher began to ask them what was going on here, and the girl also began to feel uncomfortable because she started screaming. She decided to take all the initiative into her own hands and said that yesterday he had bet her, so she told him to do it as a joke, but she didn't think at all that she would actually do it. She decided to put pressure on the stupidity, and said that she had nothing to do with it, and people began to react to it in a strange way. Everyone in the class started laughing with this girl because they didn't understand that he was her uncle, but in fact everyone began to suspect that she liked to go out with them. She understood that, unfortunately, at school, she didn't have to worry about this because she already understood everything. I asked for a little time and the girl to believe a little that he really behaved very stupidly, just as it was written on the internet. She had no words and began to become paranoid that he was really some kind of stupid because he was able to believe in this heresy. The guy said that even animals build a hierarchy in order to immediately become the most powerful in their pack, but the girl told him that it is impossible to immediately separate animals from people because they are completely different species. She also said that if he was going to do something like this, then he should at least wait until the teacher comes out there and disgraces himself in front of his peers. She couldn't believe that these series would really influence him so much, and she felt very uncomfortable about it. He understood that it was better not to argue with her, because otherwise he would really have problems, and he needed to end this as soon as possible so that she would stop doing such a strange thing about him. He said that there is no blood and the first battle is locked among orphans in other zones in the cult of dynamic murders. The guy was always in first place, and he, unfortunately, was in 10th place, and therefore he always wanted to be the best in order to prove this, because for him it was really always unpleasant in the company. They walked by alone and he tried to prove something to everyone, but it was already too late because everything had already been proven from the very beginning. But now he has the opportunity to prove it, because this guy has superpowers that certainly not everyone has. He went outside and noticed that there was some strange energy from above, and it worried him very much because he understood that there were few people in the world who could resist this. Finally, he was able to understand that this all coincides with his first day on Earth when the gates opened and, unfortunately, it all looks like Gate X at Seoul Station. The girl watched him and didn't understand what was going on, because she really wasn't particularly interested in this whole topic, but she understands that it's better not to joke about it. She just most likely thought that it was just going to rain because this girl really knew very little in this world, but in principle she didn't need to since she was just the daughter of a rich businessman. She continued to watch the sky and suddenly she noticed how, after a few seconds, her uncle had already run away somewhere very quickly. She couldn't understand where he had disappeared so suddenly and began to worry very much, but this professor was already high in the sky because he was ready to fight. The man understood that this was his first day at work, and for him this was really a very important and tragic event. The man was at work, and he really hoped that everything would go very smoothly because he was afraid most of all that if nothing happened to him, it would happen to his nephew or daughter. Suddenly he saw how his nephew started calling him, who was doing something all the time. Very strange, because in fact he was not his nephew. As soon as he saw the message that was sent to him, it was written that he would now enter A in order to clear them out, but it was very unsafe. The man began to worry very much that something might happen to his daughter, because he understood that if the gate appeared somewhere near the school, then he would feel bad. He said that the gate appeared at the station, but the man could not understand the reason for him to go there. After all, he could simply study at school, because there are other awakened ones in Korea. He also said that most likely it was a survival gate, or to capture the territory. It could take 7 days. And at school everyone would be very worried about where he ended up right away. You will need to understand that if he just came to school and suddenly disappears somewhere for 7 days, this will become something very strange and suspicious. The leader understood that the man was right, but he could not simply close his eyes to the death of people, and after all, they simply die not of their own free will. There were already a lot of people who died, and something clearly had to be done about this so that they would survive. Unfortunately, people died one after another, and the awakened ones did not have time to simply cope with such a large number of these monsters. Therefore, he will need to go there. It was necessary to understand that any kind of hold on me was not kidnapping. This is terrible, so he must deal with it as soon as possible. He remembered the people, and every time they told him a huge thank you, and he himself was pleased that he saved a huge number of people. Once upon a time, they tried to fight against them all the time, because yesterday they were just figuring out who attacked the healers and today with the robbers. His people began to ask why they were doing this at all, if there was any point in doing it at all, because they did not receive any payment for it, and were simply wasting their days. The leader said that if he can do it, then he must do it, no matter how many days she will do it for you and why he will do it in the first place. He said that he just didn't want to stand on the sidelines. Meanwhile, Korea was just walking around with all ears because for me today was one of the most memorable days. People marched as if they were crazy because for them it was a very important and pleasant event of that day. They understood that then they could change absolutely everything because now there was enough time to get involved. The special service workers shouted for the awakened to pay attention because now what they came here for in the first place will begin. They should have prepared. They were shouted at to immediately activate their fire in order to defeat these creatures because for them this was the most important goal that they had to cope with in order to continue. Luckily, they were just shooting up to release fireworks, and it wasn't the same kind of purge brother that could have been announced just recently. People really liked what these warriors did and for them it was like a second home. The special services clapped their hands and did not understand that if they had, all this would not have happened and therefore they too should be saluted. But the most important person in the special services did not understand at all what they were doing and he wanted to figure it out, and go did not suit him at all. Such a plan for the development of events. What if he saw that factions of the Secret Service and Korea had gathered here, which meant that they were 100% needed here for something very important. This organization is focused on establishing peace on Earth, and they also have national ranks which took first place, and he will be a truly excellent warrior. There was also a faction called Korea which is focused on the Republic of Korea and they don't care at all about the rest of the world and their general ranks which have first place were very similar to our main character. Usually, as it happens, the awakened one doesn't care about this division. Yes, and it happened because of a quarrel with politics, so she doesn't need to pay attention to it. But you can also understand that thanks to this childish fight, he was able to gather about 90 of the strongest awakened ones, and with their help they will be able to clear the gates that are about to open. You need to understand that now the Koreans are trying to hide behind an inspection because of the president of the chiefs of staff of the special services. And the other faction walks very confidently because it wants to prove its military superiority, and so that the whole world knows that in Korea they are the strongest. Most likely they are ashamed of their organizations, but unfortunately they cannot do anything about it since such is life and such is the meaning of their work. No one wanted to harm each other. But unfortunately it was a job that had to be done because it would cost imports or money. The strongest of the first faction had an incredible shield that looks pretty cool and could be hung on the wall at home. Meanwhile, from another faction there were warriors who had an excellent long sword that also made people panic at the sight of it. Unfortunately, the two factions began to grab arms and the boss understood that this needed to be ended as soon as possible because he didn't need a fight and all that. He realized that most likely they wanted to stage a rebellion in order to completely deal with this all. They shouted for the awakened to prepare for the appearance of the brother. After all, now they will have a very interesting job that they need to do. They gathered here for a reason. Politicians did not understand at all how this was possible, and why the gates were opening again at the station, but it was simply unrealistic for them to open in the same place. People began to run as quickly as possible because they understood that their lives depended on you and they couldn't just be returned. These brothers began to open up, and it was really hard to realize that they would now have to fight for their lives in order to remain a hero later. Suddenly one warrior could not believe that he was not chosen, and he did not understand how this could even happen because he was one of the most powerful warriors. This man who was not chosen said that they should immediately count all the people because he did not understand how this could happen because he was counting on him to fight. The workers said that 47 people were selected and all were awakened, but unfortunately for some reason this guy was not allowed in. He couldn't understand what happened at all and why there were so many people here. But only the awakened ones were selected. This sounds like some kind of problem. The guy moved as quickly as possible to this place because he understood that he needed to get to Let's Go, Bro, in order to protect the whole world and become that very hero. He was finally able to fly to the roof of one of the houses from which he had a perfect view of what was happening in the city now, and he began to get very nervous. Unfortunately, he himself already understood everything that he was late, but there is practically no chance of getting there. Therefore, you need to do everything to get there. As was known, energy comes from particles of nature, and it can be hot, cold, cool, but does not have a clear purpose so that people cannot control it themselves. Unfortunately, from these brothers he feels only evil and not one of the qualities listed was found there, which is very, very strange. Either this energy was prompted by bad intentions or it is directed in a negative direction. Be that as it may, this time he will need a ball that he will have to cope with. Suddenly he saw something very interesting and realized that this might be just right for him to fight. This is very important. He noticed that this sword would be an excellent option, so he needs to somehow take it from this guy in order to save this world. He jumped off the roof like a real bullet in order to pick up this ball, or rather borrow it for a couple of days to cope with this evil. He jumped and felt that now he could borrow this ball for a couple of days in order to feel comfortable, because without a weapon he would feel uncomfortable. He moved forward as quickly as possible in order to pick up this ball, but the man did not understand what was happening, and who even dared to take his weapon. This man from whom they wanted to take the ball could not understand who he really was and where he could get here from. A small explosion occurred with the help of which they wanted to take this sword in order to continue the battle, but already at the gate. The leader understood that his opponent was strong enough and was able to avoid his attack and counterattack. But unfortunately now he will have to part with him since he cannot shine. His opponent moved as quickly as possible to his side in order to take his life because he has no right to just attack him. The guy said that they would stop there, and was able to pick up the sword since he couldn't appear in front of his eyes. He began to move forward to end it. The guy couldn't understand how they could take the wind sword away from him. He'd never had this before, and that's why he was very excited. He understood that the speed was almost equal to the speed of light, and this was something very strange and suspicious for him to simply pick up a weapon. He realized that most likely he was just an awakened one who has the right to prove to this world that without him they cannot cope. The leader said that this ball turned out to be much better than he could have imagined, and this option even suits him very well. He activates the Nirvana technique, which had hidden meaning for the entire threshold in life, which would not be for everyone. He understood that after meeting the old man, everything changed. Therefore, he had to accept and understand everything that was happening around here. Also, this guy hid on an unknown island to regain his strength so that later he could prove that he is truly a dangerous warrior. And there he received something mystical that he could not even dream of, and the two most faithful people were always with him. Firstly, he was able to obtain the technique of immersion in nirvana. And secondly, it was a magic sword that not everyone could get because in order to find it he had to travel long distances. Also, if you master the skill of immersion into nirvana to the end, you can control the immersion with the nerves of life and death, which was simply a divine technique. This technique was divided into 2 stages consisting of 6 steps, and each of them was very important. The steps were such as life, death, immersion, nirvana, I being his 4 times hidden properties, but the most important thing was in life. It was life that gave him the greatest chance to have the opportunity to prove to everyone around him that he was special. Fortunately, it is not capable of killing someone. However, this technique gives great opportunities that certainly not everyone had, but it can cut absolutely anything your heart desires, so this technique had to be used very carefully, because otherwise you could very much regret it, and then not return at all. The leader stood at the top and understood that everything was happening exactly as he thought, and he could widen the entrance to the gate so that it would be something very unrealistic. Unfortunately, he broke his ball. He had a small piece left from it, but it was not a particularly big problem because he was an experienced warrior. Unfortunately, people are very strong. But it seems that without a special sword nothing will work out. Therefore, he needs to do something with his conscience. Apparently now he is very ashamed in front of the owner of this sword. He understood that now he needed to somehow cope with this, because not everything was as simple as it initially looked. He noticed that it was there that the very monster he was told about was located, and most likely in these gates he would have to work very hard in order to save the world. He felt incredible energy from this monster that was in these gates and realized that he really had power. This monster looked like a huge dog who was clearly not happy with the new guests and wanted to deal with them as quickly as possible. People began to worry. After all, they were also ordinary people, and despite the fact that they were awakened, they had feelings and families with which they did not plan to part. One man again did not like the fact that he was still sucked into Soul Station, and he understood that there was no way back. Red told him that he shouldn't worry, because now they are already quite experienced fighters who can handle this themselves, despite all those problems. He understood that everyone present here was awakened and many of them were included in the list of 200 here, so it would clearly not be a problem to fight against such a monster. There are even the strongest warriors here who can fight B***** himself. He was top 1 in the world and this does not pose any difficulty for him because he was invincible. The guy told him that special services specially weaks people at different ranks so that there are no different connections, so that there is no battle for primacy all the time. However, this still exists. Red said that it was just to maintain his image, and he shouldn't worry so much about it because it would change or be forgotten anyway. Unfortunately, there was a hierarchy. Well, anyway, this is his chance to rise. Therefore, he will have to fight as soon as possible to get all his powers. He saw that the awakened one who was in the first round is without a doubt the strongest in this district, but he cannot understand why he could become like this, and what he had to go through. Also, for some reason, he thinks that our leader will still be able to calmly defeat him. And for him it will not be difficult because the leader was much more experienced. That same unknown person was in the air, and he said that he was even very pleased that they had finally met with them because enough time had passed. He said that she is an administrator, and now what is called death will begin, or rather pain, because not everyone has a chance to stay alive after today. The head said that he congratulates absolutely everyone on the completion of the selection, and now they will have a really very exciting program in which everyone will take part, and those who cannot will die. He said that the current number of participants was 48 people, and people began to worry that this gate was of an unusual level itself. They understood that these gates had only opened 6 times and they were now very unlucky since this is the highest level of the gate, and not everyone has a chance of getting back to Earth after this. As far as he knows, the percentage of equipment cleared is S equals 0, since there are really very dangerous warriors here and there is practically no chance of winning here. Fortunately, everyone who was present here were veterans, and they did not panic because they understood that they had to finish this at some point, because it was time for them to retire a long time ago. And suddenly the guy noticed what was happening here and realized that they definitely couldn't cope without him. Therefore, he had to get involved in this game in order to prove it to them. As soon as he approached this house, he said that it looked like the architecture that he had seen in documents, and he was really very interested in it because he had watched films a long time ago. He saw how there was an inscription that the mission had not yet begun, and therefore he could not get there yet because the door was closed. Unfortunately, he doesn't see any windows that could be expanded to enter, and he understood that this was really all very serious. The guy tried to get through these doors, but he couldn't do it at all. Since this door was very strong, there was no chance that it would work out. He understood that this door was really very strong and this time they would have to survive the time to clear it. He understood that this would really all be very difficult, but he had to come to terms with it because he would like to be in time for the start of the lesson since he had just recently entered this school. The guy decided that it was time to start the game, and so he wanted to knock down this door because he had enough strength to cope with it. He was shown a notification indicating that a code word was required to enter, and he should enter it. The guy didn't understand what the code word was indicated. But they didn't care at all since he was already almost at the entrance. He began to remember that one girl once told him some code words when he got into her head, and then it really was give him small chances. It was a memory of the very girl he met on the street because he liked her very much, and he was also able to penetrate her consciousness and obtain valuable information. He remembered that then he acquired not only a language, but also a strange scheme with the help of which he now has a chance of opening this key. But he thought that it was something connected with the language. He realized that most likely it was more similar to that diagram, and so he decided to use this to open this door and get inside. He put his hand on it, and realized that until he tried it with her, he wouldn't really know about it, and it was already a long time ago. It was time to start because he couldn't wait that long. Thanks to his abilities, he was able to open this door, and it looked just crazy. He couldn't believe that he really managed to do all this so easily. After all, to be objective, he simply met some girl on the street first and was able to get a very important code from there. But unfortunately, opening the door took a lot of the energy of his ordinary person and would not have had the strength. Thanks to his strength, he was able to open this door, which meant that very soon he would be able to get inside where there was a lot of interesting things. Fortunately, these doors began to open and very soon he could get there in order to fully explore what was located. A notification appeared in front of him where it was said that he was a real master who had every chance of getting here or joining. He received a notification where it was said that the energy would be returned, but the guy could not believe that his energy had actually been restored. And for him it was something strange. As soon as the guy went inside, he began to ask if there was someone inside, because he understood that if there really was someone there, then now he would have a battle. A huge monster stood in front of him with his weapon and he didn't understand at all then he even dared to open this door, and who had the courage to come here. This monster really looks very dangerous, and even an enemy might not wish such an opponent because he looked unkillable. This monster immediately went on the attack like a real smart opponent, and did not start questioning him with stupid phrases in order to make a picture of a hero. He just ran towards him like crazy. But the guy didn't expect that this would really happen because he prefers talking before a fight. They continued their battle and this monster was truly simply unkillable since it looked much larger than him and the power in his hands seemed greater. The guy continued to rise up in order to strike back at him because he was the door to being able to defeat this huge giant. The guy was able to deliver one very powerful blow that greatly damaged this monster, and no one expected that he would actually be able to fight so well against him. A little time passed and he decided to stop in order to understand what was happening with this monster, and why he so instantly went on the attack like that. Even after how many blows they do not take their eyes off him, and most likely his eyes were his sore spot. The guy continued to hold on, and this monster was ready to continue the battle because he understood that if he didn't win now, then everything would be in vain. It was clear in his eyes that he was ready to kill him at any price, because for him this was goal number one, which he really managed to cope with. The leader said that this monster is not at all so simple and wants to fight him with full strength, but before he kills him, he would like to know his name. The guy opened a special program to read it, and realized that there really was a full name and information about it. It was a hero of one tribe and his name was Lintok. But this monster looked very dangerous because he was really ready to do absolutely everything for his victory. The guy thought that most likely these were the same monsters that were here at the station in Seoul, and he began to worry very much because then he was really unlucky. The guy said that now it's clear because he had to kill them to protect people, and now he will also kill him in order to protect other people. The guy told him to attack because he was ready to protect his people from this monster, which looks really very dangerous. The monster didn't want to just wait, and so he went on the attack like a real tyrant who deserved such a title.